Our seats, respectfully. Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces. Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki. Your Excellency, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi. Senior government officials, which include Cabinet Secretaries and Principal Secretaries, Council of Governors, members of Parliament and the Senate, members of the judiciary, academia, youth, civil society, captains of industry, development partners, clergy, and Kenyans from all walks of life. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to introduce the team that is going to help us execute this conversation where Kenya is headed beyond 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call on Julie Gishuru, who is a seasoned moderator who has been driving Pan-African and global conversations on leadership and development. She is the CEO of Africa Leadership and Dialogue Institute. A clap for her, please. We also have Melody Sinzore, na ni mwanahabari tajika wa lugha la Kiswahili, anayeenzi na kukuza lugha ya Kiswahili. Pia ni muhifadhi na mwelekezi wa shughuli kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. We also have Mark Masai, a journalist that is passionate to speak truth to power as the voice of the people. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we welcome them to come and now take over the conversation as they guide us as a country as we look beyond 2030. Karibuni sana.
Mashallah, mashallah, mashallah. Rais wa taifa letu tukufu Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Naibu Rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki, wageni wote ambao wamealikwa kwa nafasi ya uongozi ama viongozi mbalimbali, waheshimiwa wote ambao wapo nasi leo hii, viongozi wa kidini, Wakenya mbalimbali, walimu, wale ambao wanafanya biashara zao, biashara za wastani, biashara kubwa, biashara ndogo, madaktari ama wote ambao wako katika sekta ya afya, wale ambao wako katika sekta yetu ya haki almaarufu kama judiciary, wale ambao wanatushikilia katika sekta ya benki kuhakikisha kwamba hela zetu ziko sawa na pia wanasimama nasi tunapohitaji mikopo, wale ambao wametoka kule vijijini ambako wanafanya shughuli zao ndogo ndogo kuhakikisha kwamba wanaendeleza shughuli zao na mahitaji yote ya siku. Kwa pamoja naomba ni waamkue. Hamjambo? Rais, shikamoo. Rais, kwani uitwa Sadiki? Mulisikia alivyoitoa hiyo marhaba? Mmemsikia kweli? Rais, shikamoo. Wapi makofi ya rais jamani? Kwa Kiswahili hiki rais atakuwa anaitwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto Shaban. Asante sana.
Umempa Shaban?
Nimempa Shaban.
Haya basi.
Ile marhaba ilitoka vizuri ile, uliona?
Haya basi.
Wakenya wenzangu,
twende nalo.
Subal kheri. Mwaguna, hamjui kulijibu hilo? Waziri Joho. Wakenya wenzangu, subal kheri. Aheri. Nikiwapeni subal kheri, mnanipeni aheri. Yani aheri kwa Kiluo ni nakupenda, lakini kwa Kiswahili ndo jibu la salamu subal kheri. Tujaribu tena Wakenya. Subal kheri.
Aheri.
Mashallah, nyote mlikuwa number 1 darasani. Sawa na nilivyotambulishwa, majina yangu ya halali kwa kitambulisho ni Melody Sinzore, mtangazaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Napenda sana na naenzi lugha ya Kiswahili. Natamani sana sote tuzungumze Kiswahili, manake rais, nina imani ningefunzwa kemia kwa lugha ya Kiswahili, grade yangu ingekuwa tofauti. Cha muhimu ambacho kimetuleta leo Wakenya wenzangu ni kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuja pamoja na kuitengeneza Kenya yetu ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Kenya ambayo tutakuwa tumezeeka, lakini hatuna wasiwasi, manake tunajua tukiulizwa wakati mlipokuwepo duniani mlifanya yepi, tutakuwa kwamba tulitengeneza mazingira mazuri na watoto wetu, vijukuu, vitukuu, vilembwe na vilembokeza watapata maisha mazuri katika taifa hili. Leo hii tunaanzisha mazungumzo ya kitaifa. Ndo mwanzo tu. Uwe umealika nini? Hamjui? Ndo mwanzo. Uwe umealika ukoko. Walimu wote wa Kiswahili hapa ndani, walimu wa Kiswahili shikamoo. Walimu wa Kiswahili shikamoo. Ndo mwanzo. Uwe umealika ukoko, kwamba ndo mwanzo tumeanza. Ni mazungumzo ambayo yataendelea na yataenda katika kaunti zetu zote 47 kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya, yule ambaye yuko kule Poror Eldama Ravine, anatupa hisia zake, mtazamo wake na maoni yake. Yule Mkenya ambaye yuko kule Mwakitau Taita, anatupa hisia zake, anatupa mtazamo wake, na anahakikisha anaijenga Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Yule ambaye yuko Oldonyo Sabuk, yule ambaye yuko kule Lodwar Kalokol, ndugu zangu kutoka Lodwar, Ejok Narobo, yule ambaye yuko Kajiado, yule ambaye yuko Naivasha, Nairobi, sote tuwaja pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba tunazungumzia mahitaji ya taifa letu. Kuna mama ambaye amejifungua kule. Ukimuuliza historia yako ya kujifungua ilikuwa vipi, wakati maji ilivyo break na ukaenda kujifungua, ulipenda ile hali uloipitia? Hospitali ulokwenda ulipenda? Basi haya ndo mazungumzo ambayo tunataka tuyaeke sawa. Na narudia tena, huu ndo mwanzo wa mazungumzo haya, mazungumzo ya kitaifa. Tupo online, lakini hapa KICC tulianzisha rasmi. Mkenya mwenzangu mwenye kupenda taifa hili, kujali kizazi cha kesho na kesho kutwa, kusema mimi nilisomea hapa lakini nina ndoto mjukuu wangu asomee mahali tofauti, kusema mimi nilizaliwa hapa lakini nina ndoto mtoto wa mtoto wangu awe na mazingira tofauti, kusema mimi nilipoumwa nilikwenda kwa hospitali hii lakini nina ndoto mtoto wangu akiumwa aende kwa hospitali ya aina hii na aina hii. Naomba niwakaribishe nyote, tutoe hisia zetu bila uoga, bila kuuliza maswali ambayo naogopa kwamba sitauliza hili. Tutoe hisia zetu bila kero, bila chuki. Cha mno tukumbuke kwamba ni taifa letu la Kenya ambalo kikatiba tunalisogeza mbele, ambalo kikatiba tunaliendeleza mbele. Mnakubaliana kwamba tutafanya hilo, Wakenya wenzangu? Tutaitengeneza Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Asanteni sana. Kwa mengi nilowachosha nayo, yupo kaka mwenye upara na ndevu.
Asante sana. Asante sana to Melody. And nafurahia kuona Joe amepiga makofi sababu ya kipara na ndevu. Unajua, unanielewa ndugu yangu Joe. Lakini pia nataka kuwashukuru wanahabari ambao wako hapa, watatusaidia kueneza mazungumzo haya, wako kule. Na pale pia wale ambao wako online nataka kuwashukuru kama wanahabari. Kama mwanahabari mwenyewe nasema asante sana. I'd like to acknowledge a guest of honor who I have had the honor of meeting. Young Adrian, just to stand up and we give him a round of applause. He is 7 years old. As you would imagine, Your Excellency, young Adrian Gwethe has a very busy itinerary, perhaps even as busy as yours, but he has cleared it just to be part of this national conversation. Let's appreciate him for gracing this launch of a national conversation of Kenya beyond 2030. Asante sana, you may have your seat, young lad, and he will be on stage to share one or two thoughts that he has about the future that he is looking forward to, that he will enjoy, he will realize, and that perhaps will outlive many of us here. But he's seated not too far from a generation that has seen it before. There's Professor Nyong'o and Professor Hino, who will also be here to give us a quick reflection of what they have experienced and what we can also realize as a nation. See, we're not just starting from thin air. We have something to look back at and look forward to based on what other republics have realized and are now living as a reality. So Professor Nyong'o and Professor Hino, we look forward to your remarks as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the people who will be on stage here will not be the experts per the definition that will be prescribing anything. This is just a conversation starter that we will come signifying that we will come to the people. We'll also be coming to you, seated all around us. And that's why we have this setup. We're having a conversation that is national, looking at the future of Kenya beyond 2030. And this will then, thanks to the media and the Fourth Estate, it will go to those who are watching us who are not able to join us here. And the conversation will definitely cascade to the corners of this nation. So to start us off, I'd like to call on a young law graduate who just graduated from law school, Migosi Maroa. Tafadhali, join us on stage to just give us a word from a youthful perspective of her hopes, as well as what she will be standing firm as a lawyer herself who's waiting to start practice. The one, yes, huyo ndo wakili namzungumzia to our security personnel. Ni huyo hapo ndo ataanza na sisi. Tafadhali mpishe aje, tumpe makofi akija tafadhali, to start us off on her hopes of what future she is looking forward to enjoying and holding all of us here accountable to realize for the nation. Karibu sana.
Asante. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Deputy President, Professor KICC, Prime Cabinet Secretaries, government officials present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Your Excellency, when the young people heard that I'll be setting the tone for today's conversation, they sent me nikuulize, bag ni ya nini? Hechi, unajua bag ni ya nini? Bag ni ya nini? Bas. ATDP anasema the national conversation. Ati beyond 2030. Worry not, nitakwambia nikimaliza. My name is Mogesi Maroa. I am 23 years old. I was born and raised in a small village in Kuria in Migori County. It's at the border of Kenya and Tanzania. Now, growing up, I was always told by my parents that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Now, all right. Thank you. Now, this saying that my mom always told me has deeply resonated with me in this very moment because of what we are speaking about beyond 2030, the future of Kenya. And it's not a coincidence that we are here today. Today is International Youth Day. As other nations in the world, today, International Youth Day, as other nations in the world are celebrating energy, creativity, infrastructure, Kenya has decided to do something more profound. We are beginning to map our destiny. 5 years ago, in 2008, I was barely 5 years when the President of the Republic of Kenya then, the late Mwai Kibaki, launched Vision 2030. It had 3 pillars. And I feel like the people who, the architects of Vision 2030 had me in mind because all my life I have lived through Vision 2030. I went to school, to primary school, the free primary school. When I went to high school, I was in Kitui and my home is in Migori, so I used the roads that were developed, the new roads. I went to university, Mount Kenya University, in an era of And I was reflecting as I was seated there about my little cousin. Her name is Nicole Robbie. Every time I go home, she tells me that she looks up to me. She wants to become a lawyer like me. And that's really humbling, but it's also weighing upon me because it comes with a lot of responsibility. So today, as I stand on this dais, I represent Nicole. I represent all other 13-year-old Koreans in Kehancha. I represent a 13-year-old in Marsabit, in Nairobi, in KICC, in Kisumu, whose future will be shaped by the conversations that we start having right here. As a young lawyer, I cannot fail to honor the political pillar of Vision 2030. The reforms that were brought about by the Vision 2030, especially the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We talk about electoral reforms, the political reforms, the judicial reforms, and our nation has fundamentally redefined democracy. Now, ever since I was born, I have always heard about the conversation on democracy, rule of law, good governance, and we have been talking about democracy, and I can see, and we can all agree that we have achieved it. Now, it's time we talk about development. Because we have talked about democracy for far too long. Ever since I was born, I've just been hearing about democracy. We have achieved it. Development, we cannot downplay the fact that we have done some development. We have seen affordable housing. We have seen roads have been constructed, but we wish to see more. The generation before us poured blood and sweat so that we can enjoy the freedoms that we're enjoying today. And I think that it's our time to live up to that. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I grew up watching tarmac road being built to my home. Now, when I talk about development, I'm not just saying development means freedom. What development looks like to me could look different to you. Development to me could look like roads. To you, it could look like building bridges. To someone else, it could look like me. So as I grow up seeing the road grow, the road being tarmacked to my place in Kuria, it connected Kuria to Kehancha, to Migori, to Nairobi, and beyond. And this was not just vehicles that moved faster. To the people, it was teachers that moved. It was doctors that moved faster. And hope and connections that moved faster. This is a symbol of intentional infrastructure development, what it can do for our marginalized community. While we do not take for granted how far we have come, we celebrate this milestone, and as young people, we say this: we would love to see more. We would love to see more roads, we would love to see more development, and we would love to see more healthcare. Thank you.
Asante sana to Mogesi Maroa, a young lawyer in the making and is from Kuria. She has asked me to say that. Watu wa Kuria mpo? Mpo, naona mmoja ameinua mkono kule. She's proud. Yes, and she shakes her hand to ensure that they remember her face, because she's going to be here for the realization of the future beyond 2030. Now, for the next speakers who are going to be here in terms of giving us quick remarks, we're not just starting from nowhere. We had already been on a journey of Vision 2030, looking to go beyond Vision 2030 as a nation, and this is a conversation starter. We have many here who have been part of the journey of Vision 2030. Mugo Kibati here, his name in fact is almost synonymous when you say Vision 2030 over the years, especially after its inception and rollout, and he was at the helm of the team then. So let's hear from someone who has taken stock of what the status of implementation as we get to the winding years of Vision 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage to address the nation in terms of share and take stock of how far we have come, and then welcome your views very shortly, Emmanuel Zai, the chair of the Vision 2030 Delivery Board, to the stage. Let's give him a hand as he shares quick wins and gains over the years. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Your Excellency, the President, the Deputy President, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, all Cabinet Secretaries who are here, all the arms of government, judiciary, legislative, wananchi wote, hamjambo? Hamjambo tena? Mimi jina langu naitwa Emmanuel Nzai, mimi ndio chairman wa Kenya Vision 2030. Na mimi si mgeni na Vision 2030. Mugo Kibaki ametajwa, lakini Mugo Kibaki na mimi ndio tulianzisha secretariat ya Kenya Vision 2030. Miaka baadaye mimi ndio chairman wa Kenya Vision 2030. Kwa hivyo ni kwa so much humbleness that I get to stand here, Your Excellency. We have much to talk about the Kenya Vision 2030 in terms of achievements, and we cannot do it in 1 hour, 30 minutes, or even a day. But we'll try to do this in a very quick way to see what we have done so far. As we all know, we'll talk through this. Go ahead. Sir, thank you. So I want to talk quickly about the background. The background, we know, we had the 4 pillars: the economic pillar, the social pillar, and the political pillar. We created the national value system because we knew that was one also of the problems, especially to align with the new constitution. And then there's the foundations and enablers. Our aim was to transform Kenya into a globally competitive country, prosperous nation, and all what we have heard from this young girl here today. But a very quick perspective, what's the implementation approach of the Vision 2030? And I think this is very, very important to know why we're here today. The Vision 2030 was created 2008. The implementation process is through 5-year plans. The first MTP, 2008 to 2012, that was created mostly to shepherd the Kenya Constitution. After that, the Constitution was created. It was about the devolution. It's about the new architecture of the country, of the governance. And then from there, we went to medium-term plan 3, and now we're into medium-term 4. In that process, and this MTP development life cycle, it's very, very important for us to know in terms of the space where it works within the policy-making framework as we have had it. It always starts about 2 years before. It cannot wait until at the end. So the last MTP was started out in 2021, July, and today we are in August. We are just about a month, but we are ready to do this, and this is a process which will take us through the next the next 2 years or so. But in between there, one of the most important things and so unique about this process now is not only have we to create the new MTP of 5 years, which will be one side into the 2030, because the MTP ends in 2028, it also has to also cross over to the next plan. And that's why we're calling it Beyond 2030, because we needed to bring it to the public, to the Kenyan people, into longer term planning. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we're here today. A very quick, so that you know, at the vision2030.go.ke, we have much of the reports which have created the foundation for the reports that we are to talk about today in terms of where is the Vision 2030 today, where do we stand? And for more details, you can find it on our website, the Kenya Vision 2030.go.ke. Ladies and gentlemen, you will be happy to know that across the Vision 2030 projects, flagship projects and programs, There has been 312 flagship projects from 2008 until today. 878 flagship projects. A good example of a flagship program is the LAPSET, as you know it. It has many, many components. Any project that has many, many components, then it takes a long time, and there's a whole life cycle in terms of implementation. The flagship projects are just like of the expressway, which has a beginning and has an end, and you can measure that equally. The aggregate of these projects, ladies and gentlemen, wa Kenya wenzangu, we are at 66.1% of achievements implementation of the Kenya Vision 2030 projects from 2008 until today. Hiyo makofi haitoshi. Asanteni sana, and much of this need to be appreciated to the ministry, department and agencies, and more to the Kenyan people who have worked hard to do this. Today, these projects are still ongoing today. Now, let's go to the pillars in terms of the achievements as we have. We've had the political has the lowest. And that's a conversation which there is evidence to it from where we are as a country today. The targets that we put were very, very aggressive, 10% GDP growth consistently, that we have not achieved. And there is a whole conversation that we can have about that. But let's go to the political pillar. The political pillar was mostly about the implementation of the Kenya Constitution. It was about the reforms which we needed to do, the institutional legal policies that needed to be put in place. We have been able to do that. We are at 88%, and this is 100% on the targets, the performance contracts which have been signed by the Ministry, Department and agencies for us to be able to reach there. The foundations, enablers, that's the infrastructure projects that we see across the country which are happening. We are 61.6%, and someone decided to move to the other one. 61.6%, and then the social pillar, the achievements that we have. Very, very quickly, the SGR, Mombasa Naivasha, which is still also in process, the Nairobi Expressway, the Lamu ports, the 3 BATs, and the associated projects. From the economic pillar, the deep-end payment systems, the regional financial hub we've had. In the social pillar, the health infrastructure, universal healthcare reforms, which have been happening, the social protection funds, and growth of TVETs. Political pillar, we have discussed that. There is details for each flagship project program that we can actually offer the evidence of how this is going to happen and where it is at this point. I want to quickly go through this so that you get to see some of the key components. Political pillar, devolution, 89%, national values, governance, rule and law at 81% to get that aggregate. The enablers, pillars, we can see how we got that, and in each of that we have the breakdown of the project underneath. The social pillar, again, you have the health right at the top with much of the reforms that we have had in the health sector. The economic pillar, do not want to go much into detail on that at this point, but the outcomes, and very, very key here, there has been outcomes in each flagship project that we do, and we've been tracking that. The real GDP growth, the target, like we said, was 10%. We have fallen short of that. It's been ranking between 4.5, 4.6%, but nevertheless, as we know, and also our cabinet secretary has been talking much about this, we've been very resilient, and much of the reforms are kind of showing some of the good progress. One of my favorite indicators is the Human Development Index. The Kenya Vision 2030 has been about transformation, and the transformation is about which human being are you transforming and to what measure. What kind of prosperity is it? So the Human Development Index, we don't do it ourselves. The United Nations does it, and that's how we rank it. We are at 6 out of 1. We are doing good. Ladies and gentlemen, I will just jump over to a last one here to say this. The Vision 2030 has changed the country. It is evidence, it is not talk. Today, as we speak, we've been talking to the Kenyan people in the last 1 month or so, and to talk and to simply listen. And one good example that came up was very, very simple. Dangote today will not say he wants to go to Lamu and put in that sort of investment if it was not the Kenya Vision 20 LAPSET project which was done for us to be believed outside of here, for it to guide policy, for it to have believability. And so through that, it's an example that we have across all other projects. Kenya is not just Kenya for us. Kenya is a place for the world because of our global location. And because of that, they need to see evidence of a plan, and I think this is what we have. And so, ladies and gentlemen, just to finish, call to you. The Constitution calls that we do that. Our calendar tells us that we do that. And the time is now between the month of July and August.
To Bwana Emmanuel Nzai, the chair of the Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. Now it was just a snapshot, and it's information that we have available publicly and will be able to digest as we continue, because it then informs the next steps that we will be taking. And the next step be one of the vision bearers in this respect. And for this, I'd like to say karibu sana to His Excellency Professor Peter Nyong'o, who's a governor of Kisumu County, but in this context, chairs the Vision Development Technical look at where we're looking to head as a nation and starting this conversation. Let's give a hand to Professor Nyong'o as he comes, and then he'll be followed by the young 7-year-old Adrian Gweth in a bit. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake akija kwa the rostrum as he approaches, just to give us his quick look at the future we aspire to.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to discuss very important subject. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Your Excellencies, Governors, distinguished Cabinet Secretaries, Members of Parliament, representatives of the private sector, academia, faith-based organizations, and civil society, distinguished guests, our dear friend, Dr. Hino, Professor Hino, who has been with us for a week now on visioning the development of Kenya. Thank you very much, Prof, for coming. We gather here today for an extremely important occasion in national duty. Kenya's development goals for the next few decades. Collectively, he build for the future. To build, he says, at this important time, first, our country has been guided by Vision 2030 as its long-term development plan since 2008, implemented through successive 5-year medium-term plans covering the period 2023 to 2027, remains anchored on Vision 2030. But what happens after 2027? This is where medium-term plans becomes important. If Kenya simply develops another 5-year plan without first agreeing on the country's long-term destination beyond 2030, our planning process risks becoming another cycle of programs and projects without a sufficiently clear national direction. Vision 2030 was intended to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens in a clean and secure environment. With 2030 now just around the corner, it is necessary to take stock of how far we have so far come. Some of the challenges that Vision 2030 is designed to address have been substantially addressed, while others remain unresolved or become more complex. At the same time, Kenya now faces new challenges that were largely non-existent when the vision was conceived, in a global and regional environment that has changed fundamentally since the vision was unveiled more than 2 decades ago. It is therefore necessary to begin planning for the period beyond 2030 and allow sufficient time to formulate our new long-term development goals through an inclusive, consultative, and participatory process in keeping with the constitutional requirement for meaningful public participation. Secondly, the context in which Kenya operates, both domestically and within the regional and global arena, has changed significantly since the implementation of Vision 2030 began in 2022. Kenya now has a younger and increasingly urbanized population, creating growing demand for infrastructure, energy, housing, and social amenities. Regionally and across the continent, Kenya also faces increased competition, including from neighboring East African community countries, as nations pursue greater economic, infrastructural, and technological competition. The global competitive environment is therefore far more intense than it was in Vision 2030, when Vision 2030 was launched. Kenya cannot afford complacency. Sustained investment, innovation, competitiveness, and strategic foresight are essential to ensure that the country does not fall behind. Globally, we are faced with new realities in economic and political fragmentation of the multilateral system established after the Second World War. Geopolitical tensions have brought crisis to our land in ways we have never envisaged. It is high time we began a conversation on how we escape the disruptions, such as developments in the decades abroad. Thirdly, we have learned valuable lessons from the implementation of Vision 2030 that we need to apply in thinking about and implementing new long-term development vision for this country. Vision 2030 has guided us to some measure of industrialization, political stability, modern infrastructure. There is more to be done to enable us to transition to a high-income, high-value, resilient economy whose wealth is broadly shared among the citizens. There have been fair assessment of successes and challenges of implementation of Vision 2030 done by various state and non-state actors. Some of these assessments have gone further to attribute the limited achievement of Vision 2030 to certain explanatory factors, including but not limited to inadequate financial resources and a weak capacities for coordination and supervision of implementation. We will hear more of these perspectives in the course of this day and in future conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me at this point spell out a key feature of this conversation. First, it must remain a national and an inclusive conversation about Kenya. Despite the fact that general elections are due in just about a year, this conversation is not about the next general elections. Indeed, one of the lessons that Kenya must learn from the countries that achieved socioeconomic transformation in recent history, in Asia, for example, is that long-term development goals must not be disrupted by electoral cycles and the political leadership that such elections bring up from time to time. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that we do not have a plan yet at this time, except for some guidelines on how to produce it. This meeting is therefore the first step in a journey that must not be rushed. Let us give ourselves reasonable time to have an inclusive conversation among Kenyans regarding the future of our nation. Let us join this national conversation with open minds and a shared sense of purpose to imagine and craft our collective future as one Kenyan people and build consensus on how best to achieve our national goals for shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Mashallah. Mashallah, msijifanye kama hamkunywa chajio ama hamkunywa kiamsha kinywa. Hakukuwa na breakfast upande wa pili? Kwa mayo. Hakukuwa na breakfast upande wa pili? Asante. Asante sana Prof. Asante sana Profesa Nyang'nyong'o pamoja na wenzake, ndo wale ambao walitufikisha hapa tulipo Vision 2030. Lakini ni jukumu lako wewe mkulima, wewe mwalimu, wewe mama mboga, wewe mfanyibiashara ya wastani na ile kubwa, ni jukumu lako wewe wakili, na ni jukumu langu Melody Sinzore kuhakikisha kwamba tunaboresha Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Na ndio maana tunaliendeleza hili, na nimesema ndio mwanzo tumelianzisha na litaendelea sana. Kuna mtoto mdogo ambaye tunajua wana akili nyingi sana, anaitwa mtoto Adrian Gweth. Najua wengi wenu katika umri huu wa miaka 7 mngeambiwa msimame mbele ya pastor, wacha rais, mngeambiwa msimame mbele ya mtumishi wa Mungu, wangapi wangesimama? Mwajifanya kwa sababu rais yupo, hamngeweza. Lakini kuna mtoto hapa ambaye anakuja kutuelezea pia yake mawili matatu. Kenya tunayoitengeneza ni Kenya ya mtoto kama huyu na wenzake ambao wanaishi katika ulimwengu wa mitandao, ambao wakiingia online wanasema mbona lile taifa wanafanya vile, mbona sisi hatuna hilo. Akiingia mtandaoni anasema mbona wale wanafanya hivi biashara na sio sisi. Lakini hapa tulipo, tunapolianzisha hili, tuna uwezo wa kumpa mtoto Adrian pamoja na wenzake Kenya hiyo. Tutaweza, hatutaweza? Na kwa pamoja, this is a symbolic way ya kumpeleka mtoto kwa Kenya ya kesho na kesho kutwa. Watu wazima jamani, tumshabikie mtoto. Mashallah. Asante sana. Anaitwa Adrian Gweth. Take it away, baba.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Adrian Gweth Ombuni. I am 7 years old. In 2060, I will be 41 years old. My dream for Kenya, I would like to see good school for all children, good hospital for everyone, clean water for every home, clean roads everywhere, more jobs for young people, happy and safe families, clean towns and cities, more trees and green spaces, our animal protected, peace in Kenya. Mr. President, I want to grow up in a happy and safe Kenya. I want Kenya to be a country where every child can dream and achieve their dreams. Thank you, Mr. President. God bless you.
Wow, wow, wow. Jamani wazazi, simnigawe huyu. Asante, asante. Thank you so much. Mark?
Yes. That is a leader. That is a leader. Thank you to Adrian Gweth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would like to call on someone also who's taken up the throes of leadership in his own aspect and respect. The young lad is called Ahmed Rashid. He is a president at the University of Nairobi, and of course taking up leadership and speaking to the future that he aspires to achieve together as a nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Rashid Ahmed.
Thank you. The President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, Speaker of the National Assembly, if he is present, Speaker of the Senate, Cabinet Secretaries, senior government officials from all the three arms of government, student leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the young people of Kenya. This is a golden opportunity, and I know the drafters of this vision will agree with me that the vision of Kenya beyond 2030 is already at the implementation stage. Already there is the implementation of youth inclusion in leadership and governance. I'm facing this side because I'm told this is a conversation. Therefore, I should not make a speech. Your Excellency, I want to take this opportunity to say that many young people, including myself, were not part and parcel when the Vision 2030 was being launched. But I am as well a beneficiary of the Vision 2030, the free primary education, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I represent a generation, the young people of Kenya, who not only question, but are as well ready to provide solutions and suggestions. Comrades, power! We will not only question, but we will as well provide solutions and suggestions. Your Excellency, in Kenya and Africa at large, the majority population consists of young people. Therefore, we should see this as an advantage. I want to make a commitment on behalf of the young people that we will be at the forefront. We will be the drivers of the vision of Kenya beyond 2030. This is not about government. This is not about young people or the old people. It's about Kenya. Leaders come and go, but Kenya will remain. Comrades, power! We are already on the right direction. Your Excellency, 2 months ago, I was in South Africa, and I was really shocked. Something similar to M-Pesa. I was really shocked. The digitalization of our mobile banking is something that we are really proud. So we are already there. We are already there. All we need is just to make it a dream and a realization. Your Excellency, And I am ready, me myself, I'm ready to lead the young people of this great republic. Your Excellency, niko na salamu kutoka University of Nairobi. I know you're alumni 001. So leo walisema lazima nikusalimie, nisitoke bila kukusalimia. Pia niko na salamu kutoka the students from all the universities in Kenya. The students, leaders specifically, some have traveled all the way from Turkana, Lodwar, Homa Bay, Garissa, Mandera, and they are here to witness the launch of this vision. I heard someone saying that when someone is meeting the president for the first time, they usually cry. So I have just carried my handkerchief just in case. Your Excellency, the future of Kenya is young, a digital Kenya, and a Kenya whose growth must reach every town and every village. I come from a constituency called Ijara in Garissa County, and I want to imagine a future where someone do not necessarily travel to Nairobi, maybe, let's say, to access a certain service. So urbanization, as one of the pillar in this vision, must also be considered. Your Excellency, I want to thank you in your leadership. Thank you so much once again for this vision, the vision that you have imagined way even beyond your lifetime. 30 years from now, I will be your age, but you'll be at a very old age. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much, everyone, and God bless Kenya. Comrades, power.
Asante sana. Let's give a hand to the young leader. And I'm sure he wants to steal a picture with the president. This is the only opportunity you have, sir. Well, not. The conversation continues, so I'm sure the president will be sitting with many across the country, coming to you where you are, and will be able to interact in person and get your feedback directly from you, from whichever stakeholder body that you represent. Academia is also represented here. Speaking of which, I'd like to call on Professor Hiroyuki Hino, who has held great positions in terms of the outlook of the economy, whether it's in Asia or in Africa. And he has a lot to lend in terms of reflections of what we can not just aspire, but actually realize and live. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Hiroyuki Hino.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, distinguished guests, I'm most grateful for this opportunity to speak with you at this conference-wide consultation to forge 2030. Your Excellency, I'm deeply gratified that you continue to honor a conversation you had with the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga only a few weeks before his untimely departure. Immediately after that conversation, the former Prime Minister called me. he was full of hope. He said, the Prime Minister said, President Ruto and the former Prime Minister had agreed that it was imperative to take a fresh look at where Kenya stood, how difficult it was for ordinary Kenyans to earn a decent living, how government could help them better. Your Excellency, you and the Prime Minister agreed that Kenya needed a bold vision that would inspire and unite all Kenyans, irrespective of their political or ethnic affiliation. The vision should be prepared by experts who are independent of government and trusted by the public, and with full participation of all stakeholders. For this purpose, Your Excellency, you decided to reconstitute the National Economic and Social Council as an independent body. It was indeed a special privilege to be included in that conversation, Mr. President. Thank you. For Ryder's legacy, and as a Kenyan at heart, I'll be honored to assist Kenya in this endeavor. Your Excellency, I'm told that many Kenyans are skeptical. They believe that Singapore is too high a target for Kenya to reach in this generation. I agree that reaching Singapore's level of development in the next 30 to 40 years will be difficult. Singapore's income per Singapore's level of income per person last year exceeded $80,000. This in Kenya, the income was just over $2,000. Huge difference. But I would say this to the skeptics. Kenyans possess personal attributes that can power extraordinary growth. The Asian miracle was driven in important part by the strength of its people. Hard work, motivation, discipline, and cooperation. During my 5 years as economic advisor to the Prime Minister, and later as senior advisor to the then Deputy President, William Ruto, I often visited the Amref Dagaroti Child in Need project. There, children who once worked on streets received compassionate educational, medical, and psychological support, along with vocational training and opportunities in theater, music, and the arts. I was deeply impressed. Those young people were entrepreneurial, energetic, and highly motivated. And after all, they were happy despite the hardship they endured. Scientific evidence support. Can you see? Next page. Scientific evidence supports my favorable impression of Kenyan children. Since 2008, my colleagues, Professors Jennifer Lansford of Duke University and Professor Paul Oburu of Maseno University, have been studying 100 children and their parents in Kisumu. using well-established methods of developmental psychology. Their findings show that Kenyan children are more optimistic and persevering than their peers in several developing and developed countries. Kenyan children demonstrate greater hope and confidence in the future, as well as greater determination to pursue their goals. Kenyan children also do well in 3 other dimensions of flourishing. Number 1, engagement. That is, being involved deeply in activities. Number 2, connectedness. That is the feeling loved, supported, and valued. And happiness. That is a great general sense of cheerfulness and contentment with life. But not always well, of course. Kenyan children perform less well than their peers in self-management, what psychologists call self-regulation. This means they have greater difficulty staying focused on long-term goals, managing emotions under stress, exercising self-discipline, and adapting to change. Strengthening these abilities can raise productivity, growth, and employment. I believe this study that is conducted by my colleagues will shed light on how learning and socialization shape personal attributes, entrepreneurial mindset, and attitude toward informality, and how these in turn influence employment and other livelihood choices. Although this is a small pilot study, we hope that its finding will help us recommend policies to Kenya to strengthen the learning and socialization of Kenyan children and thus improve their prospect as young adults. Your Excellency, economic growth and large investment projects are important. However, ultimately, a government is judged by how well it improves the economic and social well-being of every citizen. Average household income per person increased from $2.24 to $3.50 per day. That is an important improvement. Access to electricity, clean cooking fuels, safe drinking water, and improved sanitation gain important progress. The share of children not stunted improved from 70% to 80%. These are important progress. Yet, frankly, for a country of Kenya's stature, this record is disappointing. In household income, childhood nutrition, basic services, and learning, Kenya trails Vietnam, which used to trail Kenya by far, and at par is broadly comparable to Ghana, and Kenya can do better. Suppose Kenya aims to reach Singapore's current levels in these 4 indicators of economic well-being, and by its centenary, 2063. Is this as implausible as many Kenyans assume? Is it that difficult? You should forget, give up. In my view, Kenya can reach or surpass 3 of the 4 goals. First, the remaining cases of stunting are concentrated in the south area. With concerted action, stunting could be virtually eliminated within 10 years. That I'm confident of. I recognize it may be more appropriate to use the broader measure of public health as indicators of Kenyan well-being, but for this purpose, that I chose the standard to highlight the plight of these underprivileged in those areas. That's why this indicator was chosen. Second, Kenya's harmonized test score, HTS, a globally accepted measure of learning, was 26% below Kenya's level last year. Sorry, Singapore's level last year. To close this gap by 2063, annual improvement of only 0.63% is needed. This is achievable if Kenya continues to improve the quality of primary and secondary education. It's doable. The third, in Singapore, access to basic services is universal. But only about 60% in Kenya. It's still a big gap. Reaching 100% by 2063 would require annual growth of 1.3%. This is also achievable. It's achievable because access to clean cooking fuel is the weakest area of those services. But new technologies could expand this access very rapidly. So it's certainly doable. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fourth target, that is to raise the average household income to Singapore's level, is much, much harder. This would require income per person to grow by more than 10% per year for 35 years. That is a very tall order. So what should Kenya do? So Kenya must accelerate economic growth first. It should tighten fiscal policy, increase investment in infrastructure, on essential services, and bring public debt under control. It must also continue to support private enterprises. Reliance on private sector has been the hallmark of Singapore's development. These are the basics that has to continue. But even if this is done, without additional impetus, growth is likely to hit a plateau in Kenya. Over the last several decades, most middle-income countries have failed to cross the high-income level threshold. And this is the phenomenon known as the middle-income trap. It's hard to cross the high-income threshold. And Kenya will face an additional challenge. International trade has become less predictable. Support for many UN agencies has weakened, and development assistance, ODA, has fallen sharply. So it is more difficult. Against these headwinds, Kenya would do well to achieve and sustain annual per person income growth of 5%. Kenya would do well, 5% growth. If we assume population to grow by 1% per year, this translates to growth of GDP, the economic measures as a whole, of about 6.5% a year. If achieved, this would be a remarkable, if it's achieved, yes, a remarkable achievement indeed, if it could be done. But reaching Singapore's current income level requires another 5 percentage point income growth every year. That's hard. In other words, Kenya needs a quantum jump, quantum leap to a substantially higher growth trajectory. This requires bold and transformative change. Kenyan flower, yeah, thank you. The Kenyan flower industry is an example. It illustrates the transformative change we are looking for. By adapting new floriculture technologies and faster global transport network, the flower industry became most competitive globally and achieved a huge growth in its revenue. So there is an example of a Kenya needs similar transformative changes throughout its economy and society. What could bring the transformative changes we desire? Answers to this question should emerge from the national dialogue and the work of committee of experts that I hope the President will constitute. At this stage, I would offer a few observations. First, AI, artificial intelligence, will no doubt transform economies and societies, many aspects of it. But now, at this stage, we do not yet know exactly how they will transform. So this is an area that we should draw on leading global experts as Kenya develops a new vision. Second, Kenyans could become among the world's most entrepreneurial, hardworking, and competitive people if their children's productive attributes are fully nurtured. In my view, this requires a review of the formal education system in Kenya now. The scope of education and learning should be expanded beyond cognitive skills to include broader self-management and other capabilities in Kenya education. That's been done. Third, inequality in Kenya is high. Kenya is an unequal economy. The poorest 20% of Kenyans receive only 5% of national income, whereas the richest 20% receive 1/2. Richest 5%, 20% of income, poorest 5%, only 5%. Narrowing this imbalance would raise income of ordinary household and bring Kenya closer to the income growth trajectory to Singapore we are looking for. 3 possible remedies deserve considerations this inequalities. One is to increase government support to people in need of help. In Singapore, the government transfers about $7,300 per person per year. In Kenya, guess how much? $220. Kenya can increase this amount. The other possible remedy is to embrace small, informal enterprises rather than dismissing them. Professor Charles Piot, my colleague, and I conducted a study of informal enterprises in Kenya, Ghana, and Nigeria. The study shows informal enterprises can grow fast, especially when owners' informal characters are combined with informal ways of doing business. They can grow fast. They do not necessarily need subsidized government loans. Privately financed microfinance can work well. Inequality should be a central element of the national consultation. Finally, corruption damages the economy and weakens the social fabric. Curbing corruption would be a truly transformative for Kenya. Kenyans often say that government tolerates corruption, and public officials are rarely prosecuted. I agree, where there is sufficient evidence, those responsible must be brought before the courts. But citizens also have an important role to play. When citizens witness or learn of corruption, they can expose them through social media. As we saw 2 years ago, social media movements can be a powerful force for accountability. So Kenyans, citizens should take active role in curbing corruption as well. I welcome the conflict of interest law and electronic procurement system that was introduced as part of broader governance reforms supported by the World Bank. Priority now is to enforce those measures fully and consistently, and citizens should help by staying vigilant and demanding accountability. To conclude, the national consultation launched today will be a major asset to setting the stage for transforming Kenya to a first world economy. In this speech, I've highlighted 4 themes for the national consultation: childhood learning, support for the poor, micro-business development, and the fight against corruption. I'm confident that other important ideas will emerge through this national process. Ladies and gentlemen, Raila dreamed of a new Kenya where ordinary citizens enjoy a decent life and look to the future with full of hope. His dream, Raila's dream, was to empower young Kenyans to live their dreams. Your Excellency, you shared the Raila's dream and had a deal with them. And that deal is a new vision. Your Excellency, you have triggered the curiosity of Kenyans. Stay the course to the end, please. And to the people of Kenya, remember this: Singapore is reachable. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Hiroiki Hino. I believe you'll probably shake hands with the president there. He's worked and advised the president as a deputy then, and now he's here to lend just some brief. We can look to as a nation. Beg your pardon for that. And the conversation continues and will be coming to you as I believe we have people following us online and on radio and on television. And this is a conversation as much for you as it is starting for us here, convened in this meeting.
Kwa wasioelewa sana alichokitamka ndugu yangu, anasema kwamba ni mazungumzo ya kitaifa ambayo tayari yameanza na yataendelea. Hapa tupo katika ukumbi huu wa KICC. Lakini mazungumzo haya yanaendelea kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Nimechungulia nikaona live handle ya X ya Mr. President is live. Haucheki nao? Wapi makofi kwa X handle ya Mr. President jamani? Wako macho, wako na sisi sana, na nikajuzwa pia handles zote za afisi zote za Ikulu pia ziko live, na ndo ulimwengu ambao tunawishi, ulimwengu wa kileo. Nataka tujishebedue kidogo, tunyoshe misuli kidogo, manake tunajua kwamba upande wa nyuma umri umesonga, miguu kidogo inaanza kufaganzi, si ndio? Kuna mtu hapa nikimwambia nyanya mkuu Kabogo, sinaangalia hivyo, kimguu kijaanza kufaganzi. Mheshimiwa Kabogo, hebu fanya hivi kidogo. Niliwaambia ona ameshindwa. Najua miguu imekufa ganzi kidogo, kwa hiyo nataka tusimame tuweze kujishebedua, lakini kidogo niwakumbushe hili. Kitu ambacho kinanifurahisha sana kuwepo kwenye jukwaa hii leo hii, nilipokuwa mtoto mdogo, mamangu ndo huwa anaelezea hiki kisa kwamba nikiwa na umri kama miaka 6 vile, nilimwambia mamangu ninataka kuwa mtangazaji siku moja. Na nikamwambia mama, natamani nisiwe mkubwa kama wewe kwa kuwa sitatoshea ndani ya redio. I'm happy mmenielewa. What does that mean? Kwamba kipindi hicho ningeulizwa, Melody Sinzore, unataka kuwa mtangazaji, tukusaidieje siku za baadaye uwe mtangazaji? Ningesema nataka mtengeneze redio kubwa ambayo nitatoshea ndani. Si mmenielewa? Ndo kitu tunachokifanya leo. Tunatengeneza kesho na kesho kutwa ya watoto wetu na wajukuu wetu wenye ndoto tofauti tofauti. Tuwatengenezee mazingira mapya na mema katika taifa hili. 2030 imetufikisha hapa, lakini tuna hatua za mbele za kuendeleza. Kati yetu najua yupo mwanamuziki ambaye anatutumbuiza, lakini kwa wasiojua, najua pia media houses tayari zinapeperusha matangazo haya moja kwa moja. Na wanauliza huyu Melody Sinzore ni mtangazaji kutoka wapi? Ni mtangazaji wa Radio Citizen FM. Chemichemi ya ukweli, stesheni nambari... mmesema wenyewe. Stesheni nambari... Asanteni sana. Mabibi na mabwana, wachumba, wanaopendana na wanaovumiliana, wanaotafuta wachumba, wanandoa na wanandoa watarajiwa, kwa pamoja naomba tumkaribishe the one and only Guardian Angel kwenye wimbo wake Kenya.
Ruto, Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure. Mimi naitwa Guardian Angel ama Waingo. Ni msanii. Katika uchezaji wa mpira usually sisi wale tunakaa nje ndio tunasemanga angepiga hivi ama angefunga namna hii ama huyu mtu anatuuza. Lakini ukiwekwa ndani ya kiwanja ndio utajua kumbe ile kiwanja ni kubwa. Si ni kweli? Kwa hiyo leo Mheshimiwa Rais, nakushukuru sana kwa sababu ya kuturuhusu tuwe na mazungumzo na wewe pia, na kuturuhusu kwamba sisi kama wananchi tuje pamoja kwa ajili ya kuzungumzia ujenzi, kwa sababu nchi yetu ya Kenya ni kubwa sana, haiwezi kujengwa na mtu mmoja. Kwa hiyo asante sana kwa kuturuhusu tuwe na mazungumzo. Hata Biblia inasema Mungu ilifika wakati akasema njooni tusemezane. Kwa hiyo tunakushukuru sana kwa kuturuhusu kusemezana ili tuweze kujenga taifa. Sasa nataka tu sisi wote, kila mtu ainue mkono ya mwenzake, mwambie tushikane mikono tujenge Kenya. Asante.
Vibe yako, kituo chako, habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. KenLive, nyumbani kwa habari na burudani, habari za ukweli bila kuficha, matukio yote, baadhi ya elimu. Tunakujuza Kenya saa zote daima, kutoka mtaani hadi kwenye skrini. KenLive iko freshi, safi kabisa. KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo chako, habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. Kituo chako, habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. Nyumbani kwa habari na burudani. KenLive iko freshi, safi kabisa. KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo chako, habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee. KenLive, nyumbani kwa habari na burudani, habari za ukweli bila kuficha, matukio yote, baadhi ya elimu.
Asanteni sana ndugu yangu Mark, kama uko karibu. Ndugu yangu Mark, kama uko karibu, karibia kaka mwenye upara huyo.
Everyone is accommodated, wanao vipara, wale wanao wamebarikiwa na nywele. This is an inclusive conversation. So, asante sana, Melody. Now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of an inclusive conversation, we just want to start it off. It's not conclusive, it's inclusive. And it's not thorough in the sense we are not ending it here, we're just starting. And for that, I'd like to call on Julie Gishuru, ladies and gentlemen, who will be steering that conversation. As she stands by, we'll put some things into context in terms of the journey that has been on the screens that are around this room, and I'm sure those following us from home will be able to follow this. It is just a true testimonial from wananchi ambao wengi wao hawako hapa, but they have had the impact of the journey that we've had so far. And right after that, Julie Gishuru will be taking stage to steer the conversation that starts today. Asante sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? KICC? How are we doing? Tuko hapa kujenga Kenya. Kujenga nchi yetu. I want us to reflect for a moment, and we're going to have a video on just now. But just before the video plays, I want you to ask yourself a few questions. What is Kenya? Think about it. To you, what is Kenya? The other question I want you to ask yourself: how many nations enable their people to come together in a collective conversation on who we are and who we seek to become? How many nations? Our neighbors in Africa? Around the world? How many nations give voice to the citizen in the way we are about to? And so please reflect on that. A video will play, and I'll come right back on the stage. Thank you.
Please, studio, let's have the video. Naonekana studio yetu hawajafikisha Vision 2060. Twende kazi.
Question anyone has asked about Kenya this year, because in 1960 a small island with no oil and no land asked exactly the same thing. They moved a nation of villagers into high-rise flats. People carried their chickens up the stairs because nobody gives up a life on the word of a government. 60 years later, Singapore is the richest country in Asia. It still has no oil. It refines everybody else's. In 1965, a Kenyan and a South Korean earned the same money, $110 a year each. Today, the Korean earns $36,000. The Kenyan earns $2,400. China passed us, Vietnam passed us, Bangladesh passed us, Ghana passed us. Vision 2030 promised a middle-income country by the end of this decade. 4 years out, the government's own verdict is one word. So a plan for 2060 must survive a harder question than economics. Why trust the future to people you do not yet trust with the present?
Hiyo maneno ya Vision 2060 is a con.
The critics are not a footnote in this film. They are half of it.
National development must never be left to chance or short-term politics.
A charter written by Kenyans, built to outlive whoever is in State House, but paper is only paper. What does it look like on a Tuesday morning? 5 million people, 12 million journeys a day, a road network designed for a town. 30 kilometers underground, 25 stations, Eastlands to town in the time it takes to finish a phone call. Nairobi first drew this line in 1948, and again in 1972, and again in 2014. This time it is cabinet approved, county approved, and priced. 1 trillion shillings. We are growing the wrong way. Outward, plot by plot, eating the farmland that feeds us, then running a road, a sewer, and a power line to every plot. One sewer serving 50,000 people instead of 500. Housing and food security are not competing for the same land. They are competing for the same decision. Living is the simplest test there is. A tap that works, a roof that is yours, a clinic in walking distance that has the medicine, a school where the teacher has been paid. The levy has taken 212 billion shillings off Kenyan payslips. By the government's own count, 8,367 homes are finished. That gap is not an accounting error, it is the whole argument. Africa's most famous slum, taken down block by block and rebuilt on the same ground for the same people. 10,000 people in zones C and D were given 13 days and 60,000 shillings to move. The building is the easy part. The question is simpler and harder. Who gets the keys? For 60 years, farming here has been a bed placed twice a year on rain. 1 million acres under irrigation is not a poem. It is a decision about whether we eat what we grow. Galana Kulalu has been announced and re-announced since Vision 2030 was young. Here is the thing we keep apologizing for. We have no oil, our neighbors do. Singapore has no oil either. You do not need the resource, you need the position, the port, and the people. We have all three, 700,000 barrels a day. The crude, our refinery, is sold back to the region and onward to the world. A duty-free port and 60,000 jobs if the promise holds. There is one thing we have never needed a plan for. The best in the world at running on dirt roads in borrowed shoes with no system at all. Imagine what happens when we build one. Sport is not a medal, it is a pitch in every ward. So the next one is found on purpose instead of by accident. 11 months, the stadiums are not finished. Nigeria turned Afrobeats into an export. South Africa did it with Amapiano. We had the talent. What we never had was an industry, a studio in the estate where you already live, and a royalty statement that is not zero, because a country that cannot pay its artists doesn't have a creative economy. The same bill that promises artists their royalties also carries the power to take content down. Half of us are under 20. By 2050, there will be 85 million of us in cities that have not been built yet. Every one of those pictures is a decision someone has to make. Not a dream, a decision with a budget line and a name on it. They laughed at Singapore too, then they visited. It turns out you can build a country and still keep the chicken. You just have to decide to.
What Kenya do we choose? And we get to talk about it. We get to talk about it. If you remember the 80s, how many remember the 80s? Let's see hands. Single party rule, right? We pushed for multi-party democracy. We went into the 90s. We achieved multi-party democracy. We started the push for a new constitution. And we pushed and pushed together as a country. And then we hit the early 2000s and we formed the Bomas process. And the CKRC, the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission. I say this because so many young people don't know where Kenya has come from. Ngata, taking the views of Kenyans from all over the country, through their representatives, through civil society, spoke and spoke and spoke, and argued and argued and argued, and debated and dialogued. And we got our first draft, which did not pass the scrutiny of Kenyans. Do we remember? It did not pass the scrutiny of Kenyans because it was taken back to Kenya. And then we went back to the drawing board. And then we had a new constitution. 2010, was it? But Vision 2030 had already been birthed. And now we get to birth a vision under our new constitution. And many a time we are frustrated in Kenya. But how often do we stop to say, thank you, Lord, for a country where we can push for what we want? And for that, before I invite our panel, I want to ask us to celebrate our country and ourselves in ululation. I am so proud of being Kenyan because of processes like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Leo, we are all wananchi. Your Excellency, today we are all citizens. Is that okay? Thank you so much. Allow me now to invite our panel to come up and take their seats, and we will start a dialogue Dr. James Mwangi, please come up. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. Daisy Amdani, who's the Executive Director of CRON, focused on community advocacy and awareness. Give her a round of applause. Dr. Mwangi, I didn't give your role because everyone in Kenya knows who you are and what you do. Please take your seat. Please sit where you are most comfortable. Next, let me ask Betty Maina, former CEO of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, to come up and take her seat. Faith Beatrice, President of Daystar University Students Association. Faith, where are you? Please come up, give her a round of applause. Mwita Ian Matiko, student leader, Kenya Methodist University. Let's give him a round of applause as well. Festus Mwanza Kaluki, youth leader from Machakos, representing people living with disabilities. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up as well. And also with us, Ambassador Bitange Ndemo. Please do come up and take your seat. He's Kenya's ambassador, I believe, to the Kingdom of Belgium and the European Commission. Please do take a seat. Thank you all so much for joining this conversation. I will start with a simple question. How far have we come as a nation, in your view? And what have our greatest achievements been? And then from there, for you, where are we going? Where should we be going? And how do we get there? Can I start with a youth voice? Faith, kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. So one great achievement that we've seen is the development in terms of roads. We've seen KICC Highway under Vision 2030. That's one of the developments for Vision 2030. Which is a movement along Thika Superhighway, leading to economic growth and empowerment here. That's pivotal, yeah.
Sorry, Kenyans are adaptable. When things don't work, we figure it out, right? So that's another wonderful thing about us. James, take us to your journey. Of course, you are part of Vision 2030. You have also been part of building Kenya, private sector, but also wings to fly, and development-wise, you've done a lot. How much have we achieved? And where are we going?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jury. Looking back, we have made very significant progress, but progress is always relative. You only appreciate how far we have gone if you look at our age of 60 years relative to other economies and their age. That's how you really appreciate. But at the Vision 2030, the data was out there. We are ranging between 50 and 80 in terms of achievement of targets. So when you get 50, you have passed. If you get 80, you have done very well. So it's really a question of relying on data. Could we have done better? I think Professor feedback, because he held the mirror for us, there are areas we could have done better. And that is why it is important to formulate Vision 2063 so that we can do better in the areas that we did well, but also continue to do well in the areas we did well. But I would like to single education and health. To me, while the indicators have not really been what they should be, getting 1.2 million children to sit for an exam in 1 year and graduate to the next, that to me is a huge achievement because we have moved from a very low number.
Where are we going?
I think where we are going is, and I was sitting next to a dream, is fulfilling his dreams. This vision is not about our generation. This vision is about our children and our grandchildren. And he reflected where we are going. And it's, as he spoke, I was amazed that he's helping us to see where we didn't get it right, that we could have been more people-centered. It's really him, it was all about people. Education, security, health, neighborliness, environment. That is all about people. Yes, we did lay foundation in infrastructure, but Adrian representing the people for who we are here wants a people-centered vision.
Very powerful, very powerful. Let me come next to you, Daisy. Tell us what you are most impressed with in terms of what we've achieved, and tell us where are we going. Let's try. Let's see if the mic is working.
Okay, thank you.
Try again. Just hold it.
Thank you so much, Julie, and thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation. I think, and I'm going to speak as a woman, that in Kenya, I think we've made significant strides. I think the most important thing that we did for ourselves as a country was the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution that gave us the framework for inclusion. And when I think of, you talked about the 80s, and there are many things that people don't know about where women came from. I remember when we were in school in the 80s, a woman could not walk into a bank and open a bank account without the permission of her husband, if she had one, or her father, or a significant male other. Women were not seen as having personal agency. Today, women are at the forefront of economic growth, you know? So that's really significant. If you look at our history, where we came from in terms of political representation, it was a male-dominated field. Women who aspired to be leaders were considered somehow wayward because it was really considered a male domain. Today, we have women at every level of our governance, at the county governments, in parliament, in the cabinet. I see here we have 2 female governors of the 6 governors that we have in our country. So we're changing the face of what leadership and governance and power looks like. When you talk about indicators in terms of education, maternal health, in terms of economic growth, I think we've made significant growth, and we need to appreciate that. We look at all the hardware that's been there, the roads, the railways, and everything. But even in terms of income generation, I think we've come a long way as Kenyans. So somebody talked about, the young man talked about democracy, the freedom. You know, I really don't think we appreciate the kind of freedom that we have in this country. Angel sang about how Kenyans shouldn't insult their leaders on social media. The freedoms that we have in Kenya, the ability to be able to speak and express yourself, I think this is something that we take for granted because it's not available in many other jurisdictions, but in Kenya we do, and that's why I appreciate this conversation, because it's giving us an opportunity to be able to have a conversation and channel our energies towards talking about the Kenya we want to see beyond Vision 2030, but also to diffuse some of the tensions that are there, because we agree that we're having this conversation within a context of a lot of uncertainty in terms of employment, economic pressures, and all that. So there's also skepticism as to why is this conversation coming at a time like this, just a year before elections. But I think it's important that we have it now. That's why it's important that we have it now. So even the ability to be able to gather here together, to have that conversation, the president calling us as citizens to have a conversation about what the future of our country looks like. I think we've come very far, because usually it's always top down. It's presented to you as citizens, not calling you in to come in. Let's have a dialogue, let's reason together, and let's vision our country together.
That's incredible. Thank you for that. I think it brings me to Betty. Let me come to you next. And, you know, we were at the forefront of a lot of dialogue over the past 20 to 30 years. And maybe one of the most important things about this country is the ability to sit together and listen to each other when we need to, in the most difficult moments. Let's walk through for you, what are you most proud of? And now as this country comes together in this discussion, starts this process, what's the realistic, you know, process that we need to go through? And I think it will be discussed further, but this is not a short journey. This is to tell us what you see, and ideally, where do you want us to land as a country?
Well, thank you. It's on, right? Well, thank you, Julie, and referencing how far we've come in this conversation about the future of the country. And like you, I'm actually very excited that we're having this conversation in this context, because we've had conversations about Kenya in the past, and it's not from the 60s, when we think about the futures work that was done by the NCCK. So Kenyans have been thinking about...
We adapt.
Kenyans have been thinking about themselves. We gave ourselves a vision at independence. We gave ourselves the goal of eradicating poverty, disease, and ignorance. And therefore, we've been shaping our futures over different times. We've seen, as James has said, if I think about our childhood, when we grew up, you know, I'm thinking it's my age or slightly older, the differences in, you know, our experiences as children then, and where we are and where our children and grandchildren, because now we have grandchildren, are growing up, that's a totally different society and a better quality of life. So I think we need to give ourselves credit that we are not where we were in 1963. But we are not where we would like to be. So we've accomplished a lot socially, politically. We've celebrated the Constitution. Economically, we've seen better livelihoods than we experience. Education, health. There are many things that we can talk about and celebrate as having accomplished as Kenya. But we are also aware that there are things. We gave ourselves 80%. Somebody might be less generous, James, and say maybe we should give ourselves 70. So 70 gives you an indication of how far you are. And Professor Hino has clearly told us this is where you could be if you did different things. And I think when we now think about the future, we need to think about not focusing on the things that have worked. We like to look at buildings. We think development is capital projects, roads, which is true. It facilitates that. But there is something within that we need to work on. What sort of economy do we have? We focus a lot on, you know, and we are aware of how unequal our society is. So if you ask me, what should we aspire to? We should aspire to a lot more of an equal society. What are the things that will get us that? Professor Hino points out, but history also points out that hard work, clearly, discipline, integrity are critical for building blocks for the future. Everybody wants to become rich. But how do they want to become rich? And do they become rich at somebody else's expense? We need to fix the institutions that offer equality for Kenyans. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic. Still adapting. Okay. Can I just bookmark that when Professor Hino did his presentation, and when you mentioned informal sector, there was an applause that came from the back. So I just want to recognize that's a very big part, I think, of what Kenyans want us to focus on is how to give dignity and opportunity and pathways forward to the informal sector. Let me come to you next, Ian. a lot of what we talked through earlier, you probably didn't live through, right? So when you have the chance to look forward and imagine and dream everything, we have a restless, cynical and tired, kind of disappointed Gen Z and youth population. How do we inspire? How do we rebuild? And what do you see as the future for the country?
All right, thank you so much. My name is Ian Mwita Matiko. I may not have lived to see the Vision 2030 being born back in 2008, but I have been a beneficiary of that vision from the time I was born up until this moment. So I'll say what is working in the present and where I think we are headed as a country and what I envision, what I would want as a Gen Z to be achieved in 2060. What is working currently, I've had the opportunity to work under 3 ministries currently. I have worked under the Ministry of Interior, under PS Raymond. I've worked under the Ministry of PS Fikirini Jacobs, and under the ministry that coordinates Nyota Fund. One of the things that I can say with full confidence that is working is that for the first time in the history of this country, we have had the young generation being brought in conversations, national conversations on matters security. And that is thankful to Jukwaa la Wasomi, which was born last year under the leadership of UCSPAC, which is the Universities and Colleges Students' Peace Association of Kenya. That Jukwaa la Wasomi is working in conjunction with Jukwaa la Usalama under the docket of PS Raymond Amolo. So that is one of the most significant things that I've been able to witness as a young person, because now we are revolutionizing our security to include the very people who are going to take it up later on in the future. The second thing is about Nyota Fund. Now, people may see it as a very small thing, but when you look at it keenly, it is inspiring millions of lives. Because for the first time, we have a president who's thinking about the hustlers out there. This Nyota Fund is revolutionizing the way in which we think, because we don't want just to tell people that we're giving you employment. We want to show them that this is how we are creating these job opportunities for you and inspiring you to a future. And the third one is, when you look at the National Youth Council, NYC, the last time the elections were held were 10 or 14 years ago. For the first time, we had it gazetted this year that the youth are going to elect their council to represent them in terms of government. And that is thankful to PS Fikirini. So that is what I've seen that is working currently. But what do I envision? Which Kenya do I want in 2060? One of the fundamental things that we need to underscore is the Kenya that we are building. We are not merely building Kenya for 2060. We are building a Kenya that we will want to leave behind for generations that are coming in. One of the things that I'd want to highlight is especially the health sector and the education sector. Let me begin with education. We must revolutionize the way in which we educate our people. We must not educate our people to seek for jobs today or to want jobs today, but we should position them to tackle problems that will arise in 2060. And that means we need to bolster our education system. We need to position our people in such a manner that we will not be consuming things from outside, or we will not be consuming knowledge from other states. We will be instead exporting knowledge to other states. We will be inventing and we'll be inventing things and sending them outside. So that means we need to invest more in our education sector. The second sector is health. We cannot be 60, now for 2060 will be 100 years, yeah? We cannot be 100 years old and we are still relying on external aid in terms of medicine, in terms of vaccine, because we are 100 years old. So we should invest in the health sector such that our young scientists, our professional doctors, our brilliant minds can come up with research. That research can be sponsored into the future, and they can dream about a Kenya that can, also innovate. We don't want to go to other states to compete in events. We also want to host those events, and we want to be better at those research competitions. So that is the kind of Kenya that I envision. And if I've been following the mind of the president, if I've been following the mind of the president, when you look at the trajectory that he's trying to build, he's trying to turn Kenya away from consumer country to a producing country, if you look at it keenly. So that is my input for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Festus. Ian, Festus, let me come to you next. You're a leader in your own right. You're doing that in Machakos County. What are you happy about in terms of what Kenya has achieved so far under Vision 2030? And what is your hope for 2063, Kenya at 100?
Thank you, Julie. Is it good morning? Is it still morning? Yes. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Julie. Good morning, my panelists. What has been significant about the achievement of Vision 2030 to us, persons with disabilities, because that is a constituency that I speak for and work for. We've seen enactment of the new Disability Act that has been in the parking lot for a very long time. The act was assented by our dear president last year, August. Was it August? Sometime last year, and that was a really great milestone that spoke to the intentionality of our government in terms of including persons with disabilities in their activities. We've also seen significant efforts by the government, especially in mashinani, whereby nothing can happen without us being on the table and having our voices where conversations are happening. Kudos to the Ngao team and to the other government sectors like the judiciary and other parastatals of government. And the hope that I have, or the hope that I see is, number one, before I go to the hope, can I cite an oversight that I have seen? Because this is a conversation anyway. When you look around this podium, and online as well, we are missing a very critical accessibility format for those that are following online and those that are in this place with hearing impairment. It was an oversight, and I give it as a recommendation that next time that is looked at critically, because
thank you.
This being a national conversation, then it ought to carry us all to the other side of the river. And the other observation that I have made, I'm moving to my hope. I have also observed that in most of our activities or our events, we are not intentional about including persons with intellectual disabilities. When I speak about persons with intellectual disabilities, is the people that we sometimes shun away from because of their complexity of their disabilities, in that the way they take concept in and the way they give output out is a little bit different from everyone in our midst today. And I believe that is something that in our next roadmap, we should have an intentional way of targeting, really targeting persons with intellectual disabilities and those with autism. The other thing is that I need us to see more formats of communication in our various engagements. I'll give examples. Persons who are short-sighted, that do not see small letters. How inclusive are we when we are projecting?
Even I was struggling.
In our screens, how inclusive was that? And those that use Braille is there a format that is going to be accessible to those of us that have gone to school and can use Braille too as a way of communicating to themselves? Again, we have a very forgotten group in the communities that have not been participating in our activities most of the times because of the barriers. The deaf-blind people. We've seen how America has empowered the deaf-blind lawyer. All of us know her. We've seen how she even came to Kenya to inspire us, persons with disabilities, brought in by National Council and brought in to inspire and change a narrative that has been there of persons with deaf blindness are supposed to be left away. Just to ask, how many of us know that we have a language known as tactile? Tactile. How many of us know that? Mr. President, do you know tactile? Do you know how it is used? Please, it is actually embedded in our national book, our reference book, the Constitution of Kenya, whereby it's a mode of communication for those who are deaf, blind. So we'd also want to see that in play, because it is mandatory to carry all of us to the other side of the river. Now, yes. I am going to my hope. The Kenya I hope to see. I hope to see a Kenya that is inclusive, a Kenya that is intentional, a Kenya that is led by us with diverse perspectives and disabilities. We need to be included, not integrated. We don't want integration. We want to be at the center of where conversations are happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the humanity, even in how you started Festus, and you took a moment to recognize and greet us, and you've taken us through a comprehensive view of what's missing and where you need us to go. Thank you so much for that. I want to also just recognize, you mentioned somebody from a different country who inspired you, but we have our own in Kenya, do we not, who is a senator? Honorable Crystal, yes, and I don't know if she's here, but she's incredibly inspiring, and so I just wanted to also mention that. Thank you so much. Let me come to you, Ambassador Ndemo. Again, we were at the front lines of much of the change of Kenya with you. You were you were right there and you saw what it took to change a nation. It's not easy to push, to evolve, but you did that. Take us through the learnings you had in delivering Vision 2030, the part you played in development of Kenya, and where you think we really need to be going for 2063.
Thank you, Julie. Let me recognize His Excellency the President, Deputy President, Prime Cabinet, Cabinet Ministers, and all guests and governors I saw here. The question I have to answer it from the problems that I had before we saw the changes. When going to high school, I would board a bus and leave, and my mother would only expect to hear my voice when I came back. There was no communication, there was zero. To get a telephone, Mwangi can testify here, it took so long to get, if you get anything like that. But the government invested in ICT infrastructure. This ICT infrastructure completely changed the way the world works in Kenya. A lot of young people take it for granted when they get their passport within 2, 3, 4 days. For us, it used to be 6 months, 1 year before you got the passport. There are so many other government services that have been digitized since that time. I think 100% of the government services are online. We are able to pay our taxes online. We are able to communicate online. We are doing several things online because of infrastructure. I'm emphasizing this because Hino also said, going forward, we must look at the infrastructure that will take us forward. Today, with the little infrastructure that we have in northern Kenya, a mother takes a smartphone on a child's chest, and through AI, they are able to identify the kid has tuberculosis. The nurse can do that. This is something that used to be done by radiologists and other things. We need to expand that throughout the country. And what I'm saying, what we need going forward from today is actually to build the future infrastructure for AI, because AI is disrupting education, disrupting health, disrupting agriculture, and that we need to have its own infrastructure. And because of geopolitical contestation, there is a problem that we must begin to solve now. That what every country is doing is to build their sovereign AI, but there is a problem which the president knows very well, energy. We need to have energy. We cannot talk about AI going forward without significant amount of energy. I think we're at less than 5,000 megawatts. We probably need another 10,000 megawatts within a very short period. Companies like Microsoft try to invest in that space. We need to work with the private sector and build the infrastructure the same way we put the fiber in the undersea and also terrestrial to every county. We must invest in the future infrastructure for Kenya's competitiveness. Our education has done very well. Mwangi talked about it. We need to leverage AI because what the studies are showing is that most of us who have been teaching, we teach an average student. But with AI now, we can identify the needs of every child and actually provide the right thing. It is not going to destroy teachers. It's going to facilitate teaching. I would stop here because I can say.
Thank you so much. The simplest way, I think, to understand AI is to see it as a tool. Ni kama jembe, yeah? It doesn't replace the person who needs to do the work. Maybe jembe is wrong in today's environment, but it's a tool. Your Excellency, I do want to come to you before we open to the floor. As a leader, same question. What are you proud of in terms of what we've achieved so far? And where are we going? But as a citizen, as a farmer, where do you really want us to go? Please tell us.
Thank you very much, Julie. And good morning, everybody. Vision 2030 in 2008 became the roadmap for us as a nation to think long-term about our development. Maybe I see some people straining to see. Long-term for us to plan our way into prosperity. And we must commend President Mwai Kibaki and the vision bearers then, who provided a platform for us to put together what today is finally in the sunset years. Vision 2030 has provided a framework for us to figure out our development. It set out that Kenya should be an industrialized nation, middle income, high quality of life in a safe environment. All the targets we set for ourselves, we have been given a review of where we are on the economic pillar, on the social pillar, on the political pillar, and the enablers. And we have been given a scorecard by the Vision 2030 Secretariat. We have done fairly well in many aspects. We've done well in others more than others. We've been given the figures on the political pillar. We are at 80 plus. I think we have an A. And you can see it. We have a new constitution. We have a robust Bill of Rights. We have a democratic state. We have an open society, a rule of law. We have a working judiciary. We have a civil society that is not constrained. And we have made ourselves a very proud nation. In fact, globally, Kenya is recognized as a democratic country. It is part of the reason why in 2023-24, I paid a visit to America, and the single most important component was the fact that we share in our celebration of freedom and democracy. We have been given indication as to where we are with the economic pillar. In fact, I think of all the pillars, the economic pillar is where we have done not very well, at around 50, I think it was 52, 53%. On the social pillar, we are around 60. We have made progress. Today, we have significantly in our region, we've done very well in terms of paved roads. We have 20,000 kilometers of paved roads. We have a working SGR. We have an expressway. We have dual some of our roads. We've extended electricity. We now have 10,000 homes. 10 million, sorry. 10 million households going to 11 million households connected to electricity. Our transition on education is significant. We have done very well. But why are we having this conversation? And I want to thank the people of Kenya. When I asked the country that it is time for us to have a national conversation about the long-term vision of our nation, we have been explained to why. Number one, Vision 2030 will come to an end in the next 3 years. Medium-term plan 4 is ending in 2027. For us to plan medium-term 5, medium-term plan number 5 is going to take from 2027 to 2032. Yet Vision 2030 is ending in 2030. So we need to have the longer-term vision for us to be able to plan medium-term 5. Reason number 1. Reason number 2, when we figured out Vision 2030, 20-something years ago, the world was much different from what we have today. Technology had not taken the space it occupies today. The advent of AI was not with us. We didn't have the serious effects of climate change the way we have today. We had a completely different situation. It is important that at this point in time, we give ourselves another opportunity to think about the long-term development of Kenya in the context of the world that we live in today. Number 3, when Vision 2030 was developed, it was developed before the new constitution. The new constitution provides us with a better and clearer framework on how to think long-term. And therefore, it is important that we engage in this exercise in the context of a new constitution. A new constitution that does not request us to consult the people. No, it is mandatory. The reason why you find in some cases many people do not understand, do not relate to Vision 2030 was because there was no public participation to the extent that we know public participation as provided for in the Constitution at the moment. And therefore, we have an opportunity this time round, different from the opportunity that was in 2008, to formulate a long-term plan, one that is done by the people, not by government, not by bureaucrats, by the people themselves. And therefore, we need to give ourselves the opportunity, and this opportunity that we have to think about Kenya long-term. We want to pick the minds of everybody. The farmers, entrepreneurs, students, technocrats, everybody. Let them tell us what kind of future that we all want to think about. And nobody should assume that any one of us has the monopoly of knowledge. This cannot be, and I make it very clear, this is not a government project. This is a people's project. So Kenyans must prepare themselves. It is a responsibility put on our shoulders collectively. And I will be speaking as a citizen as well, because I also have aspirations on what I think our country should be, beyond me being a leader today in Kenya. And number 4, just so that we contextualize this, the center of gravity, global gravity, in terms of growth, is moving to Africa. Africa today is pivotal. Why? Because of 4 reasons. Number 1, we have the largest reserves of renewable energy. We have the youngest population, a population that a quarter of the world's population will be living in our continent by 2050. Number 3, we have the largest market that is emerging. Number 4, we have the largest reserves of uncultivated arable land for food security going into the future. And therefore, as the center of gravity, global growth moves to Africa. We must position Kenya appropriately so that we become that epicenter. It is for those 4 reasons in my thinking that this is the moment for us to imagine the Kenya that we all want into the future. Many people may say, this being a year where we are going into politics, maybe this should not be the opportunity for us. Now, I want to tell them, Kenya is bigger than any election. For far too long, we have made elections to look like it is a matter of life and death. It is not. Yes, it is important. And the reason why we have not achieved some of our targets is because we have made our plans not with the foresight of the future, not thinking about the next generation, but simply thinking about the next election. And that is how we haven't met some of our targets. And I speak from a position of knowledge, and I speak from a position of experience. It's not always that you become a president of a country. I have the privilege to be the president today. And I want to speak from that experience, that the pressure that always you have, even when you know as a leader this is the right thing to do, you are told always, this will affect your next election, don't do it. This will affect your next election, don't do it. Many are telling me, oh, you know, why don't you concentrate on the next election? Leave this thing, it can be done some other time. I'm telling them, the next election will come and go. Kenya must think beyond the next election. Kenya must think for the next generation. And I want to ask all of us here to think beyond any election cycle or any administration. We must think about the next generation. Let me conclude. I hope I'm not taking too much time. Let me say the following. I have listened to the presenters. I've listened to Professor Anyang' Nyong'o. I've listened to Adrian, the good young man who is 7 years old. I have also listened to Professor Hino. And as we have this conversation, I have picked 4 things. Number 1, Professor Hino has said, for those countries that have succeeded, and he's given us examples of Singapore, Malaysia, he's told us about Vietnam, and all the other countries. What was central to their quantum leap was the people. Not the oil, not the gold or resources, it was the people. And we are lucky as the people of Kenya because we have the people, and they are very hard working. So we have what it takes to lift this country to the next level. Number 2, he has told us to pay attention to inequality. A very serious challenge in our nation is inequality. We have too many people who still sleep hungry. We have too many people who are jobless. We have too many people who don't have income. We cannot progress as a nation when we cannot take care of the vulnerable. So Professor Hino has told us 20% of the bottom poor account for only 5% of income, while 20% of the rich people, of those of us in the higher category, control 50% of income. So 20% bottom, 5% of income, 20% top, 50% of income, meaning 10 times what the bottom has. We have to pay attention. We have to pay attention. How we lift those low-income people, how they access, how their children go to school, how their medical bills are paid, how they access employment opportunities, and how we create equality. Number three, he has told us our opportunity is in raising small, medium, micro enterprises. We have an opportunity there. Sometimes we think they don't matter. But the good professor has told us that is where our opportunity is. How do we make micro, small, and medium enterprises grow? How do they access credit? How do they access opportunities? How do they access business? That should be we should pay attention. And then number 4, he has told us to pay attention to accountability, to dealing with corruption. He has told us 3 things. We now have a conflict of interest bill, law, which we signed into law. There are many people who want to challenge it because it closes many doors on the people who have access to power, who want to use that power to access contracts and many things and many things. Number 2, he has told us about EGP. We have been trying to implement EGP for many years. I am very happy that finally we have moved government procurement to an electronic platform where contracts can be transparent. We can know who is being allocated, which contract, for how much, and whether it matches the market parity. And he has told us that technology must play a very central role. I was listening to Mercy Mwangangi, our CEO of SHA, and he was saying the single most serious challenge he faces is how to stop fraud. You know? And we are very happy that finally, using technology, we are able to stem theft, fraud, and corruption. And to the good professor who has said here, going forward, technology is going to play a significant role in us taking this forward. So, in conclusion, let me say this. To the people of Kenya, nobody has a monopoly of good ideas. Beyond Vision 2030 is our collective responsibility. We must step up. It is a constitutional responsibility to each one of us. It is an obligation to each one of us to implement the Constitution. And part of implementing that Constitution is to figure out how we appropriate, access, and avail all rights that are provided for in the Constitution to everybody in Kenya. Whether it is human rights, electoral rights, rule of law, access to water, access to education, freedom from hunger, making sure that the Constitution, what the Constitution says, that every citizen must access the highest standards of health, the highest standards of education, the highest standards of housing. It is our responsibility collectively for us to have a plan on how this is going to be attained. And we have the opportunity. I want to pledge here that government is not going to lead the talks. It is going to facilitate. This is about the people. Whatever platform that is required to be provided, we are going to provide the platform. Let the people, in their diversity, the religious community have ideas, private sector have ideas, farmers like myself have ideas, students have ideas, the academia have ideas, our good friends in civil society, they have ideas. Let us bring the cocktail of ideas and have a plan for our country into the future. It is our opportunity. Let us not abdicate. Let us not delegate. Let us not run away from that responsibility. It is our duty, it is our obligation constitutionally to make sure that we think about the future of our nation so that Adrian, sitting here with us, 7 years old, will know what the future is going to look like. Thank you very much. I hope I have not taken too much, but this is the opportunity for us, and I am very happy to be part of this as a Kenyan myself. And believe you me, I will be part of it as a Kenyan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Your Excellency. Thank you for the context. And Mark, just be on standby. I will be coming to you. That context is very important. We've heard that the center of gravity for growth in the world is shifting to Africa. The world doesn't want it to shift to Africa, but inevitably it is shifting. And African countries, through their strategic actions and positioning, will determine whether it shifts on the world's terms or it shifts on our terms. Kenya today, and Your Excellency will confirm, has been tasked with building an AU that is fit, informing the build of an AU that is fit for purpose for Africa today and the Africa we want. Kenya is doing that. Yes, and it is important. Kenya today has been tasked by the world with convening around the issue of trust. The Trust Summit is being held in Kenya under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And the world is looking to Kenya to tell the world, what are we learning about how we rebuild trust in communities, in societies, between citizenry, with government? How do we rebuild trust? So Kenya has a responsibility to think deeply about where she is going for ourselves, but also for Africa. Does that matter to us? I hope it does. I hope it does. Mark, I'd love to come back to you now to take us round the room. Yes, I see Wananchi hands. We're ready to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you for those who... So I'll just start here and then you'll pass it back to the lady right behind you, young lad. So crisp and short.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sean Karanja Kinyanjui. I'm an investment professional, born, raised, and living in Nairobi. I'm a portfolio associate at a Pan-African venture capital firm. So on a day-to-day basis, I get the privilege to speak to entrepreneurs across Kenya and Africa and deploy meaningful capital into their businesses. I give you this context because every day I get to see Kenyans and their talent and ambitions on a day-to-day basis and even back and support these businesses. But I also see a lot of strong ideas and entrepreneurs held back by gaps in capital, infrastructure, and execution as well. And so for me, a vision beyond 2030 is very personal because it affects the trajectory of my career in the investment space, fundamentally. It also affects the legacy that I leave behind for my family. I'll be not so old, but approaching retirement by the time 2060 comes about. And so I need to personalize these goals for you as my leaders so that you understand what needs to be done for me as Sean. I can't speak for everyone here and the mic will go around the room, but I have 3 key goals that I need to achieve by the time I am 60. And the first one is to be a captain of my industry. I want to sit like James Mwangi here on the podium and say, I'm a global allocator of capital, that people can come to Kenya and say, where's Sean? Let's give him capital. And under this framework of investment that we'll lay out for 2060, I will be able to manage and deploy that capital into our entrepreneurs and spur our economies. But for that to happen in this plan, we need to make sure that there is predictable monetary policies, strong and transparent institutions, investor confidence, so that when someone says, I am domiciling my fund in Kenya, they're not scared that most of it will be a strong ecosystem to support the businesses they invest in. And Mr. President, I do agree with you. Fundamental to that goal of mine is going to be eradicating poverty, because businesses and the investors behind them are only as good as the income that the everyday Mwananchi has to spend on the products and services that these businesses offer. So that needs to be a thing. And Mr. President, just like you, I have a love and passion for agriculture. At our fund, we get to invest into agriculture products and projects across the continent. And I've seen the math, I've seen the data, I've seen the capital flows. And let me tell you, young people, agriculture is the way to go. We have the opportunity to become the food basket of the world. And one day I want to say that I want to step down from my role as the future James Mwangi and get into agriculture at scale. I want to become a farmer and export and feed the world. But to do that, the economics of farming in Kenya also need to work. Access to markets, logistics and transport, water, access to land, all of those need to work for that dream to happen. And my final dream, I just got married a month ago, and, and I plan to go forth and multiply. And so being a father, being a husband, being someone who raises a family in Kenya is core to me, because I need to make sure that my kids grow up in a meritocracy so that their education, their skill set, and the opportunities that are before them are what will open up doors for them, not their last name, not where they were born, who they know. That's the kind of future that I want for my children. And I want to be old in my 60s, living in a Kenya that works, and one that I can be happy in, and I can say, najivunia kuwa Mkenya.
Thank you. Over to you. All right, let me pass it over to you. And let's keep it short and crisp. And Sean, just for as an interjection, 60 is not to grow old. There are 60-year-olds here who feel targeted by what you've said, but I get it now. Keep it short.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Achieng Masawa. I come from the great county of Siaya, a consultant. I had a privilege to study in Israel and also study entrepreneurship in US through Mandela Washington Fellowship. I'm also a former student leader at University of Nairobi, where I represented gender affairs and also vied for chairmanship back in 2015. And as we sit here today, I am so grateful that this conversation is taking place. It has been so long overdue. I come from a county where we are the source that have been on the streets far too long. And I'm really, really grateful that one of the least developed pillar is economic pillar. And being a youthful country with a young population, I believe, and today is the International Youth Day, I believe that focusing our energy in enabling the capacity of our young people is the way forward. And today I am greatly challenged that the President of our great Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has led the National Vision Board. I would like to challenge all of us as young Kenyans and every Kenyan to also develop our personal vision board to contribute to the growth of our country and to the journey to Singapore. Thank you so much.
Over to you. Melody, you have someone?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, first of all, my name is Hilary Ojwang. I am a Gen Z of this nation and a graduate mechanical engineer. So my comment as of today is that, first of all, I want to thank you for this initiative, because we came up with Vision 2030, and we are now we are developing a relay of visions. So we have Vision 2030, handing it over to Vision 2060. So as we hand it over to Vision 2060, we really just have to reflect and check back and see what is our progress in the social pillar. We have made some progress. Our progress in the political pillar has been significant. But our challenge, Your Excellency, which is the key and the core of changing the life of our people, is the economic pillar. And as a young person, as a Gen Z of this country, I want to thank you because you are saving us in this, guys. Because when I'll be old, and in my 60s, in 33 years to come, the current generation, the generation Alpha, will be asking us for jobs of the solution of creating jobs for our people. My comment is that as our president, and we are praying for you, and we are going to hand over the job to you once again in 2027. I just want to ask you that in that last term, Your Excellency, focus on the economic aspect kindly. Our young people are still hungry. We still have few opportunities in our country. We want our economy to be strengthened. You say that a significant percentage of our country, our land, which is arable, is still used. Let us utilize that. Let us have food in our country that we can export. We can even process it and export final goods to the global market. That way we'll have solved a lot of problems for our people and create opportunities. When you look around you, majority of the things here are imported. If you look at the speakers, the cars around here are imported. We will only empower our people if we can do much of the job here and export to the global market. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. God bless you, and I appreciate us for gathering here today.
Asante sana. Naona sasa kipaza sauti upande huu pia kimeruhusu. Kuna dada hapa, jitambulishe kwa dakika 10 nawe toa mchango wako.
Before you hand over the mic, ningependa participate. And to me, Your Excellency, I will say thank you very much. Kama si wewe, vijana wewe kwanza. Your Excellency, remember I'm a clinical student from KMTC, student leader. Na pia hii angalia mahali uangalia wanafunzi wamemaliza course zao za KMTC, and pia Masi Mwangangi angalia mahali hawa watoto pia. Tuangalie sisi wanafunzi wa KMTC, please.
Hello. Before he just adjourns it, I'm Brian. I'm the founder and CEO of B Malsons. I just have one review to just ask. We've been actually trying to say how are we going to create more jobs. Currently in Kenya, we have almost 11,000 startups. So if the government can just, let's say back up these 11,000 startups and just, let's say they just get funding, for example. Each startup can just employ almost 50 people. So those 50 people, as in, if they are now given actually money, they can actually now create more employment actually now for the young youths now.
Hello, yeah. I'm sorry, let me talk. My name is Anne Adhiambo Onyango. I am a volunteering secretary actually for a community-based organization known as Tekeleza Mtaani Initiative. So my question is about climate action. For me, I define Vision 2030 as attaining goals for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm gonna go to SDG number 13, that is climate and its impact. We've been seeing news being warned that El Nino is coming September to December. So apart from us sending Red Cross to rescue missions and all that kind of thing, what are we doing with the drainage? And what are we doing to make sure that the adverse climatic repercussions don't get to us as individuals? Kindly, when you are thinking about 2030, think about climate change and its impacts, because I work with the community and it is not looking good at the grassroots. Thank you.
Asante. Sorry about the challenge with the sound, and we're trying to get, I had promised this young lady here, na hapa, na point tu, kwa sababu ya muda, lakini pia wewe utaposition watu pia. I love this sign. Let me just say, yes, I love the hands. I see you all. I appreciate that. And this is what we are starting. So atufungii mtu yote, lakini tunawapa wale ambao wanaweza zungumza kwa muda tu. I love the passion and I love the reaction. We just also need to give that side of the room. So that's why we're kind of giving an opportunity for those on the other side of the room. Young lady, please keep it safe, short, and then we will come to as many. But as you would appreciate, there's other parts of the program, and there's another opportunity for an open mic. I promise you. I promise you. Quick.
Thank you so much. I'm called Lucy Wanjiru Mbugua, a youth leader from Nakuru County, and aspiring senator come 2027 next year. And my question to the president is, there was a clip that Rigiji talked. We know Vision 2063 will go beyond your administration and possibly several generations. Now my question is, how will you make sure Vision 2030 belongs to Kenya and not to a particular government, so that the future administration continue implementing it regardless of who is in power? And as I finish, I want to say that I want this Vision 2030 to be a Kenya where there is no corruption, and where youths, we are employed regardless of who we know, as long as we are educated. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Asante, asante, asante. Tumsikie dada hapa.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Mr. President, and the nation at large. My name is Nora Kerubo Rangi. I'm from the Open University of Kenya. First of all, I'm Treasurer. First of all, I want to thank you so much, Mr. President, because after almost 36 years, I was able to go back to the university and undertake my degree in business entrepreneurship and education. I was just watching you on a television set like this, and you were inaugurating Open University of Kenya, and I saw the opportunity, and I wondered, how doesn't Kenya know about this opportunity? Open University of Kenya is an online program where you learn from anywhere in the country, in the world. Continue with your business, continue with your business, with your professional life, but at the same time, upgrade yourself. So what I want to say is, I've seen a very huge opportunity in this space. So President, as we are continuing, can we continue to implement this online learning space? I have seen students from across the world. I've seen students from across the continent coming to Open University. We are 3 years old only. We started with virtually zero, and we are now 30,000 students. So as Kenya, we can capitalize on this economic pillar and export education. Kenya is at the pillar of education, and they are coming from all over online. So I would like to see Open Primary Schools of Kenya, Open Secondary Schools of Kenya, and the rest is history. I've also seen people from other countries come here for the primary school education, for the secondary school education. So at 2030, that is also another pillar. People trust Kenya. They trust the education in Kenya. So that is a pillar I would like us to capitalize on and take advantage on. There are huge revenues in education. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Asante sana. Kuna wepo wengi huko. Acha nimtape ukaka mwenye shati yake ya maroon.
the President, the Deputy President, and all protocol observed. I might struggle to communicate because I've never addressed such kind of a congregation, but you'll get my points. I have very delicious points and very ambiguous points. Now, this is a national conversation that personally I expected the leaders from across the political divide to be able to attend. I'm quite disappointed that some leaders are not present. My name is Samson Ligala. I come from Kisumu County. My governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, is among the leaders that are, spearheading the conversation. So, as you know and as you understand, leaders from Kisumu like myself, we are very brilliant, and we are supposed to be on the conversation and on the table. Now, Vision 2030 was formed when I was in class 3. I didn't know much about it, but my late father, used to really talk about it like every day. So I got to understand, and I'm glad that today I'm part of the team that is talking, that is addressing the country, and I hope that in future, the foundation that was built, we can have a conversation on it and be able to make changes. Personally, I want to talk about my ward, because in 2027 I will be the MCA for North Nyakach Ward in Kisumu County, God willing. Kule, nataka kuongea kwa Kiswahili kwa sababu si wengi wanaelewa Kizungu wenye wananiona kutoka huko. Agriculture. Rais, naomba mnisaidie, mnipatie muda kidogo nimalize. Okay, thank you. So we should work on inaitwa value addition and empower the farmers at home and everyone, wale wananchi wenye wako chini. Hii conversation vile rais amesema tuweke conversation ikuwe kuhusu wananchi wenye wako chini, si leaders peke yake. Thank you for the opportunity.
Melody, I'm right here with the young one. Melody, I'm right here at the front, just to speak to two young representatives who are looking forward to Kenya post Vision 2030.
Kisha baada ya hapo tutarejesha mic jukwani. Baada ya hapo kipaza sauti kitarejea.
Samahani, sorry for that. Real quick, and then we'll hand it over to Julie, because there's more to the program and there's another open mic session. But I love the passion. This is just an indicator of what we need moving forward.
To His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, all the Cabinet Secretaries, senior government officials, ladies and gentlemen, children, boy and girl. Is it afternoon? Yeah, good afternoon. So my name is Blessed Barak Juma. I'm 15 years old, and it's a great pleasure to actually be speaking in front of the President today as an advocate for the rights of the children, especially child participation. And first of all, I would like to thank the President, because I would say he's really considering the children because of bringing up the first State Department of Children's Services in Kenya. So, Mr. President, we really thank you for that. And I would like to also thank him for this vision 2060, beyond 2030, because as of 2060, I'll be 49 years old, and hopefully, God willing, if all of you will be there, all the children, they'll give me an opportunity to be the President of the Republic of Kenya. And I would say that this dream is going to continue, and Vision Beyond 2030 is going to be a great impact, not only to the people of Kenya, but to the children of the Republic of Kenya. So I will request child participation, not only by the voice, but children be included in decision-making implementation of the Vision Beyond 2030.
Good afternoon, everyone. I really thank the Government Delivery Unit for inviting us to this conversation. So first of all, I'm going to go to the Agenda 2060. In inclusion of children, we would like to have the food security improved by investing in smart agriculture and true strength in schools feeding programming. And also coming to child protection services, we would like to strengthen the system supporting vulnerable families and ensuring every child knows their right. Mostly protecting children must be included in creating these decisions in the 2060 agenda. Thank you so much.
Julie, are you ready to take it up? Just because of time and the next agenda, but there's another open mic and I appreciate the passion.
Thank you so much. We are blown away by the young voices. Give them another round of applause, please. And it's a reminder that actually very often our young ones are smarter, faster than us, but we still, as Wazir, have a few things to share and teach you, but this kind of dialogue is so important. Thank you. I know James wanted to talk to the young man, Sean. I think you will get a chance at a conversation because I must wrap up now. Let us give a round of applause to the panel as they take their seats. Sean, look for James. He wants to talk to you. So yes, thank you. Please take your seats. Panel, thank you so much. A better round of applause, please, for them. Please, please. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, as I close and hand over, we talk a lot about Singapore. And Singapore did many big things. But Singapore also did some fundamental, simple things. I want you to Google Lee Kuan Yew talking about the change. One of the things he stopped in Singapore was spitting. To transform Singapore, he stopped the culture of spitting. And they were very angry because they were passionate. They said, this is what we do, we spit. He said, you will stop spitting. And they stopped spitting. Another thing that he did was language. They all had different languages. Sisi tuko na Kiswahili. It's wonderful. They had different languages, and he told them, we shall speak the same. Pende, usi? Pende, we shall speak the same language. And I want to close by saying, as we have these conversations about what we want, part of what we want is individual responsibility. Mnatupa takataka, alafu mna complain. Mnauliza, governor kwa nini? But if governor also is responsible for doing certain things, but we as individuals take our personal responsibility. If you throw something on the floor, ni nani, unataka nani to pick it up? So Kenya, let us rise, let us rise, let us rise. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie Gishuru, my senior in the profession, and actually the one who held my hand to get into the newsroom back in 2008. The reason I bring this out, it's a process and a journey of holding someone else's hand and taking them to the future. And I appreciate those who've actually grabbed my hand trying to get the mic. Your view or your opinion is not any less than any other, and it is just in the interest of the agenda that we have. I see your hand, sir. I see your hand, that we have something called a hack at 100. There's another open mic session, and I appreciate the passion, just to be able to accommodate those who prepared, something that we can envision in terms of the digital capabilities of hacking a future beyond 2030. Up in my coffee, Bernard and Mika, hack at 100. How can we hack this?
We hack Nairobi every time we are moving around with traffic. When someone told you how they got somewhere, ulisema uli hack traffic by taking a boda. Vijana, hello, hello. Hello, hello. We are here, we are building the future. I'm not feeling the energy. Vijana, hello, hello. Mr. President, hello, hello. Asante sana. When I say future yetu, tunasema tuko ready. Future yetu? Future yetu? Thank you. We need to have the energy so that Adrian, who spoke here so well, can feed off our energy. If we are building the future where everyone is bored, there is nothing to build. So, by the way, we are live on all platforms. We have a lot of creators who are live on X, Meta, Twitch. There's a Matatu parked outside, 2 of them. They are streaming on all platforms. So, Hack Kenya 100 and Beyond Vision 2030, hackkenya100.com. We are live. Go online. We'll plug you with all the latest updates. Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, Deputy Kithure Kindiki, thank you for organizing this session, and all protocols observed. And I have to say, Vision 2030 is the only foundation or structure that got me out of a village in Keroka, in KICC, and took me to Alliance High School. Hashtag, I went to Alliance. We went to Alliance, and without free education, I wouldn't be here today. So Vision 2030 team, Mugo Kibati, Alliance High School, we see the dream and we are to build today. And nataka mnishikie namba mbili. Namba ngapi? Namba mbili. 75 and 100. 75 and? After we are done, mwenye atakumbuka zinamaanisha nini, utaniona nyuma ya tent. I'll give you something. But before we jump into it, I would like to introduce my team who has been behind an activity we've been doing for the past 1 week. We are running a Hack 100 hackathon where we had over 10,000 young people all over the world applying for them to propose bold ideas, bold visions in terms of where they want to see Kenya at 100. We had applications from San Francisco, California, Frankfurt, Shenzhen, all over the world, because everyone wants to be part of building our future. So I would like to introduce my team, starting with Kevin, and we can jump into the next 15 minutes or so to show you what we have. Kevin?
Thank you, Bernard. My name is Kevin. I work with young people to help them articulate their ideas and their passion so that they can be understood by people who want to build them out, invest, and I'm here to do strategy and coordination.
Hello everyone, my name is Shannon Oduor. I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I'm representing the legal team on this Hackathon 100.
Right, my name is Naini Lankas. I also work with Shannon, and part of what we do for Hack 100 is that all of the hacks, the solutions, and the innovations that are coming our way are anchored in the Constitution. So we are keeping that in mind in everything that we are doing for Hack 100. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Martha. I work under Hackathon, and part of it, I conduct issues on strategy and governance, and I also deal with the creators that you've heard. I'm one leading them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arthur Kamau, and I'm part of the team handling the sports sector.
Good afternoon. My name is Micah Mathenge. I'm a CEO of a company called Venture Money. I work in the investment banking space, and I work with young entrepreneurs who are looking for investment in Kenya and abroad. Thank you.
Asante sana. They'll come back to stage shortly. Don't worry about my dressing. I was told to dress down to represent the youth. So si suti sina, niko na suti kadhaa. Remember the numbers I gave you. How many were they? How many were they? 2 numbers. Which one and which one? This side, which number? This side? Aya shikilia hivyo hivyo as we watch this clip for you to understand what those numbers mean. Media team? The audio is missing. As they play the video, those numbers mean 2 things. 75% of Kenya's population are under the age of what? 35, right? And if we are not involving them in building this future, we have no future we are building towards. And personally, by the time we are 2063, I'll be probably 70 years old. So I'm building this future for our kids and for our kids' kids. So it's very important for us to involve our young people in building the future we are building today. And I'm not sure that the video is ready. the media team. We invited young people from all over the world to submit bold ideas in terms of what they want to see, and we challenged them. If you were to envision Kenya in 2100, what would you like to see? Where would you like to see education? Where would you like to see energy? Where would you like to see technology and AI? Personally, I'm a co-founder of a company. I lead teams across the world, teams in Nairobi, teams in Lagos, San Francisco, and Cape Town. Every day we see how AI is changing how we work, right? Professor Bitange said AI is going to change how we are going to work. So how are young people seeing all these changes that are currently panning out across the world? So the future we are talking about, young people have started building that future today. And the idea we had was, we had a hackathon happening across the country, and builders were building ideas, and all of them were assessed by a team that is capable to actually analyze which idea has the potential to have an impact for over 1 million people. And we had a bunch of them who are building those solutions. And I would like Micah to come and introduce some of them here as we wait for the media team to play the video clip. Micah?
Thank you so much, Bernard. I would like to invite a few people that were very innovative in the hackathons that we've had. But before I invite them, I'd like to tell you that the youth of this country today are not thinking about problems that we are having in this country. They are thinking of solutions. And I'll give you an example of one of the solutions, ICT solutions, that has been profiled to us. This is a solution that has been created by the youth. It's for savings. The youth are saving. So I'll give you the example here is for a child who is 7 years old, and he's working with his parents, and his parents are saving 200 shillings every single day to buy him a PS. The app that has been created, which is for beyond 2030, definitely, the app that has been created has reminders, but the reminders from the child are more consequential than the reminders from the app. And so we are looking at children who are learning discipline. They are learning the importance of investing. They are learning how to invest small, waiting to grow big from the innovations that we have. I would like to invite Felix from Sanifu. I don't know if he's around. And if he's not around, I'll invite Naini Lankas to come in and talk about the investments, the legal avenue that we have, the legal infrastructure. Come. Yes, come.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much for this initiative to actually look at vision beyond 2030. So my name is Sidney Rema. I'm a co-founder and CEO at a company called Sanifu AI. We are kind of the frontiers of AI in Kenya for small businesses. We are servicing many across Africa, not just in Kenya. Most of the big companies, around use Sanifu AI to process things like orders, invoices, pay taxes, and all that. So I think for today, beyond 2030 for us, what we are looking at is we are enabling a new digital economy. We're enabling a new digital economy. Sanifu has the capability to enable young people who don't even have any coding skills to be able to actually build data applications by just describing it, which means we are seeing more people opening AI agencies, servicing businesses that have never accessed AI before. And one interesting thing you'd actually note is that, yes, we do have all this conversation about AI, but I don't think people really conceptualize what's happening. And I say this as let me say as an ex-user. You always have people saying, hey, these are things that are happening maybe in the US and other countries, but they don't really conceptualize what is actually happening. And I would like to suggest something. Maybe the team or the task force that is planning towards Beyond Vision 2030, if there's one single investment that will actually make, that will significantly change the country or significantly change the future of the younger generation right now, is deliberately investing in training in AI and technology. You can build all the roads in the world, that's good. We'll build the roads, we'll build the infrastructure, but if you cannot stimulate the young people to actually understand how to quickly adopt AI and technology very fast, I don't think we'll actually have the leap that you're expecting. And I'll give you a good example. A few years back, we were doing charity in different children's homes where we were issuing computers that are old from, all these government offices. And we were training kids as young as 5 years, 7 years, 8 years old on how to use basic computers. And you'll actually be surprised what kind of applications they're able to build by the time they're 13. So yes, I think that is one ask. The second ask, allow me, the second ask is, I've built startups for the last almost 15 years. And I'll tell you for sure, we always feel alone. I've raised capital from some of the biggest investors in the world, but I see so many startups dying every single day. I see startups that are actually building not just for the Kenyan market, but for the African market as a whole. They die every single day. There is no proper structure for support. There is no investor incentives. There's a lot of changing policies that are making investors not want to invest in us. And I can tell you for sure, if you really and truly want to invest in the young people, think about tech and AI. And don't think about it in terms of suggestive, hey, schools teach this and this. No, mandatory. Make it a mandatory class. Make it a mandatory class across the entire curriculum, essentially, for that. That's my 1-2. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Because of time, the media team, you can play the clip in terms of how the young people want to see the future that they want to build today. Things that Sydney and the team are building, we want to see how do they look 100 from now.
Now open them. This is Kenya at 100. And it begins in our classrooms. Every child learning, creating and dreaming with a world-class education made for them. A nation of builders, cities dreamed by our own people and raised by our own hands. Every corner connected, from the lake to the ocean, no Kenyan left behind. Powered by the brilliance of our young people, the 75%. Feeding ourselves, sustaining our land, prosperity grown at home. Clean power from our valleys, our winds in the atom. Energy that never runs dry.
Made in Kenya, built by Kenyans, traded with the world. Our wildlife protected, our heritage alive, the world welcomed as family. A thriving blue economy, from the port of Mombasa to every fishing village. Health and dignity for every Kenyan, from the first breath to the last. But this future is not a promise, it is a project, and it begins today with you. And we start building today. A time capsule travels across all 47 counties, awakening builders and dreamers. Your ideas, captured and preserved. The boldest go into development with seed financing ready. At Kenya 100, future yetu, tuko ready.
Future yetu? Future yetu? Now you understand the concept of the 100 and the 75, right? Very good students. In this presentation, you've seen a time capsule. Have you seen it? So this time capsule was conceptualized by the over 10,000 young people who applied for these ideas, and it will be flagged off by the matatus we have. There's a time capsule there that will be going across all the 47 counties to collect views, to collect ideas from the young people so that they start building. And there is available financing of at least $1 million shillings per the bold idea that will take Kenya to the next level. I would like to invite Kevin to slightly talk about the capsule, then we finish up.
I am a beneficiary of the friendship of Alliance High School alumni. Bernard drags me into every room that opens up for him. So I am very grateful to Alliance High School for that friendship that they extend to people. My young creators also tend to speak very quickly, and so I get the work of explaining things a bit carefully because we are required to bring everybody along. So will you allow me to do that? So what didn't land before the video happened is a website that has been created by this able team. The website is live as we speak, hackkenya100.com. This website is being populated and advertised by a group of young people who you may not have met because they are in the far end where there are 2 matatus. Now, what is happening, many people who are picking up the mic, they are addressing His Excellency. What these young people are doing, they are saying, Your Excellency, we have a solution to help because the government cannot create jobs for everybody. And in our presence, we have a 16-year-old who has already announced his intention to eye the same seat. So young people who are in our midst, we must quit asking the government and we must start building solutions. And what this team has done, they have provided a website where if you see a shortcoming in any service delivery, propose it as what they are calling the hack. Are we together so far? So you would be saying, Your Excellency, we have provided a hack. Can we get funding for this hack? Now, these ideas are not limited to Kenya. I need you to know we have a community of over 400,000 Kenyans in the diaspora. In the interest of time, I may not go through all of them. So the hack involves how can we interact with Kenyans in the diaspora. We have very many Kenyans who, many years, we've been exporting our brains. We export our brains from Nyeri, from Kericho. We export our brains everywhere. Somebody said when you're in front of the head of state, there is heat. The heat is acting on me. Allow me to gain my composure. Aya, sawa. So now what is going to happen is that there are communities of Kenyans in the diaspora. How are we connecting with them to link up with them and solve these solutions? Because in our interactions with Kenyans in the diaspora, they want to come back to Kenya, isn't it? You know Kenyans in the diaspora want to come back to Kenya, isn't it? What will they find? They will find these businesses that they need to expand. And so if you are in our midst and you're following us, that is what Hack 100 is about. Allow me to do the second bit of explanation, which my team did very quickly. And I will use a visual aid. Why? We must bring everybody along. Are we together? So they mentioned Hack 100, and then they said there is a capsule. So we carried a capsule to be able to explain where the idea of the capsule came from. So a capsule is this shape, and I know it is small. So we carried a bigger one so that we bring everybody along. So this capsule is going to go everywhere where Kenyans are so that you can put your ideas in it. So I'm going to open this capsule. So this capsule is going to be the conversation builder amongst young people. Instead of begging the government to do things, what ideas have you put in this capsule so that when we reach your location, we can unpack the contents of this capsule. When this capsule goes all around, we will preserve our memories, we will preserve our aspirations, and it is proposed for these ideas to be preserved, and hopefully when we celebrate Kenya at 100, it will be opened to see, did we make it? Did we not? Was the dream achievable? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The capsule is way bigger than it is, and it's outside the matatus. Thank you, Your Excellency, and that is all the time we had.
Asante sana. Thank you to the team, Bernard, and the rest of them, Mika and all. This is just the beginning. There's an online platform where you can interact with all the features that they have showcased here, and you'll be able to do that. And again, just to reiterate, as I call on the next round of stakeholders who are here in many ways as representatives, as citizens, but also with the bodies that they represent, the sectors that they represent, I should say. And as we do that, as we set up this particular sitting for them, I'd like to call on the Deputy President. Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, if you may, because just as a quick word, because in this conversation as we move forward, we are looking at where do we go from here? How will different stakeholders engage in the national conversation? So we do have representation from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. We have from the National Securities Exchange. And just as well as someone who has seen the journey over the years with the previous administrations, much as what we are charting forward is going to surpass and go beyond just particular governments. But we have seen the contribution of the previous government to the Vision 2030. That was led by the late President Mwai Kibaki. That was led by President Uhuru Kenyatta. And now that this particular leadership has contributed to in bringing success to Vision 2030 and pushing it forward. So how, in your view, you would say we have an outlook to build beyond Vision 2030, just as we set up this stage, and I'll call on those stakeholders to come up and speak. Just as the President gave a quick word here, karibu sana to the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Tumpe makofi tafadhali.
Wakenya hoye! Wakenya hoye! Mheshimiwa Rais, nimeulizwa ya kwamba kwa dakika 3 niseme hatua ambazo serikali imepiga katika kupeleka Kenya mbele na ruwaza ya kuboresha maisha ya Wakenya ili tuwe kati ya nchi zilizoendelea katika siku za usoni. I am proud to report on behalf of the government of Kenya that the last 4 years, under the leadership of President William Ruto, we have been able to do a number of things.
Zetu zote zipewe kwa vijana free. Na tumejivunia mambo mengi sana. Leo tuko na boxers ambao wamebobea sana ndani ya Mombasa. Na vile vile tuko na wanataekwondo hapa. Na mimi ninataka tu kwa kazi yako mzuri ambayo umefanya gavana kwa social halls kupeana kwa vijana, waje tu hapa niwape dakika 3 peke yake wa kuonyeshe kazi yako. Asanteni, karibu sana. 3 minutes only maximum. Na hii ni game ya gavana. Asanteni sana. Hii ni kazi yako gavana. Asante sana. Ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii tukimngojea mgeni wetu wa heshima Haya, nataka nichukue nafasi hii kuwatambulisha MCAs ambao wako ndani ya nyumba. Hawa ni wabunge wetu wa kaunti ambao wamekuwa wanatenda kazi njema sana. Na kwa niaba nikuulize. Asanteni sana. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuchukua nafasi hii kumkaribisha mmoja wa kamati andalizi ya vijana ambaye tunafanya naye kazi. Chair hayuko, lakini leo tuko na mama ndani ya nyumba. Ningependa kumwalika mama wetu Sheila ambaye anaitwa Iko Nyonyo aje hapa ili atambulishe MCAs ambao wako ndani ya nyumba. Tumpigie makofi mama anapopanda. Asanteni sana, karibu sana.
Halo. Asalamu alaikum. Na kwa wale wa Kristo Bwana asifiwe. Hakika leo ni Youth Day, manake leo nimeona kumechangamka kweli kweli, paka tononoka imebadilika. Mimi sitachukua muda mrefu kwa sababu ya muda. Unajua katika bunge huwa tuko na komiti ya YGS ambapo mimi ni mmoja wa 2 members, lakini huwa tuko na chair wetu, na nasikia alikuwa hapa Mheshimiwa Ali Kipenzi, lakini nasikia ametoka. Kwa hivyo nitachukua fursa hii tu kutambua wale waheshimiwa ambao wako hapa kwa saa hizi, ikiwa tunamngojea. Namtambua Senior Fatma Swale Mote. Namtambua the senior most ambaye she is our Queen Mother in the House Assembly, that is Maimuna Salim. Vile vile naona kuna kijana mwenzenu ameingia hapa, kijana mwepesi anaitwa Manuari, all the way from Likoni. Upande huu naona kuna Mheshimiwa Leila kutoka Kipevu. Vile vile tuko na Youth Wing ambaye yuko pale, Mheshimiwa Florence. Huyu ni mheshimiwa pia ambaye ni mdogo, tuko naye. I think she's one of the youngest katika assembly. Kwa hivyo mimi sitazungumza mengi kwa sababu leo ni siku yenu. Tutake kusikia pia yale matakwa mnayotaka, na kuna kidogo nimesikia kuwa mnasema kuna policy pia mnataka. Sisi tuko tayari kuhakikisha kabla muhula huu wa gavana wa kwanza tutekeleze ambayo mnayoyataka, ili muweze kurahisishiwa mambo yenu kama youth katika Mombasa hii. Kwa hivyo sitaki kuzungumza mengi, mimi nimekuja hapa kuobserve na kusikiza na kuchukua yale maoni ambayo mtatutuma kama bunge la county tuweze kuyatekeleza, na nyinyi muweze kuona kweli majukumu yenu tunawafanyia. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Kwa sababu ya wakati nitaomba tu chief officers ambao wako ndani ya nyumba wasimame tu tuwaone. Chief officers, Bwana Kurichwa yuko hapa na chief officer wa YGS. Asante sana Bwana Goshi. Tuko na advisors wa governor ndani ya nyumba, tafadhali nisimameni. Asante sana, ndio wale tuwapigie makofi. Alafu Mheshimiwa Gavana, tuko na partners ambao wamesimama na sisi sana katika maandalizi ya hii program, wamekaa karibu sana na kaunti ya Mombasa. Vile vile ningeomba tu wasimame tuwatambulishe. Simameni tu mahali mko tuwatambulishe. Tuwapigie makofi ndugu zetu. Asante sana. Kwa hivyo langu ni fupi. Unajua baba akiwa kwa nyumba hata kijana hawezi ongea maneno mengi. Lakini kwanza ni shukrani kubwa kwa gavana wetu, kwa sababu sisi vijana wa Mombasa umetulea kama watoto. Yaani leo mpaka nimeona wamama wametembea na watoto wao. Si ni kweli? Wametembea na watoto kwa sababu wale watoto wanatibiwa na gavana wa Mombasa Abdulswamad Sharif Nassir free of charge under 5. Tunasema nini? Tunasema 2 terms, ndio? Na vile vile gavana twakushukuru kwa sababu kitambo ilikuwa tunangangana sana kulipa pesa ya affiliation fees. Lakini wewe ulipoingia ukasema vijana waende uwanjani, gharama ni kwako. Na tunashukuru sana kwa sababu tumeanza kuona players wanaenda very far. Na vile vile umeamua unatujengea viwanja ndani ya Mombasa. Kwa hivyo sisi tunashukuru sana. Yaani kitu ikafanyika tukafika mahali ukafikiria tutaki Mombasa, sijui sisi tutasimama wapi. Kwa hivyo kwa hayo na mengi tunakushukuru sana, na wana youth wa Mombasa tunaambia vipi gavana wetu? Wacha nisikie vizuri. Hebu kwa ishara ya mikono nione 2 term ya gavana wetu. Asanteni sana. Sasa kwa sababu ya wakati, tafadhalini naomba tusimame tukaribishe kipenzi chetu gavana wa Mombasa, the city father, our only dad. Tumpige makofi gavana wetu.
Asante. Asante band, asante. Aya, Mombasa hoye. Ati wanasema bag ni ya nini? Bag ni ya nini? Nyinyi ubao wenu munanichanganya. Mimi niliona nikija hapa nikisema bag ya nini mutaniambia bag ni ya pesa. Sasa muniregesha kwa wengine. Asante. Sasa naomba tusikizane, sio? Kwanza kongole kwenu nyote. Nitaomba wale staff wetu wa county, tafadhali watu wote kidogo hapa, kidogo na mimi nipate upepo. Asante. Sote tukaeni kando. Oi. Haya. Watu wote hapo mlangoni. Asante. Hamjambo. Sasa mimi nitakuwa ni mfupi wa maneno niongee, sio? Leo ni siku ya vijana. Na nimesikia hapa watu wakiongea, wengine waliongea Kiingereza, watu wakasema kwa Kiswahili. Sasa mimi nipeni nafasi haya maneno nitakayoyaongea niachane na lugha ya Kiingereza. Niweze kuongea yaliyoko moyoni yanitoke, sio? Na nataka kuambia yale ambayo kwamba tumeyapanga yakaiva, yale ambayo kwamba yako jikoni, na yale ambayo tunaendelea kukatakata vitunguu ili tuanze kuweza kukaanga, tuwalishe kile ambacho kwamba mnakihitaji. Kama mnakumbuka, kulikuwa na program ile ya Mombasa ni yangu, sio? Na nimesikia watu wengi sana, kila mmoja akisema kwa iregee. Sasa ukiangalia tathmini zote zile zilioko zinasema ya kwa tatizo kubwa ambalo kwamba liko kwa vijana ni mambo ya ajira. Na swali ni kama uongozi ni lipi ambalo kwamba tunalifanya kuhakikisha vijana wako na hela katika mifuko yao? Ni lipi ambalo kwamba tutaweza kulifanya kuhakikisha ya kwa hata pale ambapo kwamba hatuko tena katika mamlaka, tumebadilisha maisha ya vijana yetu? Na mimi nataka kuongea yale ambayo kwamba tumeweza kuyafanya. Tulipoanza hii program ya Mombasa ni yangu, kulikuwa na matatizo kidogo, na mimi nataka kuambia kama ndugu yenu mkubwa, ni wachache hapa ambao kwamba na wazaa, lakini wengi hapa walioko hawajanifika kwa umri. Nikiwaongelesha na waongelesha sio kama gavana peke yake, bali kama ndugu yenu mkubwa. Hatuwezi kufika pahali kokote kama vijana ikiwa hatuna nidhamu, ikiwa tutakuwa hatuna level ya discipline yoyote. Hii program ya Mombasa ni yangu ilikuwa ni program nzuri sana, lakini nyinyi wenyewe mkaharibu. Mombasa hoye! Wengine wakaamua kwa hatuendi kazini, wengine wakaamua ya kwa wanakuwa wajeuri kwa masupervisor. Hata wale ambao kwamba sasa wanafaa kwa supervisor, wengine wakasema kwa gavana hapa. Sasa unaona mimi nikiongea bara discipline, si wote, ni wengine, sio walioko hapa, ni wale walioko nje. Walioko hapa wazuri wote, sio? Kwa hivyo walioko hapa pia watakuwa ni wenye kunisikiza, sio? Haya, but don't worry. Ile akili ilozaa Mombasa ni yangu, nilishirikiana na hawa waungwana ma MCAs wetu wa nguvu. Hii akili tazaa na program ambayo kwamba itakuwa ni yenye kufanyika, lakini kuwe na nidhamu fulani ambayo kwamba tutaweza kuiweka. Kama si sasa ni sasa hivi, tutairegesha kwa njia nyingine, kwa mfumo mwingine, ili kuwe na accountability. Hata kesho pia watoto wenu wakiuliza gavana wenu alitumia vipi pesa ya Mombasa, asiambiwe ya kuwa alilipa watu ambao kwamba walikuwa hawaendi kazini, sio? Yaambiwe kwa alilipa, lakini kulikuwa kuna mambo fulani ambayo kwamba aliweza kufanyika. Pili, sasa hivi nisikieni. Hii sasa hivi tuko katika season ya siasa. Na katika season ya siasa hakuna kitu ambacho kwamba kitatumika zaidi kuliko hisia. Your emotions will be whipped. Kuna wale watakaoshika microphone, watakaoanza kuwaambia lugha ambao kwanza kuwachemsha kwa sababu ya tofauti zenu za rangi, dini na kabila. Hivi sasa hivi mlioko hapa, hao ni vijana walioko Mombasa. Nikiitisha Mkikuyu hapa, kuna watu watakaoinua mkono. Nikitaka Wakamba, kuna watakaoinua mikono. Wajaluo, Waswahili, kabila zote zilioko Kenya watainua mikono hapa. Mimi nawauliza nyinyi, kwani Mungu alitujalia sisi akili zetu zikawa ni vipi ya kwa ikifika karibu na kura tunakubali wanasiasa waanze kutugawanya kwa misingi ya dini, rangi na kabila? Ni lipi tulokosa sisi mpaka tukakubali? Kisha mimi nawaambia na kitu kingine hapa. Sikizeni kila mwanasiasa. Listen to everyone. Mimi sinagombea kiti, na panapo majaliwa nitaendelea mpaka mwaka 2032. Lakini hata wale ambao kwamba wenye kushindana na mimi wasikizeni. Wakimaliza kuongea mambo ya matusi, mambo ya kutugawanya, kisha waulizeni ajenda yenu ilikuwa ni nini. Wakati watu wanawajia mitaani na kuwazungumzia, wawaambie ya kuwa sisi sijui hisia hizi hivi vile. Wewe waulizeni maswali kadhaa. Hii Mombasa kuna watu walikuwa wamefariki kwa sababu ya mambo ya kisiasa. Party leader wangu Raila Amolo Odinga akasema kabla mazungumzo tuangalie mambo ya compensation ya wale victims, sio? Sasa waulizeni wakati payment inafanywa kwa nini wengine walikuwa nakataa watu wetu waweze kuwa compensated? Hakuna nchi inaweza kukua na kwenda mbele ikiwa kila siku tunatafuta kidonda kiko wapi, hata kama kishapoa tunaanza kukikuna kuanza kukitafuta zaidi. No nation will ever grow for us by us going backwards. Nations grow by us thinking forward. Ukiona hata watu wenye kupinga hii mambo ya Vision 20 sijui, hawa ni watu ambao kwamba wao wenyewe ni visionless. Mimi nawaambia kama ndugu yenu mkubwa, kwa wachache walioko hapa na wazaa, mimi nawaambia kama baba yenu, I'm not even speaking to you as the governor of Mombasa. Because even after 10 years of service, I will cease being the governor of Mombasa, but I will never cease being your brother. I will never cease being one of you. Kwa hivyo ni bora niwaambie kile kitu ambacho kwamba ni ukweli wa maneno. When the time comes, kwa sababu baada ya wiki mbili hizi ni nyingi. Wiki ngapi? Nikifanya hivi ni wiki mbili, nifanya hivi ni 2 term. Kwa hivyo tuanze na hii ya wiki mbili, sio? Kisha tunaenda hivi, sio? Baada ya wiki mbili tunaanza kutangaza program ya skills mitaani. Ile nilikuwa nataka kuhakikisha ni kwa institutions zote. Sitaki mtu yoyote baadaye aje kusema ya kwa nini mimi sikuitwa. Nilitangaza mimi mwenyewe kama Abdulswamad, nikawaita mimi mwenyewe. Kwa hivyo mimi ndio shahidi kama mtu ambaye kwamba alikuja na hakusaidika. Lakini ile kitu tutafanya, tutawatangazia watu wa Mvita siku yao maalum. Watu wajae kama hivi wachague ile kozi wanaotaka. Tena sitaki kuambiwa kwa fomu zilitolewa kwa ofisi hii sisi tulinyimwa. Mambo ni online, utachukua application yako ujaze, kila kitu nini. Tukitoka Mvita tunaenda zetu Kisauni, tunaenda Nyali, tunaenda Jomvu, Changamwe, Likoni. Yani tunaifanya hii Mombasa nzima. Ikimalizika wiki moja, tunawaita kila moja aende akasome. Baada ya kumaliza kusoma, na mimi nawashukuru hawa assembly members wako hapa. Wapi nduru yao? Hawa assembly members walipitisha ile revolving. Kwa wale watakaoweza kusoma na tunajua kwa kweli walifanya bidii, kwa sababu hata nitawamonitor mimi nyinyi. Siwezi kuwalipia pesa kwa college kisha mkaa hamwendi kusoma. Nitawamonitor ki big brother my friend, na wamulika na makamera hivi, mwaenda ama muendi. Sitaki kusikia pesa ya watu wa Mombasa imepotea. Mukienda college, mukimaliza kusoma, kuna pesa yenu ambao kwamba tutaanza kuwasaidia, kuwanunulia. Kama umesomea kinyozi tukununulie sheva, kama umesomea saloon tukununulie vitu vya saloon. Mukimaliza hapo sasa, kila moja angalie na nia na madhumuni is as follows. Leo hii serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa, we are being accused. Naitwa Senate, naambiwa kwa nini wafanyakazi walioko Mombasa ni wengi. Naomba jameni, nitaanza vipi kufuta watu? Hali ya uchumi ni hii. How do I start firing people? Ukitoka huko unasikia controller of budget anakuambia kwa nini unalipa watu mishahara pesa nyingi. But my intention is very simple. Nikiwajenga nyinyi, wewe mtu mmoja angalau utamtafutilia kibarua na mwingine amtafutilie na mwingine kibarua. Yule mwingine akimaliza pale atakuwa anaenda katika kibanda, hamna atatafuta kununua unga wa sima na atatafuta kununua maharagwe na mandondo. Hii ndio hali ya kuweza kukuza uchumi wetu. I will never be able to grow you. Na mimi najua Mwenyezi Mungu alinijalia, na nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Mimi ni tusi utakavonitusi, fanya unavyofanya, lakini sura zangu utaona na tabasamu tu hivi hivi, sio? Mimi mambo ya uziita video za WhatsApp status, kwa sababu unajua ile ambayo kwamba ulisikia alivyompaka kupakana ni mambo ya blue band na jam. mimi nitawapaka na kazi na ile ambayo kwamba itakuwa ni yenye kuyafaa. Hii mambo ya saa zote vita, saa zote watu kutusiana, that is not what we want. That is not the Mombasa ambayo kwamba tunahitaji. Na mimi nawaambia tena nyinyi, I have my reasons, and I have stated my reasons. Na nimewaambia, kwa sababu najua nyinyi ndugu zangu, nyinyi huwa mnachukuliwa na mnabebwa kiharaka sana. Nyinyi mnasahau miaka miwili tu iliyopita hapa sisi tuliambiwa kwa hatuwezi kupata opportunity kwa sababu sisi sio shareholders. Au mmesahau nyinyi? Nyinyi mmesahau ya kwa kulikuwa kuna watu ambao kwamba hawataki hata kumuona sura ya baba. Leo sahii watu wanatuchokora na kuanza kuchokora vidonda ati baba hivi, kama ambao wao alipokuwa yuko hai watamani afe. You know, people think that our memories are the span of a goldfish. Unajua samaki ndio yule ambaye kwamba ile akili yake ikipita sekunde 2, sekunde 3 hata amesahau kama ashakula ama hajakula. Wanasahau ya kwa sisi ni binadamu, tunayakumbuka. Leo hii kama si serikali tungelikuwa na waziri Hassan Alijo kweli, wakati yeye anafanya mambo kule juu na mimi nafanya hapa chini, tuweze kuwasaidia watu wetu. Na mimi namwambia waziri na yeye akirejea afanye mpango, aweke hii empowerment program ambayo kwamba itaweza kuwasaidia hawa vijana wetu, wakati sisi kama county tunafanya hii, hawa mengine yanafanyika. There's something else that I'm going to propose to the department. Muko na ile task force ambayo kwamba iko tayari, ile imefanywa validation, ile task force ya kuangalia mambo ya creative arts. Na najua you are meant to formally present it to me, lakini mimi hapa nimeona talanta ya maana sana. I went the other day kwa ile boxing game, nikaona vijana wanaimba pale, talent ya maana. Nikaenda kwingine nikaona watu wana perform, the dancers, kuanzia mashairi, the actors, we've got the young people ambao kwamba wako hapa in the creative space that is there. Musiniletee report katika ofisi. Let us have a one day ambao kwamba talent that will be showcased will be 100% born and bred from this county of Mombasa. Musiniletee artists hatusemi kwa artists kutoka area nyingine ni wabaya, lakini on that day I want to be able to showcase the artists from Mombasa wafiki. Tukiweza kupeana ile report, we are also showcasing the talent that is there from our young people, sio? Na hata sahi tunaongea mambo ya michezo. I think the CC amezungumza. Sahi tumefanya mpango wa affiliation ya timu zetu za mpira, tunazisimamia na kuzilipia, ili timu zisiwe kwa hawawezi kujisimamia, and we are paying for the affiliation and referee fees. Baada ya hapo, hivi tunavyoongea tayari kuna makontrakta wako site. Tena mimi nimesema kwa staki sababu ya kwa gavana yuko mbio, yuangalia mambo ya broad based, yuangalia mambo ya council of governors, ati sijui tunangojea kufanya ground breaking. Bila hata kunisubiri mimi ground breaking, contractor tayari yuko katika stadium ya Mwahima, contractor yuko katika stadium ya hapa katika hii Ziwani, na hata sahi tumeongea na serikali kuu, wameichukua hii stadium, main stadium, na nia na madhumuni panapo majaliwa, Mungu yu mwema, Mungu ikifika 2027 nataka AFCON pia tuweze kuihost hapa katika Mombasa, panapo majaliwa. Na tumekubaliana na serikali kuu, tumelipa ile upande wetu wa county, wameichukua wao waendelee na ile stadium kubwa, watusaidie hii ya Mwahima na hii nyingine. Na naomba assembly, we've also sent a request, tunataka kununua ardhi. Katika ardhi ambayo kwamba tunataka kuzinunua is for purposes of ensuring that kusiwe na ukosefu wa ardhi vijana wetu kucheza. Eneo la Kisauni tuweze kuwa na nafasi ya watu kuweza kucheza mipira. Mambo ya afya tumejenga, hata sasa hivi tunavyoongea kuna hospitali kwa wale ambao kwamba wenye wivu wakajinyonge pale Kongowea. Ile hospitali nimesema itwe Raila Amolo Odinga Hospital, na kuna nyingine itakayokuweko pale Portris tayari imeendelea. Mikindani kuna hospitali inaendelea, tunaongea na donors, na kuna nyingine iko pale Likoni, na hata kesho naenda kusign ili tuweze kupata hospitali nyingine 2 ambazo kwamba zitajengwa. Right now tuko na moja Mjambere imemalizika, na tukimaliza hiyo tunamaliza na nyingine pale Bofu. Tukimaliza hizo ECD ndio kwenyewe tumewajengea ECD ili watoto waweze kwenda kusoma. Tena watoto wa chekechea za shule za county malipo ni free, hakuna malipo yoyote. Kisha mtoto ale. Kisha tumesema ya kwa mtoto akiwa mgonjwa chini ya miaka 5 matibabu ni bure. Sasa kama nimewaambia kwa mtoto asome bure, mtoto kuzaliwa ni bure, chakula ni bure, tumesema matibabu ni bure. Nimewaekea daycare katika nasari. Nyinyi ambao mko na afya, tatizo lenu ni moja, achaneni na alele muanze kuzaa. Achaneni na mogoka muzae. Angalia wenye kupiga makofi na watoto wa kike peke yake. Hebu ambieni hao wanaume pia waachanane na mogoka, sio? Si wazae, sio? Afya yenu ya waruhusu ama iwaruhusu? Gavana wenu ya wasapoti ama wasapoti? Sasa kama serikali yenu na wasapoti, na tunasema ya kwa tuwasomeshe wale ambao kwamba wenye kusomesha, tuwasaidie na mambo ya kazi. Mwataka vipi zaidi nyinyi? Waswahili wanasema ya kwa ukibebwa usio ni mwenye maguu ya lewa. Ukibebwa bebeka, sio? Kwa hivyo we will do all these programs, and after we have been able to do these programs, mimi nia na madhumuni, na nawaambia tena, mimi nitaingia mitaani. Na mimi nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu kila mmoja hapa atakuwa ni kampena wangu. Mimi hata kuna mambo mengine hata sitouza mwenyewe, kazi yangu itajiuza yenyewe. Ile mimi nawaomba nyinyi nawaomba na nawasihi tena, watakuja watu hapa, watakuja kuleta sera na siasa za chuki. Watakuja watu hapa wawalete sera na siasa ambazo kwamba hazieleweki. Watakuja watu hapa waje na machozi ambao kwamba ni machozi ya mamba, hayaeleweki mbele, hayaeleweki nyuma. Miaka yote nenda rudi, mambo ya ardhi hajatatuliwa, yametatuliwa sahihi tukiwa na president huyu. Miaka yote nenda rudi, haki za watu wale ambao kwamba walidhulumiwa kisiasa hayajafanyika, yamefanyika wakati huu. Miaka yote nenda rudi, hatujakuwa na mawaziri wa kutosha katika hii pwani, yamefanyika wakati huu. Miaka nenda yote, miaka rudi. Tena mimi nawaambia, kwa sababu mimi naongea sasa, naongea kama ndugu yenu, kama gavana wa Mombasa, na naongea kama mwenyekiti wa magavana katika mambo ya afya. Hata hii chuki ambao kwamba wengine wenu wamewekewa kuhusiana na mambo ya SHA, leo hii because of ile program ya SHA, mtu akienda katika level 2, level 3 matibabu ni bure. Tena tumewaambia level 4 na level 5, kama wewe huna ile pesa ya kulipa, tutakulipia sisi kama serikali yenu ya county. Surely. Kisha unapata mtu anashika mikrofoni. You know, some of these people are dunderheads. Mimi wacha nikwambie ile ukweli, nikimalizia nisikizeni. Mimi ile nasikitika, sisikitiki ya kuwa jambo lolote jengine. Nasikitika ya kwa wale tunaoshindana nao hawaji kushindana na sisi mambo ya agenda. Wale tunaoshindana nao sisi hatushindani nao manifesto. Wale tunaoshindana nao sisi wanashindana na sisi kwa lugha ya ukabila, sera za chuki, sera za kugawanya watu. My friend, not katika hii Mombasa na katika Kenya. We will never allow it. Hatuwezi kubali, tumeelewana hapo. Mombasa hoye! Sasa mimi kwa sababu ya wakati, sahi ni lunch, sio? Na tuko na MCA wa nguvu hapa. Na MCA washalipwa mshahara. Wapi nduru ya MCA wangu wa nguvu bwana? Mwapenda muwapendi? Kama vile mimi nawapenda, sio? Aya, sasa hao unajua walininongenezea hao. Wakaninongenezea MCA waninong'onezea. Wakaniambia gavana, sisi zetu si nyingi, lakini na wewe ukiongeza si vibaya. Kwa hivyo wamenipa zao na mimi naongeza zangu. Waziri njoo hapa uweze kwa, lakini sasa mimi sijui mtafanya vipi, maana yake hapa sitaki zegere baadaye. Muko walioko hapa ndani ni wale walioko nje. Ni wote sio? Haya. Sitaki kusikia zegere hapa baadaye. Sawa sio? Nimewaambia ya kwa kuendelea mbele katika maisha lazima muwe na nini? Lazima muwe na nini? Kwa hivyo muwe na nidhamu, ndio hii mambo kesho tukitaka kufanya mengine tuweze kuyafanya zaidi. Si ni sawa hivyo? Haya. Haya. Waziri yuko hapa atawapamba, lakini naomba tafadhali tena. Tafadhalini, sitaki kusikia zegere hapa. Sawa sio? Kwa sababu kusha atanipa tabu kisha mkileta zegere hapa. Na Muna na huyu Juma Manuari shekhe letu atatupa tabu. Shila, Lela, Awa, asanteni sana kwa kila mmoja alioweza kufika. Asanteni sana, Mwenyezi Mungu awajalie kila la kheri. Tuonane baada ya wiki 2 katika program ya Skills Mitaani. Asanteni sana.
Okay. Asante. Asante sana, Your Excellency. Aya.
Collections in terms of industry. We are one of the largest contributors when it comes to taxes. Employment, manufacturing sector is the second largest employer after government in this nation. So you can see, if we were to move from the 7% mark to where Singapore or Vietnam is, which is the 20% mark of their GDP, we're talking about employment of, direct employment of over 2 million people, if not higher, on an indirect perspective, because indirectly we create traders in the field. We create the matatu industry because we're the ones manufacturing the matatus itself. We would be far larger with regards to employment. And what does development mean in terms of a nation building, industrialization? It is driven by the manufacturing sector, and we can look at the history of that from many countries. The manufacturing sector is extremely critical. So truly, I am here to say that manufacturing does require a seat on the table because we impact all these industries, whether it's through backward integration. She talked about looking at nutrition, levels of nutrition. How do we add value to the foods that we grow? And not only that, how do we take that food and export it to China, export it to Spain, export it to the US? We have trade agreements with 70% of the world. Are we currently taking advantage of those trade agreements? No, we're not. Not even a third of that is being leveraged today. So what am I saying? The infrastructure is in place, but it just needs to be looked at. It needs to be prioritized from the top, from the leadership, that manufacturing must be developed. We must support the people who have been here since the 40s and the 50s. We have local families who have been here for a long time. How do we support those to show that this industry can thrive? Because when that situation looks beautiful, that's when others are attracted into it, right? And as it grows, it will also be able to pull in the small-scale enterprise workers, the small-scale, the mzee who's chonga ingado on the side of the road over there, the lady who in her kitchen is doing personal care and beauty products. They will then be included in the full economy and the industry to grow this nation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And yes, as we look at a 2060 or 2063, you'd hand it, oh, he already had a mic, but just keep it handy in case there's a audibility issue. She's looked at a figure, 7%, which we can do better. Some may look at it half full or half empty. I'm sure you're looking at your glass as half full, or actually more than full than empty, based on your accolades in the recent years. As CEO of the Nairobi Securities Exchange, there is quite some achievements that you have gotten over the years. However, what do you want to guarantee as an environment to ensure that we keep it on the up and up? Not just sub-Saharan Africa, even globally, we have been given our credit where it's due. So what do you see availing a brighter future for the Nairobi Securities Exchange?
Thank you, Mark. I'm going to mention 3 things, and that will probably confirm why I was here very early in the morning, seated and waiting for this dialogue to happen. But I will start by confirming that, in fact, the Nairobi Securities Exchange, as part of the larger capital markets ecosystem, has benefited quite a lot, both from Vision 2030, as well as the current administration led by His Excellency. Case in point, just 3 weeks ago, we crossed a historic milestone in our market capitalization, 4 trillion shillings. Okay? Earlier this year, as at end of June, the NSE was ranked number 4 in the world, ahead of the likes of Singapore that we aspire to. The only African country that was ahead of us was Nigeria. Otherwise, the people we are competing with is now Japan and Taiwan. On top of that, the previous year, 2025, the NSE was second best performing behind Egypt in Africa. The year before, 2024, we were the top performing exchange in the continent in dollar terms. Now, there's something that is important to actually share with people that they may not know about matters capital. You will know that capital likes return, capital likes dividends, capital likes profit. What people sometimes forget is capital is actually a coward. Capital is a coward. Part of my role leading the exchange is to go out there and speak to investors. There are 3 things that usually happen when you go to interface with serious investors. Think about the likes of BlackRock, Vanguard, Fidelity. These are big boys managing trillions of dollars, bigger than the economies of Africa combined. They give you 1 hour, only 1 hour. In that 1 hour, 30 minutes of that 1 hour is spent understanding the roadmap and the vision of the country. Because if they don't buy into it, forget it. It doesn't matter whether you're printing money. They're not interested. 30 minutes are spent unpacking the vision of the country. The next 15 minutes are spent unpacking the macroeconomic environment, which is why for us as a capital markets, we've benefited a lot from the stable macroeconomic environment that the current government has underscored. The next 15 minutes are spent really confirming whether there is listed companies that they are interested in coming into. So for me, the reason I was here very early in the morning is because I know the dialogue we're having today and the vision we'll craft as a country will tell capital whether to invest here or to invest in a neighboring country. And interestingly, that's not just capital out there. Even local capital here. Pension funds insurance companies, Mugo's money, your money, if you think that you believe the neighboring country has a better vision and a better roadmap, that's where you'll deploy capital. So why do I say capital is a coward? Because the minute capital thinks you don't have a plan, or you're unstable, or you're undecided, it votes with its feet and it goes. Number two, we are here to craft 2060. But today at probably 2 p.m., when we finish, His Excellency the President will stand up, we will also stand up, and we'll sing the national anthem. Pay attention to the last sentence of the first stanza of our national anthem. For those of you who are aware, it says, plenty be found within our borders. The more you interrogate our national anthem, the more you understand that's actually the original vision of this country. This republic every day stands up and sings that national anthem, which actually speaks to the vision we have. Of course, the question now is, as capital markets, what do we want? What we want is, instead of saying plenty be found within our borders, we wanted to say plenty be owned within our borders. What we want is to move people from stakeholders to shareholders. Our market understands ownership. And so Vision 2060 should also be about ownership. We need you and everyone else to have a stake in the country. Our capital markets support that. So I was here at 6 in the morning because it's relevant to the sector that I'm supporting. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. And it will be a perfect segue, because Jean, you'll have the last word on this in terms of where we're going. The national anthem is in many ways a prayer. As bishop, you lead many in prayer. As you pray for this nation as well, but you lead others in praying for the nation. And he's spoken about ownership, which is what he looks more forward to, shareholding. And this national conversation goes nowhere if it doesn't have ownership with the Mwananchi. In your view, since you're used to preaching the gospel, getting to our hearts, and I believe by the true gospel, Bishop, how do we get it to the corners of this country and preach that gospel of this national conversation and get more converts?
Thank you very much, Mark, my namesake. This is a very important conversation, because they told me that the strength and the height of any building is dependent on the foundation. So if the foundation is not right, the building will eventually crack. And this conversation is taking us to our vision. Vision is so important that the scriptures have said that where there is no vision, people perish. So if we don't have a vision as a nation, we will perish. Now, so that we get to our foundation, what do we need to do, or what is our foundation? You will agree with me that many people don't know how to think beyond their lifetime. We just think about this moment when we are here. So even when we are talking about Vision 2060, 63, or beyond 2030, we are thinking about ourselves. That tells us we need to know whom do we need to speak to. And the people we need to speak to is to go down to our children, those who will be who will be alive at that time, so that we don't ignore our youth. We go back to school, we go back to the children and ask them, how would you want to see Kenya? Or where do you see yourself? One day, if I may say this, I call children in front before they go to Sunday school, and I ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? Small kids. Everyone was doing, teacher, 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 teacher. You doctor, you teacher, you engineer, you politician, you president, you. None of them told me, let me go and ask my mother, or let me go and ask my father. Why? Because they have a vision, they have a dream. And we need to go back. So if we need to, where we need to invest is in our schools. So we teach our children, number one, how to be patriotic. One of the problems we have in our nation today is that we are so negative. So negative, we never see anything good. And until and unless we go down to the children and we teach them how to be patriotic, and we teach this vision to them so that they can own it. When they own it and they grow up, they become politicians, they will not want to change. To come with their own dreams, because they have a dream they captured from the beginning. When we open up their eyes, they will be able to see beyond what everybody else is seeing. So mine would be that we need to invest in our children and teach them. But we cannot talk about children without talking about teachers. Because the children will receive that which are given by their teachers. So we also need to take teachers seriously and cause them to see that what they are doing is important. There is nobody in here who never passed through a teacher. So we need to consider teachers, and we need to build on teachers so that they can build on the children. Once the children have captured, this young boy here, 7-year-old, he has a vision, he has a dream. Now, if we get all our children to have dreams and to see what the nation, what a nation they would like to look to see when they are old, they will capture it, they will run with it, and we will not be disappointed. Thank you very much.
Let me speak to someone who you probably consider your child in terms of age, and she's, yes, young enough to be your child. Jean Githinji, as a strategic consultant, you do a lot of work on narratives. And there's what he's given as an example of kids choosing the future. And the vision that they bear is based on a narrative that they have of fashionable careers. You are a creative entrepreneur. So you're looking at beyond the traditional careers that we have. So as you speak to this, tell us a Kenya that you see and hope for in 2060.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I love that question because I guess my intervention will be less technical and slightly more poetic. So for me, Kenya is a nation that punches above its weight. So if you look at our contributions from our scholars, our writers, our innovators, you know, we give the world M-Pesa, right? Our athletes, we break world records all the time, and even our contributions to World Agenda. The World Urban Forum was first held here in Kenya. This is the forum that actually gets the world to globally dream about sustainable urban development, and we birthed it. So Kenya punches above its weight. So for me, Kenya at 100 is about getting to a point where this excellence that comes to us that we demonstrate is part of our lived experience across the nation. So at the risk of sounding repetitive, allow me to share what that means, okay? So you'll dream with me a little. I want only simple things. So in my version of Kenya in 2063, our youth don't have to leave Kenya to see the world. The world comes to them. In 2063, a Kenyan is able to live in Turkana as easily as they would live in Nairobi or Shanghai or New York City. No one will have to compromise access to services, modern experiences, cultural activities, communing with nature. In 2063, most Kenyans can live in Hola as easily as they can in Mombasa because they can find work, they can find a house to live in, they can find good schools for their children, we have great hospitals, we have places of worship, we have parks, you can go to the disco anywhere, right? So the simple dream is that our informal settlements will all be called Old Town, and we will only preserve them for tourism and documentaries.
right? So our cities in 2063 are so well planned that we can navigate streets on Google Maps without referencing landmarks like take a left at the green Mama Ali's kiosk, you know? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to take a bullet train from Nyeri to Garissa and be there in less than an hour? In 2063, I wanted that for a water-scarce country, there's water reticulation to every single home. That during prolonged drought, we don't have to sell livestock at throwaway prices. That we actually can harvest rainwater across the country in huge municipal water pans. And during rainy season in Nairobi, Malindi doesn't have brown ocean waters from silt deposits. At 100 years, my hope is that Kenyan youth don't have to choose between paying for electricity tokens and eating nyama for lunch. Wouldn't it be nice not to be afraid of AI taking young creatives' space, but we have the conversation about optimizing it? Wouldn't it be nice to not have to stay at a job you hate because you're so afraid that you won't find gainful employment if you leave? Wouldn't it be so nice not to have to go to India for specialized medical treatment? Or have to join a WhatsApp group to changia someone to go to South Africa because we can't treat their cancer here? It's tragic to me that most families are only one bad illness away from financial ruin, and that working young Kenyans have to deal with black tax and supporting thousands of relatives, okay, it feels like thousands, because the state is not able to roll out social safety nets. I would love for our country to be able to take care of its aging. I would love to receive an actual refund from KRA, like the way IRS in America does. Wouldn't it be nice not to have to choose between a career in corporate or creative space because you earn a livable wage either way? I have to be msanii on the side to my strategic job because I like nice things. It would be nice to have that option without having to split myself. And I know so many young people feel the same way. But wouldn't it be nice not to complain about education all the time? That we have people who are able to work in their workplaces with discipline. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't have Kenyans taking advantage of one another? If we had a value system that allows us to grow with integrity? Wouldn't it be nice to walk at night at 2 a.m. and not fear being robbed, or walk in Tao with my cell phone and it will not be thieved? Wouldn't it be nice not to have to march in cities to end femicide because our systems deal effectively with violence against women, or even against our old aging parents, many of whom are being killed by younger relatives so that they can sell the beach plots and the farms? Wouldn't it be nice to live in a Kenya where you can sleep in comfort? That if there was a country that threw us missiles, we have the best anti-missile, defense systems? You see, I really just want simple things. So Kenya in 2063 for me is not about abstract plans, right? It's about making sure Kenyans experience excellence in everyday living. So this plan for me is about putting in place the systems, the mechanisms, and even a collective consciousness that can deliver this vision and many others for generations to come.
I'll tell you something, Jean, you got the attention of the Commander-in-Chief when you talked about the anti-missile defense system. That's something that definitely has your attention. What next is what we're talking about. This is not conclusive. As much as we will be inclusive in engaging you in the conversation, those who are watching at home, online, what next is a big question. And as a segue, Bina, I'll hand it to you because as a voice within the civic or civil society space with Badilika Africa, you're very passionate about engaging, giving everyone a chance? Is it the way of having a multi-sectoral team? Is that the way to go? And these are suggestions. No one is wrong. No one knows it all. Not anyone seated here, not Ndi, not anyone. We don't know it all. We're here to share and help each other. And as we do that, as you give us that, what do you think? Is it to give everyone a chance in this conversation? And now Melody will also help us with passing on the mic to the people. What do you think is the next step to take? Not conclusive, but just as a way forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is it okay? Thank you so much once again. So 2 things that I'm reflecting on as you ask that question is that first, even as we look at taking these conversations to the counties, it's just not about decentralizing the conversation to the counties, but democratizing to yes, that word at the county, to ensure that the conversations we're having at the county, how inclusive are they? Who are we missing in the room? Who barely attends conferences? Who are we missing in the room who does not belong to a political party or belong to a CSO conversation? Because even as we spoke about the work we do at Badili. So the fact that we even focus on taking some of these conversations to the salons, and we make sure the person who's braiding your hair, because they're spending 4 hours with you, are they having these conversations? What are their concerns? Because for them, they can't come here because they need to earn a living. In the spaces where we spend our time, at the barber shops, the person who shaves your hair, because they always say men are so faithful to their barbers than even their own partners. But do they understand this particular conversation? Because you guys do a lot of banter, political banter in those spaces. So how are we bringing them in? Or how are we taking those conversations there so that we can actually harvest information on what they really, really want, when it comes to young people. And of course, I'm very happy that, we have students in the room today, like we have young people in the room. We just have people picked from different sectors, which is very, very important. So who convenes at the county, or who convenes this gathering is important, who sets the agenda here is important, who even gathers the thoughts and notes and ensures some of the points end up on the national agenda is very, very important. But Mark, I also wanted to add that even as we talk about where Kenya is going next, and we talk about all these challenges, I think we have to also just discuss about how power manifests in our different spaces. Because, every other day we talk about our policies, our strategies, we talk about all those things, and I don't think what we have is a deficit when it comes to the vision that we are talking about. And I think we also just have to move away, because I'm in spaces and we're always discussing about the goodwill of the person who occupies State House or the goodwill of the people who occupy political institutions. I think we just have to move away from just relying on the goodwill of people who occupy political institutions and State House to how citizens can monitor this process, can hold the people accountable on this process, so that even if you leave office today, because we have owned this process, then we are able to hold you accountable, because we have seen the power of the young people and the citizens when it comes to holding leaders accountable, whether it's the finance bill, whether it's the county development plans. And so if the citizens don't own this process, then we're going to have the same challenge that you spoke about, where when a leader leaves office, some of the plans are abandoned. Yeah. But more importantly, Mark, as I wind up on my point, is with the power holders, who decides where the resources are going to be invested is very important. The agenda setting is very, very important. And I think that's why other people feel like they're left behind. And so if we unpack the power dynamics in this country, then I think we'll be off to a good space.
All right. I believe, and Mike, you can just keep this mic handy as well, pun intended, but as you get a feel of the room and help us get as many people. As you've noticed, I've only had one round of a question, and just that second one to get us to what we are asking. What next? Doesn't have to be a question. What do you think? What is next?
Asante sana.
Mimi naitwa Jasper Moses Mrutu kutoka Taita Taveta from Pare Council of Elders. Pare Council of Elders inasimamia wapare ambao wametengwa kwa miaka mingi sana. Mimi katika kwenda mbele, manake mambo mengi yamezungumzwa, nitaongea kwa bullets. Mapendekezo yangu ni kwamba in 2063 I envision a nation that is developed in whose development is anchored in the Constitution and more specific in the Bill of Rights. Second, I envision 2063 a nation built in foundation of socio-economic inclusion of all communities and groups, including minority and marginalized communities of Kenya. I envision a nation that strengthens, a nation strengthened with the cement of affirmative action for the minority and marginalized communities in Kenya and other disadvantaged communities. I envision a nation with a citizenry and leadership that respects and adhere to its own plans, rules, and policies, that is discipline and integrity. Thank you.
Asante sana, nitaenda nyuma kidogo. Asanteni kwa upande huu. Nitaenda nyuma kidogo kwa vijana pia. Kuna kijana hapa. Mruhusu.
Maybe we'll take one from here and kindly keep it as short as possible. There's so many people and would like to contribute as much as possible. Let's also concentrate on what next. What do you see as the next step?
Thank you so much. Kwa majina naitwa Mwanza, son of Mwanza. Mimi ni kijana wa Mukuru. Wengi wameongea Kizungu, mimi nitaongea Sheng. Nakwambia rais, mimi kama kijana wa Mukuru affordable estate nimekuwa nikiishi kwa streets. Sasa hiyo umenitransform na kaa kutoka affordable house. Hiyo ndio Kenya ambayo ninataka kuona 2060. Kenya ambayo hata ule kijana mdogo, mimi kama rasta, mimi ndio mrasta hapa ndani. Hii ndio equality ambayo unaongelelea. Kwamba pia sisi wa rasta hatutaona kama wezi, but pia tunaona kama watu wa maana. Through affordable house nimeweza kusave pesa. Yenye nilikuwa nalipa rent ya mama yangu na yangu, sasa nimerudi shule niko MKU Law School, karibu namaliza shule. Nikuwe wakili kama mtu wa wengine. Mimi kama mtu wa streets ambaye nilikuwa naibia watu hii town, sasa hivi ninakaa affordable. Sasa hivi vijana wangu wanafanya kazi Bomas, Talanta Stadium na wengine hata huko Maurironi wako napata kichele. Sasa hivi hatuna reason ya kuibia watu, lakini tunapata pesa na tutapeleka Kenya mbele. So kwa hivyo rais, kwa hayo mengi na machache, nasema tutakusupport, na sisi kama vijana wale ambao wanapata affordable hostel wote tutakusupport tuweze kupeleka Kenya mbele ili tuweze kufika 2060. Asanteni sana na Mungu aibariki Kenya.
Asante, twende kwako Gitonga.
Your Excellency, I want to thank you very much for introducing this bold path for Vision 2060. It has come at the nick of time. Vision 2030 build the physical structures for our country. We recognize the immense infrastructure groundwork laid down in the lifespan of Kenya Vision 2030. As we approach now the new dispensation of Vision 2060, our national conversation must start drifting from building physical assets to maximizing technology and technological production, so that we are able to open up more openings for jobs for the youth and other people. Post-2030 era must therefore be driven purely by data, artificial intelligence, and modern technology. If Kenya is to transition into a global competitive, high-income, first-world nation, in this generation, technology cannot be treated as a separate sector. Technology must be the operating system for the entire economy. It is the core engine for agriculture sector, for trade, for manufacturing, for health. Therefore, we need to invest more in technology, especially artificial intelligence. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, mtukufu Rais, kwa ajili ya hili kongamano. Niruhusu niongee kidogo kwa ajili ya wana health ama healthcare. Na nataka kupea shukrani ya dhati kama healthcare fraternity representing the Cancer Society of this country. My name is Phoebe from Kenyan Network of Cancer Organizations. Tulipoongea tukakuelezea kuhusu SHA, ulisikia na ukafanya ile inaitwa expanded package. Kwa hiyo tunasema kwa oncology benefit, tunasema kuendelea kwa future. Tungependa kuona future ambayo hospitali inaenda kwa wagonjwa na sio wagonjwa kukuja kwa hospitali. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Kuhakikisha kwamba primary healthcare, prevention na primary healthcare imesisitizwa pale mashinani, kwa sababu already tuko na wale wanaitwa community health promoters. How well can we make use of them to ensure that in the vision we are not handling a sick country, because looking at the statistics in the future, the numbers of non-communicable diseases are meant to arise. But how do we ensure that even as we move to the future, there is more healthy population? And that is just strengthening what Singapore has done, primary healthcare and prevention healthcare, and strengthening what you already started with the universal health coverage to ensure that we talk prevention. Where are the diseases? Diseases are in the urban planning, they're in the schools, they're in the food industries. How do we ensure they're in the lifestyles? How do we ensure that we speak promotion more and speak prevention more? And we can assure you that if we do that and handle primary healthcare, community healthcare, and prevention, we will ensure there is not only a prosperous future for this country, but a healthier 2063 and beyond. Thank you.
Asante.
Jambo jambo Kenya. Melala jambo jambo Kenya. My name is Rosaline Alionya from Kakamega County. I'm a young person from the ODM party, and I'm privileged to be here. Now, in the Azimio manifesto in the previous election, my party leader had an idea of having one county produce one product. And I'm seated here wondering, if my county Kakamega produces maize, why is it that we have maize milling farms in Thika, we have maize milling farms in Nairobi, and not have those maize milling farms in Kakamega, so that those farmers and their children also, apart from doing the agriculture, they can also take part in the processing of the sugar and the selling of the sugar. And if we devolve this development project that we are talking about, we'll be able to create more jobs even in the marginalized communities. So if we can be able to look at this issue of one county, one product, it will be a great deal. Lastly, I've heard Professor Hin from Japan talk about us focusing on childhood education. But why is it that when a learner gets good grades, we always create for them an ample opportunity? When they're getting maybe 400 marks from primary, they get an opportunity in a national school. When they get good grades, they get an opportunity in good universities. But when these children get first-class honors, we never really create a platform for them so that these brains are able to transition directly into the human capital of our industries within the country, so that we are not able to export them outside. Lastly, mwisho, mimi kama mkazi wa Kakamega, I want shiny things, Mr. President.
Asante sana. What next? Ndio kitu ambacho tunauliza. What next?
Kwa majina naitwa Hilary Kiptalu Cheruiyot. I'm a professional marathon athlete, and I was privileged. I'm very happy to be given this by a particular juncture, even as professional marathon athlete, to put our input in this conversation. Kwa leo tungetaka kushukuru President wa Kenya Dr. William Samoei Ruto kwa sababu kuna vitu tunaona kama wakimbiaji yenye amefanya, na sisi kama wanariadha hapo awali hatuko tunaona kama tuko na mwelekeo, na ya muhimu sana kuhusu hii maneno Vision 2030 and beyond. Sisi kama wanariadha tungetaka kusaidia Wakenya. Kwa vile mnatuelewa, sisi kama wanariadha tumeweka Kenya kwa picha mzuri pale duniani. Na kwa hivyo sisi kama wanariadha tungetaka tena tupewe chance ya kuweza kumarket, tuwekwe front kwa hii Vision 2030 and beyond. Tuweze kama wanariadha kusaidia Wakenya na kusaidia President kushika mkono kwa hii vision. Alafu ya pili, kama mwanariadha tuko na agenda kama wanariadha tuweze kuchukua Kenya, tusaidia Wakenya, tusaidie Kenya kuchukua Kenya ielekee Singapore. Tuko na mipango ya kukimbia, kutumia hii talanta yetu yenye Mungu ametusaidia, tukimbie hata tunapokimbia dunia, tuweze kuonyesha Kenya sisi tuko na agenda ya kuchukua Kenya to Singapore and beyond. Within Vision 2030 tunataka kupewa forum ama platform kama wanariadha, tuweze kuketi na president, tuweke mipangilio yetu kwa meza kama wanariadha, ndio tukue considered pia sisi. Asante.
Basi, please pick 2 more questions from that side. We'll pick from this side. Naona hapo ndio mambo iko moto kabisa, kisha tuanze sasa kumalizia. So 2 questions from that side, as we also get 2 questions from this side as we get closer to winding up.
Thank you. Please allow me to use the stage so that everyone can see me. Thank you. To everyone present, good morning. Good afternoon, sorry, good afternoon. I am Young Fortune. I'm a host of a kids program in Citizen TV. And I also sing gospel songs under 7 Heaven Music, which is owned by Guardian Angel. I am so thankful for this opportunity. And first of all, I want to thank God for giving us this wisdom to actually gather as a nation to talk about something good that will come into the future. Let me tell you, people of Kenya, your children are very, very talented. Do you know that? They are very talented. They have the passion. They have everything that it takes. But there's one thing that they are lacking. It's that support that we need from the government. I would love to request if every county can have a big center where every child there their talent can be nurtured so that they can be able to grow. We look in the social media. Other countries, children are supported. They go outside their countries to share what they have. But in Kenya, we feel a bit of left out. And if that could happen, we would be so happy. In programs like this, let us be called. Let us show you guys what we can do. I also have a point on something I feel is very, very important, and we have not talked about it well. It is the environment. As we know, we have climate change, right? Do you know that we have climate change? And as we move forward, I feel like if we don't work on it, then we are going to be experiencing something worse than what we are experiencing right now, right? So I would love us to take this a chance to continue planting trees. Let the government make sure that industries are using the correct methods to dispose their waste. Yes, so that is what I felt I needed to tell you. Thank you so much for this program. It is very, very helpful. You are building our country, and we feel that we are seen. May God bless Kenya, and may we all work together towards achieving this.
We have a question on this side. One question mark on this side.
Asante. Wakumalizia upande huu kindly.
Hello, Your Excellency. This is Peter Joshua from Kakamega. I'm presenting Nyota, youth from Kakamega region. Now, I have one question. As you know, many youths have got difficulty in accessing financing. In your government, you said something to do with AGPO. AGPO, access to government procurement opportunities for youths. You said that 30% belongs to youths. Now, sometimes we get those chances, yes, but financing, after getting LPO from the national government, to finance that LPO is very hard for us. So, how can this government help us to finance those LPOs as we proceed with supplying new products with national government? Recently, I secured national government LPO worth 600,000 that was to supply 100 bags of maize, but it was turned down due to lack of enough finances. Now, how can this government help us in Vision 2060 to be able to accommodate the youth in accessing the national government funds without requesting for collateral securities. That is logbook and what we call title deeds, which many of youth under 25 doesn't have any of those, Your Excellency. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. My name is Diana Mwansia, a student leader from JQuat, a school rep, School of Communication and Development Studies. My question is, we have had the conversation about the national conversation about beyond 2030 vision. My question is, after this, what's next? Yes, what's the step after this? Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark Masai.
Asante sana. What next? And perhaps you've read my notes because that is the last question. 30 seconds to all of us. What next? The question has been posed to the president and he will answer it as a citizen as well when we invite him not to conclude but to invite the start of this national conversation. Asanteni sana for the passion that you have shown to speak and to weigh in on this. It's not the last day. It's just the first of a journey we've started. A journey he has walked. So in 30 seconds, what next? Mogo.
Thank you. Very quickly, 2 quick points on the way forward. Learning from the lessons of Vision 2030, the challenge of continuity. I want to reiterate the notion that we do need a national law that entrenches Vision 2063. And for that to happen, because you can't ring-fence budgets and performance management to specific flagship projects without that. That's a lesson that we've learned. We need to do that. But for that to happen, we need a robust conversation, a robust national conversation across the entire country. And hopefully, just to take Professor Hino's suggestion of a committee of experts, that committee of experts must be properly constituted, credible, independent, be able to elevate the discourse about politics, and most importantly, engage the public through different mediums or media. The younger generation, as demonstrated by the KICC Kenya 63 group that came here, is an example of many ways of engaging the public. So the committee of experts will have to find a way to engage that type of a public as well, and those diverse media, and be able also to carry the conversation to differentiate between the long-term objectives of Vision 2063 and what is immediate, because what's clearly emerging is that we've got immediate needs that must be addressed, but at the same time, we must think about the future of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for me is to say that Kenya at 2063 does not just look at housing in terms of building more homes, but how safe are we in those homes? Not just more roads, but how safe are we when it comes to using those roads? How inclusive are those roads when it comes to even people with disability accessing those roads? Not just bora kazi, but what is the quality of the work that people are doing? Access to dignified lives, meaningful work, and also reducing the underemployment so that you can match your skills to the work that you wanted to do after school. Kenya at 2063 is able to redistribute care work, is able to reduce the amount of time our caregivers are spending on care work, and they're able to take that time when it comes to development. Kenya at 2063 does not treat violence and femicide as just a gender issue or a women's issue, but it treats femicide and violence as a national security issue that is actually a threat to our development. Kenya at 2063 is just not looking at building more classrooms, but also the quality of education that our children are accessing when it comes to those classrooms, the quality of diet our children are accessing before they even enter that classroom. And lastly, Kenya at 2063 is representative when it comes to women and youth being represented in political institutions, so that we're not talking about a country where the median age is 19, but then the median age of a politician in the continent is 63, and you can get to see that gap. So a country where the majority of the citizens in this country are able to see themselves, not just at the table, but they are also able to shape the conversations on that particular table. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think this is on. So I think what next is demonstrated by our open mic session. People need to be heard. So we need to convene these forums where people speak their heart, speak their vision, and then we need to listen. And then our committee of experts can craft those into plans that can deliver a lived experience that reflects the aspiration, the dreams of Kenyan people. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 things. I think the first one is, for us from a capital markets perspective, we would love that the capital markets is embedded in Vision 2060. What does that mean? What that means is that every Kenyan, if you have a business, if you have a project, you are able to actually come to our market and raise capital seamlessly without friction. We need to make that possible. Number 2, we need to be able to democratize wealth. Why? You know, I keep going back to our national anthem because I truly, truly do believe it's our regional vision. The national anthem talks about farm may we stand to defend. People will only defend something they own. In order for us to be able to defend the vision in terms of its crafting and implementation, we need people to own both the vision as well as the underlying resources that go to making the vision a reality. And then the last thing is, we actually want to have more listings in our market. We want to have more privatizations. And the government has done a fantastic job of enabling that to happen. Case in point, the Kenya pipeline. But we want to have more of these homegrown businesses listed on the exchange. That way, every Kenyan has a stake. Once Kenyans have a stake, it's much easier and better for them to defend the vision and actually carry it through, whether there's change of government or not, whether there's political ebb or flow, but then the vision stays. Lastly, Mark, we need the vision embedded in law. There needs to be a legal framework that captures the vision and embeds it in law. Number 2, the implementation of the vision needs to be institutionalized. We can't leave it to chance. Number 3, it needs to be audited periodically so that we course correct when we are off the vision.
Not just at the tail end. Marianne.
Thank you. I think what is important, every bus needs a driver to move the bus forward. So what needs to be identified is who is the driver. Who will this committee report to? Is it Adrian? And I'm very willing to vote for Adrian to be the leader of this. Because there must be accountability. So identifying that for me, I think, is most critical. Excuse me. The other thing I want, the enablers must also be looked at in the process. It's my voice. Thank you. Oh, sorry. The enablers are very critical. Policy must support strategy and not the other way around. When we develop policies, it's in order for the strategy to work so that we can achieve the objectives. Sometimes we forget. We develop policy and then the elephants on the ground are struggling to determine where do we go. Thank you.
Foundations. Building the foundation. We need to build the foundation of this vision, and we build it right. Once the foundation has been built and the committee of experts comes up, then we sell the vision. Sell the vision to the right people. And the right people, let's not ignore our children. Let's not ignore our youth. That way, we will be able to have a continuity in whatever we do. So the foundation is very important. Selling the vision is very important. Let's get influencers and know that the church is a great place of influence. Don't forget the church. Let's get to the pastors so we can get the Sunday school, and this will be established in their lives, and Kenya will move forward. Thank you very much.
Yes, a round of applause. And the president, I think, is giving you a standing ovation.
Thank you very much.
As he comes to give also his reflections.
Diana Mwanzia has asked me a very direct question. What next? And I have ideas on what next. But I would rather we agree on what next together. And I would want what next to come from us. Because having the benefit of the office that I hold and being a Kenyan, I have some ideas. But I would rather that we all agree on what next. Let me say two things so that I can suggest, if I may. Listening to everybody who has had the privilege of the mic here, I am persuaded beyond reasonable doubt that we have what it takes to design the next future for Kenya. Listening to the young people here, listening to people from the private sector, listening to the tech community, listening to the civil society teams around this table, and all the other professionals, it is clear to me that we have what it takes to think about the future, that Kenya cannot afford to drift into the future. We have to have a plan for that future. I have listened to the young man, sorry, I don't remember his name, who talked about startups, and that is the next horizon. That is the place where we'll create more jobs. The tech space. And he has even suggested that there should be some compulsory learning around technology because that is how the future is going to look like. Maybe we may not go all the way to make it compulsory, but we provide sufficient incentives to make sure that there are more people in that space. And all the other suggestions that have been made around this forum. My suggestion is that, as I said earlier, this should not be a government project. Government should facilitate this conversation. Article 3 of the Constitution obligates each and every Kenyan individually to protect and defend the Constitution. We are discussing in this conversation how we are going to actualize some of our constitutional rights, whether it is access to health, whether it is, as has been said here very ably, whether it is access to education, the best quality education, whether it is how we are going to deliver on making sure there is no hunger, every Kenyan has something to eat, and not just something to eat. We have been told here nutrition is very good for our children. How do we make sure that that is available? All the way to every other constitutional right that has been provided for by our Constitution. How do we do that together? So my suggestion is that we put together a multi-sectoral team chosen by the different sectors. The religious sector can give us people, private sector can give us some people, knowledgeable. Civil society can suggest to us who they want. All the other sectors can suggest to us who they want in this team. Because learning from what we have done in the past, and I have been part of those processes, whether it is the constitution-making process or all the other processes, we've always done it together as Kenyans. Not by government appointing people, but by citizens suggesting leaders who can lead this process into the future. So my suggestion, and it is not, it's just a suggestion, is maybe we ask different sectors to suggest people who can lead this process into the future, people they trust, people they believe in, so that they can lead us in this process. And then maybe that group of multi-sectoral committee or leaders can then give us a roadmap. If we need a body of experts to help us think through and to consolidate all our thoughts, my suggestion would be whatever it is that we do, they should not go and dictate to citizens what they think. They should go and listen to citizens, for citizens themselves to tell us how they want this to go into the future. I also agree that part of the challenge we had with Vision 2030 was that it wasn't underpinned by any law. It was a mere suggestion. And therefore, different administrations decided what to do. They were not obligated in any way to implement the national vision. So others came, reversed this, others came, tried to push that, and it wasn't coherent. If we do not have a coherent plan, then we drift. And therefore, it is important that we also agree on legislation that is going to guardrail Kenya into where we all want it to go. So that whoever is in office, whoever the president is, they cannot sabotage our collective progress, or they cannot interfere with where we want to go as a nation. It becomes the responsibility of every leader who has an opportunity to take us faster into the destination we agree as Kenyans. So that would be my suggestion on how we take this forward. I am sure there are many suggestions around this table, and we must agree, or let me request that we agree, that if my suggestion is good, I must be willing to give way to a better suggestion by somebody else. And if that somebody else's suggestion is better, they must also be willing to give up to the best suggestion so that we can all move forward together. So that would be my suggestion. Maybe other people can also have an idea of how we take this forward. Because I think one thing is a given, that we are here, it is now upon us, Article 3 of the Constitution, that we are obligated to think about how we move. And each one of us has as much obligation as I do as a citizen for us to give our input of where we want Kenya to be. I deliberately avoided in my statement 2060 or 2063 or 20. That should be also a suggestion by Kenyans. Beyond 2030, what do we want to call it? How do we want to frame that future? And we want to do it together. Finally, I want to ask those of us who are here. We have student leaders, we have religious leaders, we have business leaders, we have political leaders. We must not abscond duty. We must not run away from responsibility. I know there is a temptation. We have civil society leaders. All of us have a stake in Kenya. So sometimes people want somebody else to do. You know, but you know, that somebody else could as well be yourself. So each and every one of us must take ownership, and we must not escape responsibility or run away from our obligation as leaders. And that is why I'm asking all the leaders to work together so that we can facilitate all the citizens to participate in this process. I can just say from a government standpoint that we are available to make all resources available for this process to be truly people-centered, citizen-driven, future-looking. We are ready for that. Thank you very much. Maybe just so that we can benefit from some wisdom, we have one of us, an elder in this room, Dr. Oburu Oginga. He should also...
And as he comes, we may have our seats. Asante sana.
Hi. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Deputy President, and all protocols observed, dear delegates. Delegates, I'm also just one of you. I'm so impressed, highly impressed by the energy of the youth. The youth has so much energy, and I'm happy that our country has a future. Because when you have such vibrant youth, then you know that this country will be in safe hands. And the development of this country to the level of Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, my late brother used to worry the president, and he used to worry us in the party when we were drafting our own manifestos, that how can we, if at independence in 1963-64, Singapore was exactly at the same level of development as Kenya. Singapore, in terms of income per capita, in terms of the NDP, in terms of GDP, and the development growth, we were exactly at the same level. And my brother used to ask that question. What did Singapore do to rise up to a level where their incomes are now 40 times, incomes per capita are now 40 times that of Kenya? We must think as Kenyans. Where did we go wrong? And where did Singapore go right? That they achieved that level. Professor Hino, who was advisor to Raila when he was Prime Minister, has given you where Singapore is and where Kenya is. He has not told you why Kenya is there and Singapore is there. He only told you where Singapore is. And where Singapore is reachable. We can reach it if we do what Singapore did. First, we must deal with this animal called corruption. Corruption is very difficult to eliminate. It is very difficult. I've traveled all over the world, but I know it is possible to build a society which is non-tolerant to corruption. We can build a society which is completely non-tolerant to corruption. We need also to reduce government wastage in government. We need to tighten our belts, those who are in government. Let us tighten our belts for the people, for the sake of the people of Kenya. And let us make sure that our young population is educated. Education is the only equalizer. And there is no shortcut to education. You have to educate young people who are trained in technical subjects so that you can attract investment. Government can only do infrastructure. Government cannot do development. Development is for the private sector. Government can only participate a little here and there. But for you to attract the private sector, you need to educate the young people. You are not going to import labor from elsewhere. The labor must come from us here. We have to get employment, and the employment is creatable. We can create it only if we educate our young people, and we also need to invest in research. People are talking about development, but they don't think that industry needs innovation. And industry cannot invest in innovation because it is too expensive. In every development plan, government should invest and support universities so that universities develop their capacities to do research, and research which is related to the industries, so that the industries can be innovative and therefore we become competitive in the international market. Kenya must be competitive. The world is moving so fast, and you cannot sleep and think that you only want to feed your people. Feeding your people is a responsibility of the government, making sure that people are fed. But the government will not do your farming for you. Government can only make your fertilizer cheaper. But farming must be done by us. Government must facilitate. For those who have lived as long as I have, I don't know how many of them here, they don't know how difficult it is to gather like this. We tried it when we were struggling for the Constitution. And we gathered for a national dialogue in Bomas in the 90s. And we were killed, we were beaten up by police. Some people ended up in jail for fighting for that constitution because the government did not like it. When the second Bomas came under President Kibaki, the government was very supportive of the process. The government supported the process. But during the end, when the government realized that some of the ideas which are coming out of national dialogue is not favorable, the government decided to scuttle it. And therefore, that national dialogue came up to nothing. That Bomas draft is still there, lying in the shelves, and it was produced by Kenyans. So when you have a supportive president who has paid, who is ready to pay for this forum to continue, those of our colleagues who are missing here are missing an opportunity. And an opportunity comes only but once, it never comes again. If you miss it, you will never find it again. Because you will not find another President Ruto. Maybe another president comes with some other ideas and we will not like the ideas. I like the experts here. They are very good. They are very, very good. But you can be so good if you don't have a supportive president. You can have good ideas, but they will lie in the shelves for good. So take this opportunity and make your ideas catapult into fruition, and let us make sure that this forum comes out with a good vision which will guide Kenya up to 2060. 2060. Some of us will not be there. But But we are so happy that Kenyans are thinking about it, and I'm so happy. Thank you very much. And I want to thank you. Power is there, and power is supporting you. Asante sana.
Thank
Asante
you.
sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
A round of applause for Powerman. Thank you very much, Mzee. Thank you very much. I think by way of winding up, I want one governor to speak on behalf of the governors who are here to tell us what are their thoughts on how do we take this process forward. Also, to a representative from the National Assembly and Senate, for them to give us suggestions on how they think this should go forward so that we can agree. I think they have done a lot of listening, and I think it is time for
Familia, hakuje mara moja. Anda sioku. Nisioku kuna duara sadi open. Enang. Anda shodende. Anda sioku tapo kin. Kware na do rangile nolda sat. What enda sat? Mama kujaraka. Lebuana. Padaba. Lebu de. Lebu my ta shuru do I brag. Win. Gore enda sat. Erna na dorugo all da sat. Mama. Angalia badai. Huyu ndio matangulia kuja Boma. Hiyo ndio kwanza ameleta baraka. Mwingine ndio huyu. Hawa iko zaidi ya watoto 20 na. Ata do yendi jingene mto ya bwa jingo kutoto. Anda lata. Ende jogo. Wale dhado ita ndorob.
Ufupi sana.
Na familia.
Hii ndio familia.
Kage geti hoyo.
Lakini bado ni wengi ambao hawajakuja.
Amuone ndasadi hapa. Nado udondo ye waldasat demeti.
Kwa sababu grandmother wako na wengine.
Abai ngurata na anageni.
Mheshimiwa Rigadi angalia
ngurata. Wale kulo tunganak.
Watu hawa
yesho kura bao.
Mapatia kura.
Kewai kura bao jandare na kongishwa na.
Hao wake pamoja na mbuzi wetu na ng'ombe wanapiga kura.
Utakupigia kura. Ile ajabu. Anjonda ado ya maidepa.
Asanteni sana.
Ade jasholi.
Asante.
Wale wale ndorobi mekura ita shiwa maito je bokol tunganak.
Malizia.
Ade jasholi.
Amesema asante.
Na aike ponga.
Na tutaenda pamoja
mpaka safari ya mwisho.
Mpaka safari ya mwisho.
Mara megenasili.
Kwa hivyo hatutaangalia nyuma.
Hatutaangalia nyuma.
Megenasili.
Bado jo karibuni yoni.
Amesema karibuni sana. Tumpigie makofi baba wetu tafadhali. Hiyo sio makofi ya baba ambaye amezungumza vizuri. Mheshimiwa the second deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Mesikia baba amesema yeye na mbuzi wake na ng'ombe wake wote watakupigia kura. Kwa hivyo get that very clearly. Thank you very much. Basi hao manake kwa Bethsaida kwenda. Kwenda najikwa ya Bethsaida anda siku sie benyo. Kwa ya anda siku. Kwaya yetu ya Bethsaida wataimba wimbo moja na kwaya ya DCMI Olepolos anadi ndibara baoronga na shara. Ngira radi emutie. Eso sio nodi benyo. Ora naipangwa mtoki anyungulie. DJ the song is ready. Wanapojipanga wacha wimbo iendelee kucheza. Njipanga rekero singoli alodo kwa ya.
who are going to elect a president and are going to elect governors, and I will not be one of those governors because I'm already serving my second term, are seated here and are watching. The decisions that you make will determine whether whatever we are crafting here will actually be implemented in the manner that we've seen visions implemented. Your Excellency, as we now cascade this down to the counties, on behalf of the Council of Governors, we want to assure you that we will support it, that the concern by one of the ladies in the panel here, that the contributions and the views will be inclusive. Everyone representing every sector, every part of the community will have an opportunity to contribute. Last but not least, Your Excellency, this is the first vision that's been implemented under the new constitution while counties are in existence and are functional and operational. We have seen what standardization of thought and standardization of implementation can do to equalize this country. Today, affordable housing is happening in Mandera, it's happening in Nairobi, it's happening in Bungoma, it's happening everywhere. This vision that we're crafting now not ought to be one of two Kenyas, the Kenya with potential and the Kenya without. It ought to be one for all of Kenya. Professor Hino was sitting next to me, told me how when he went to Turkana, they were asking him, as you came here, have you come through Kenya? Right? They knew he was from Japan, but to find out whether he's been through Nairobi, walikuwa wanamuuliza ulipitia Kenya. That story is now gone. We are all in Kenya. Whether you are at the Mandera border or at Raskamboni border with, in Lamu, or you are in the border to Tanzania, at the border at the Tanzania border. We have one country, Your Excellency, under your leadership. We are seeing development across the whole of Kenya, and Vision 2063 will help us move faster to attain equality and inclusivity. God bless you all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Can we have somebody from Parliament, representing Parliament, to come and say something? Please give him the mic. Please, if you can, speak to how do we make this an exercise in public participation as is envisaged by the Constitution.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And Your Excellency, in fact, with the consent of the leader of majority in the Senate, he was telling me that actually what we are doing here today is what Parliament should be doing. We have today constituted ourselves as a People's Constituent Assembly to start that journey of even anchoring this process into law, as you say. And I want to say that we support. And indeed, Your Excellency, you remember on Monday in our meeting in Naivasha, I did suggest that probably it's time that when we have a national vision like this, we not only anchor it in law, but we also find a way where within the governance structures of our political parties, we ensure that even at a time as this, when we are looking at elections and we're looking at people crafting their election manifestos, that all political parties and elective leaders who are looking for elective positions speak to that greater national vision so that we hold you to account when you get elected as to what you are doing within your manifesto in actualizing that dream, that greater dream of the Kenyan nation. Your Excellency, Senate Majority Leader is telling me that I should say that since we craft laws or we have legislative proposals that we draft into bills and then take those bills back to the people for public participation. What we've actually done today is begun with public participation, and we must look at a way where from this process we then culminate in a legislative proposal in terms of a bill that will now anchor this process of a national vision into law, so that we obligate all future leaders to the time we are 100 years as a nation and beyond in law, and make sure that nobody ever gets us, takes us backward in terms of what we want to aspire to get to as a nation. Lastly, Your Excellency, in the interest of time, Mheshimiwa Esther Saris, the county women rep for Nairobi, reminds me and told me I must say this if I get that opportunity, and she doesn't get, that when Singapore aspired to be what it is today, they had a consideration on their population growth and family planning. And she tells me and reminds me that President Mwai Kibaki, in around 2008 when we were doing Vision 2030, did speak to us on the need to look at our population growth and how we plan for that population growth. Your Excellency, is food for thought, because you've also told us that by the year, you say 2050, a quarter of the population, world population, will be in Africa. Population is both a resource, but can also be a burden to a nation's economy. And therefore, there must be a very good balance between the rate at which our population grows and the rate at which we grow our economy. And those are the challenges that we must think about as we continue in this conversation. Your Excellency, let me give you the assurance of both houses of parliament that we shall do all that it takes. And indeed, Your Excellency, wanted to suggest that probably, because parliament work through committees, I do not know whether through this forum, we could also constitute committees that will go out, probably one to sit in Nairobi and another that goes around the country, collecting and collating the views of Kenyans, so that every part of our country feels that they are part and parcel of this process. As Mugo Kibati told us, being the first CEO of the Vision 2030, there's probably something we didn't get right when we started this process of Vision 2030. We never really involved the people, and we left it to be a process that was largely seen to be a process of bureaucrats in government, and probably that is why many Kenyans never hold successive administrations after the Kibaki administration on what we are doing towards the realization of Vision 2030. The other thing Mugo told us is that we never anchored this process into law, and that's why Your Excellency agreed with what you said. It is time that we anchored this process into law. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, wacha nikomee hapo na sote tuendelee na mazungumzo.
Okay. Can I, let me get representations from three final ones. A member of the civil society, what suggestion do you have for us in terms of taking this process forward? Do we set up a multi-sectoral committee? Do we set up a task force? Do we do it in law, or how do we do it? Can I have somebody from civil society to give us a suggestion? Daisy? Then maybe somebody from the religious community will give us their suggestion, and then finally get somebody from the private sector to give us their suggestion.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to agree with those who have said that it needs to be anchored in law. For sure, the vision has to exist beyond any political formation, any political leader. And so we are happy to hear the majority leader say that Parliament will make the necessary legislation. But in terms of having an initial forum would do well, so that you are able to involve as many different sectors, because the gentleman here has asked me to insist and say that even minority communities must be included. We may talk about communities, but within those communities, we have other communities whose voices need to be heard. And so I think that to structure it, we do need to have a multi-sectoral engagement with the different players. Even when you talk about civil society, it is very wide. We have women's rights organizations, human rights defenders, and a host of them all. And so moving forward, I hope that we can have a framework that guarantees that every voice, at least representatives from the different voices, will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody from faith-based to give us suggestion on how they think this should go forward. Okay, we have a bishop there. Maybe you can let us know your name.
My name is Kanga from the National Council of Churches of Kenya. And we have nothing to add or nothing to subtract. But as Nate has said, we have an all-round task force to put everything together, and then we put in action. Simple. The vision is there. The vision is documented. The vision is be sold to people. The people have to buy it. We give it time, and then be accomplished before 2030 as we move on. It will be illogical to know that we have today and you don't think about tomorrow. You have tomorrow, you don't think about a day after tomorrow. If you do that, that's illogical. We have the vision, have an all-round task force to do the needful, collect information, sell it to the people, come back again, and then get running. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Somebody from the private sector? Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm Dr. Ruto Eric, the President of the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry. We're very happy with this vision because, Your Excellency, if you look at Vision 2030, on the political wing, I think we scored 100%, if not beyond. In terms of the social aspects, we most likely score 80%. But when it comes to the economic side, Your Excellency, I think that is where we are not doing very well. That for us in the private sector, when you tell us that we want to go to Singapore, I was seated there and I was thinking, I should be very proud as a Singaporean that Kenya today is at standstill and we want to go to Singapore. Us in the private sector, when you tell us that our turnover should increase 40, 50 times. We want to do business where there is wealth. And Your Excellency, we are 100% in support as the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce that we represent all sizes of businesses from across the country, as far as Mandera, as far as Lamu, I was there 2 weeks ago, that we welcome your idea that this become a citizen-driven and multi-stakeholder-driven, and with the private sector, we want to assure Kenyans and Your Excellency that we will be in support and we will be in each and every village in this country so that we can collect their views and bring it here so that we can be able to see that Kenya. When you talk about 2063, as in the private sector, we are seeing that it is too far. Because when we wake up in the morning every day, we want to be wealthy. And that wealth that you want to create for us, we want to see it even if it's possible. We are impatient. We should see it in 2030. So that 2030 we can start another agenda of 2100. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Today is the International Youth Day. And we have huge representation of young people in our midst. Can I get one young person to come to the stage? And there is a lady already there, yeah? Allow the lady in maroon to give us an idea as to how do we take this forward in your context. Apart from hackathon, how else do you want us to take this forward? Na kabla hujasema, utatueleza bag ni ya nini?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. They do say, power is done what? Is grabbed. Sindio? So I came for my chance. My name is Ruth Kemto Ziko. I come from Bomecho University. I'm the school president. Nilinua mkono huko sana lakini hawakunipea. So nimeamua kuikujia mwenyewe. So Mr. President, before maybe I give on the way forward, I had some good agendas that I wanted to give on this vision beyond 2030. 2030 is for the youths, is for the children that were here. So whatever that the parliament, the people sitting here will be doing is for us. It's for the coming generation. So give us the voice. Give us time, we give you our grievances. Number one, let's talk about, you are talking about Singapore. Singapore sahi haina deni. So as we think on going to beyond 2030, let's think on how can we get away with all the debts that Kenya is having for any country. Number two, I'm talking about constitutional implementation. Women, we are the majority in Kenya, right? Why can't we implement the constitution to have the president, if it's a man, let the deputy be a lady, right? And lastly, being honest, Mr. President, employment is what the youths want. But not every youth will be employed because sisi ni wengi na sisi wote tumesoma. But because unemployment is an issue to us, why don't you bring up the policies that will give funds to innovators, fund talents, fund support different people, give them money like the Nyota for self-employment. And for that, Mr. President, bring Nyota to universities and colleges. We are innovators too. And lastly, it's about the help, scholarship, and funding in different universities and TVETs. As we think of beyond 2030, let's make education free for every Kenyan child, from primary, secondary to high school. Let no child cry because eti akwenda university juu akwa na pesa, si ndio? Make it free. And lastly, me being a teacher of special needs education, as that young man said, factor in these special needs people. They are being left behind in our society. For the first time, with the government, bring them in. Otherwise, Mr. President, you are doing a good job. For all the president when tumejua hapa nyuma before tuzaliwe na wengine wamekuwa uko number 1 for now. And kwa yote, you called me to give on what the way forward.
Yes.
One of the way forward, include these university students in that. Bring research everywhere. If it's each county has a university. And Mr. President, if there is a county that has no university, in this vision beyond 2030, include every county to have a university so that it can factor in every learner. So for that, include the university students, the college students, and the high school and primary students. I've seen one here. She's very clever than me, in fact. So let's have their views because they are very educated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I think that wraps up. She has said very fundamentally that education must be free. And I agree with her 100%. And that speaks to our members of parliament. You know, we have sent to parliament the tertiary education placement and funding bill. Tertiary education funding, placement and funding bill. We want that bill as soon as possible to get out of parliament so that we can implement a program that every child that is placed in a learning institution, in a TVET, in a Kenya Medical Training College, or in a university, all of them get funding for their education without exception. And that learning and education is not pegged on the ability of the parent. It is pegged on the intellectual capacity of every student. You do the course for which you are suited and you have applied for. And government of Kenya must make sure that funding is available. That is already in the works. And you have told us we should include young people we should include universities in this process, and therefore I think we are set. Thank you very much. Hand it over to the people running the program.
All right, and at this point I'd like to say, let us all just give a warm clap to ourselves, appreciating the fact that when history is written, your name will be written as one of those who sat through the process that changed the trajectory of this country. Another loud clap for yourselves, please. Your Excellency, with your permission, that brings us to the end of this session. I'll request that we all be upstanding. We shall finish with the national anthem as our prayer, which we all know, so let us have the national anthem as our closing prayer. The anthem.
Ngole muyaki tata amware ndite nang nagira sinonu ngoru olorika le women rep na iwodu ajoki and pongezi ekimpot sinye yogo masho yang nikiponu aomonu kura kake ore tata amu enkolong enye pongezi my sister kirumage tedukuya te siasa mikiata ngumok nanoto oshi ikasi irnyangulo oleng atitii enewueji enkolong e and duo tata my supporter kitumo tedukuya nanyor ndai meipipa.
Ashe roleng. So ore tata endoropo amu kalaka aimakine enkisuma peyie alo aton amu kiata enikiimaki te siasa kayieu ake najoki ntae iltung'anak lolosho lang meeta entoki sidai enaa enkisuma, meeta entoki nalang'u enkisuma, enkisuma olayioni, enkisuma entito, meeta entoki nalang'u. Nayieu najoki irpayiani tenikidol tata nanu aitashe tene naa kaisume atii nanu enkopis aasisho te serkali kagira ajoki ntae ore pooki ng'ae oota nafasi shomo sukuul meeta enkolong nikintupurru enkisuma. Ore enkisuma naa ninye taata olowuaru likiata. Meekure apa eri ng'uesi, meekure apa eng'ori irng'atunyo. Ore taata orng'atuny ling'or naa enkisuma. Kayieu ake najoki nkera, ore enkerai pookin natii sukuul meeta entoki sidai enaa tinilo nikisumi nimpang'u te sukuul iyata enkardasi. Ore nkera kumok naa kereuta ntoiwuo sukuul nilo nias nikisumi nikimirakini nkishu. Ore peenyu enkolong ninchop enkopiyia mitii enkardasi. Meetai osina enaa ina. Kayieu ake najoki nkera amu ketii enewueji elelero. Ore ake pee kinchori nafasi enkisuma shomo naa sumayu amu kinchooki. Ore kuna roruat natii naa ketum oladalare enkisuma paalo.
Ore ngole ara kiti na wamba ba sukul are nkititito. Na itubulu na omayewa egwendomononi omanyaki aka isumata tie enkang orpayian. Neeku kajoki ntai, ore ntoyie pookin natii sukul, kayieu naajoki miaku ake entito naing'or enkop tening'ori. Ore ake pee kirorieki ntawuo enkong'u napi amu meeta enikiya sura nemeeta enikiya olikilej. Kajoki ake ntai tenikipiki sukul sumayu. Ore taata sukul ashu nkera kumok naa kenutayu. Ore ake pee kipiki sukul kitipikaki duo sumayu kake ore baada oonkolong'i kuti nipukutunute. Maibu noosina ninosa nkishu niishu. Neeku mire enkerai naisume naing'urakinoyie esiai nimire naishooroyu. Nikimbung'akini enkerai edukuya, nikimbung'akini eniare, nikimbung'akini eneuni. Keeku na kagira naa ajoki ntoyie natii ene. Esumata amu nakata kiyaku iltung'anak letipat tolosho. Esumata ake amu nakata itumutumu taisere nafasi oosiaitin. Ore taata iltung'anak kumok naa kejo ng'uraki enkerai ai esiai amu isume. Naa kayiolo ajo keyiolo Senator Seki olarikok pookin otii ene. Ore pee ejo aisume nikiji mayaki enkardasi eeta ina kerai E neeta D. Kaji iya ina toki? Kere niya ina kisuma nimiretoyu. Kake ore ntoiwuoi naa keton nejo aisume enkerai ai. Ore ntoiwuoi naa ketonita ake tiang' eyiolo ajo eishayie nkishu kisuma. Ore pee epuoi aing'or enkardasi meeta enikiya enaduo ardasi. Kajoki ake nkera ang' najoki olosho lang' meeta enikipuo tenimikiata enkisuma. Mikiaku iltung'anak letipat tenimikiata enkisuma. Kajoki ake ntai maisumata naa ina duo paatejo kaipoti ntai piiyiolou ajo ore enkitok ata enayama kidimayu ake piisuma. Tenitigila ng'ole sukuul nikisumi nabo nigil eniare nikinchoori, ore ake piilo ina ang' nilo aisuma. Najoki irpayiani nchere esuma nkera. Erorie sii layiok amu meetai olosho tenemetii layiok. Meetai olosho tenemisuma layiok. Amu entito taake ishoori ning'uari olayioni tenkang'. Ore nitu isuma, ore nimilotu aponaa nkishu naa kayiolo ajo keishaa kuna toiwuo nkishu toonkang'itie piisum intai. Niishaa nkishu nipuku nilotu alo aaku oloreu oltukutuk. Nilotu alo aaku ololo ang'or irorii tosinyai. Nilotu aaku oladung'oni loonkuk. Kajoki ake layiok lorkeek onyokie, joki layiok le county e Kajiado esumata. Meeta enikipuo tenimikiata enkisuma. Nimikiaku iltung'anak letipat taisere tenemetii enkisuma. Nemikiaku iltung'anak oogeluni taisere tenemikisuma. Kajo taa ashe oleng' amu nena ajo tenkisuma. Nemikitum ilayiok ontoyie loopuo county assembly loodol inkardasini tenemisumai. Mikintong'or enkisuma maidipa amu nakata ake kiaku iltung'anak letipat taisere. Najo ashe oleng'. Naambia watu wa jamii yangu, Your Excellency, lazima watu wasome. We cannot have a nation when people don't want to go to school. We cannot be if we don't read. We cannot go to parliament and articulate issues well if we don't go to school. I'm just telling my people, aomoni ndaya maisumata. Tusomeshe vijana, tusomeshe wasichana. Manake masomo ndio itakayo tufanya jamii ya maana kesho. Masomo peke yake ndiyo itakaye kukatisha katika ile kiti senator ameketi, ile kiti ya Excellency Rigathi Gachagua amekalia. Hakuna kitu ingine, ni masomo tu. Kwa hivyo nawaambia watu wa jamii yangu wasome. Manake bila kusoma mimi singesimama hapa. Singekuwa na hiyo boldness ya kusimama hapa kama sio masomo. So ninawaambia watu wangu twende shule na tusome. Na tufanye the right course. Manake the competition that is in the industry is very big. Lazima tufanye ile course unajua itakupeleka mbele. Nataka niseme asante kwa sababu mimi ninaheshimu hii kofia. I don't want to talk politics right now. Nitatoa hii kofia alafu tuseme sasa wanta. Manake tunajua lazima tuombe kura. Na lazima tujue ya kwamba 2027 you will get the highest number of votes in this ward that I come from. Kwa hivyo kabla sijasema hayo, wacha nitaenda nitoe hii, nikuje niseme hivyo. Asante sana.
Thank you. Naomba tumpigie Mheshimiwa Ann makofi. Wapi makofi ya Mheshimiwa Ann tafadhali? Thank you very much. Karibu sana Your Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, karibu sana Kiekonyokie Ward, karibu Kajiado County, karibu Kajiado West. Tunakupenda na karibu sana. Tutamruhusu Mheshimiwa Ann aweze kutoa hiyo gown. Then after that now tunaingia kwa hiyo kipindi ingine. Karibu Michael MC.
MC tumpes jamani, tumpigie makofi, ametuendeleza sawa sawa. Amna na magani. Tuko sawa sawa. Tuko sawa sawa. Sasa wacha ni uaibie siri. Our party leader, His Excellency the Second Deputy President, yeye amesema uongozi ambao sisi tunataka kama nchi ni uongozi wa watu ambao wamesoma. Mheshimiwa wetu Anna Shipaya Monirae amesoma hajasoma? Amesoma hajasoma? Nyinyi mnataka viongozi ambao wamesoma ama hawajasoma? Wenye wamesoma ama hawajasoma? Alafu sasa maneno tumeanza, mambo imenoga, sasa tuingie kwa awamu ya maongezi, si ndio? Lakini niko na swali. Hapa Kipeto na Kajiado County, maisho pokin DCP kura. Maisho pokin DCP kura. Maisho niulize, maisho pokin DCP kura. Itoningo? 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 Sidai Oleng. Ashe Oleng. Basi kwa nafasi hii niweze kumuomba mheshimiwa wetu kutoka Ewaso Onkidong, Mheshimiwa Joseph Torres, kutujulisha viongozi wa hapa. Karibu sana.
Aya, asante DJ. Lakini leo tuko mashinani, ungeniwekea hii hapa kwa sababu unajua Ole Medhu wako. Unajua Medhu saa hii kama tungekuwa tunaenda ile mambo ya Simba, wewe ungequalify saa hii kuenda. Ngogoya hawezi. Ngogoya angeenda. Lakini wewe ungeenda tu saa hii, tungepita hapa tuende maneno. Ngoja nirembeshwe. Asante sana. Your Excellency, the Deputy, the first, and let me say the second, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency, Daktari, mama wetu. Unajua mimi tukimaliza hii kura nitakuwa na bahati, nitakuwa na rais hapo nyumbani, Mheshimiwa Seki, ambaye ndiye atakuwa gavana wetu. Wabunge wote tungeongozwa na Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo, Mheshimiwa wetu wa leo, Mheshimiwa Ann, waheshimiwa wote ambao wamehudhuria hapa pamoja na mabishops na mapasta, watu wetu wote wakekonyokie Kajiado West, anda suboleng, anda suboleng, anda suboleng. Aya, muniwekee viti mbili hapa. Muniwekee viti mbili hapa, wenzangu wamekuja. Huyu jamaa wa kofia anaitwa Mheshimiwa Tito. Ndio patron ya Wakamba wote Kajiado County. Na ndio Mheshimiwa wa Rongai. Mheshimiwa Mbiriri ndio meya wa Ngong. Wapi makofi ya Mheshimiwa Mbiriri? Wapi makofi ya Mheshimiwa Tito? Aya, asante Rongai 1, tukae chini tukimalizia. Asante Your Excellency, ninaomba kuchukua nafasi hii fupi sana kutambua wa viongozi wachache ili tuweze kukupatia nafasi uweze kutuzungumzia. Kwa wale ambao ni wageni, mimi naitwa Mheshimiwa Joseph Torres. Mimi ndio MCA Ole Medhu, mimi ndio MCA wa ward jirani. Ukikuwa Ngong, uteremke mpaka Suswa, hapo ni Torres. Sasa hii ward ni ya jirani na niko nyumbani, hapa ni familia, ni jamii, na tutapangana tukisonga mbele. Kwa hivyo nimesema karibuni sana. Wacha nianze kwa kualika MCA aspirants wa chama chetu cha DCP, chama nzuri. Sisi watu wa ODM ambayo tulifurushwa, chama imeraruliwa, raruraru, tumepata nyumbani. Sawa sawa? Kwa hivyo ninaomba MCA aspirants wakuje hapa kabla nianze kuongea. Aisholtonga na gesumira anagadoi. Ora rondo aisholtonga na gesumira. Wapi MCA aspirants haraka haraka? Tukuje. MCA aspirants. Kuleni ngoma, wengine wakikuja. MCA aspirants. Ama. One term. Haya, tukaekae kama masub counties. Kwa hivyo watu kama ni wa west, kama ni wa north, kama ni hao wengine hivyo, tuanze na east tukimalizia. Hii ni east. Tuanze na east pande hii, east, Kajiado east. Kajiado east. Very good. Sisi ndio east. Captain North Ward, naona mheshimiwa jina. Hautaanza story? Hamtaanza story? Haya, mimi ni mheshimiwa najua. Sawa, sema jina.
Our party leader, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, and all protocol officers. Mbele yako ni Mheshimiwa Loisa, MCA North Capti Ward, Kajiado East.
Very good, pigieni yeye makofi.
His Excellency, the second Deputy of the Republic of Kenya, and the 6th President of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Boys, na viongozi wote walio mahali hapa. Bwana asifiwe. Mimi naitwa Francis, natoka katika duka kubwa la Kitengela, ward ya Olosi Concho Linge. Tunasema Katambe, lazima tufike kilele.
Makofi.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Mimi naitwa Mheshimiwa Tony Karembo, pale Kitengela, kijana hatari, na hapo ndio tuko. His Excellency, my governor, Mama Boys na Medho, kijana ya kwetu nyumbani, na kama niko hapa nawakilisha. Mungu awabariki.
Bwana asifiwe. Nisalimieni kwa mkono hivi. God is good and all the time. Mheshimiwa the second Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya na mama yetu Dorcas Rigathi. Ni furaha kuu kuwaona siku ya leo, na mandugu zetu akina Medho, nimefurahia sana siku ya leo kuwaona. Mimi naitwa Michael Chege, natoka pale Ngong, nasimama kiti cha MCA. Mungu awabariki.
Kajiado iko north. Iko north hapa. Haya, kuja north. Host wanasema ati watasema mwisho ndio.
Kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, viongozi wote wa DCPO protocols observed, watu hapa wa Kajiado West, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Huyu anaitwa Njoroge, mheshimiwa anatafuta kiti pale Ongata Rungai. Tunashukuru kuja hapa kusherehekea dada yetu amehitimu. Hii inaoneshana hatubishani, sisi tunangangania kazi, na ndio pale Rungai tunasema shughuli ni one term. Asanteni.
Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Rais mtarajiwa, mbele yako hapa ni Moha, incoming MCA Ongata Rongai, na tunaambia ule waziri wa SHA Duale, pia sisi wa Somali tuko DCP. Mimi siitwi Kamau ama Njoroge, naitwa Mohamed na niko DCP. Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana, asante.
Asante Your Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, mama yetu, mheshimiwa wangu Ngogoyo. Mimi naitwa wakili Nick Karanja, na sitaongea mengi, nasimama pale Ololwa Ward. Mimi ni jeshi ya Onesmus Ngogoyo, na asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki.
Hamjambo wote. Harambe. Harambe. Mimi naitwa Mwalimu John Kihenjo Mugo kutoka pale Ngaimuronya Ward. Neighbor pale Karen, ile karibu na Karen, mimi ndio nasimamia pale Ngaimuronya, na ninasimama kiti cha MCA, na najua kuna kazi ambayo tunafanya pale kutetea chama cha DCP. Bwana mheshimiwa wetu Your Excellency Rigathi pamoja na Ngogoyo, pale kuna shida ya mambo na IDs. Kuna watu ambao hawapatiwi ID. Mimi nataka tu mtuangalilie hiyo maswala, kwa sababu watu wanataabika, watoto hawapati namna. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Tufupishe, ni huyu tu ameanguka mtihani. Tufupishe.
Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua,
Mama Dorcas, Mheshimiwa seneta wetu na viongozi wengine, hamjambo? Harambe! Mheshimiwa Rigiji, mimi naitwa Gilbert Kipolonga, mimi ni MCA kutoka Ewaso, tunapambana na huyu Mheshimiwa Toris, mimi ni jirani ya wewe. Mheshimiwa Seki na Ngokoyo wamepaka Kajiado yote rangi ya green. Kajiado is green. Asanteni sana.
Aya. Harambe! Mimi ndio Emmanuel Sentero, natafuta kiti hapa MCA, na sisi ndio tunasaidia Rigiji kufukuza wakora. Kwa hivyo naitwa hivyo, mimi niko hapa ni kwa masemeji wangu, mimi nimetoa ile jiko ya nyumbani hapa. Na pia tuko na Konona ataingia bunge.
Haya, harambe! Harambe! Haya, kwa majina yangu naitwa Daniel Conchela, jamaa naitwa Walking Faith. Safari tutaenda na timu yote ya DCP mpaka tamati. Tunaambia baba wetu Rigathi Gachagua, karibu nyumbani. Tuko na wewe mpaka tamati. Tutakutafutia kura. Gavana pia Seki, tuko na wewe na tutashikana mikono hadi kwa debe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe.
Asante, tutasema jina tu na mahali wadi ipo.
Our party leader to presence, olongana bogi lorge konyoge. Arogenda bogi tangane Yesu. Hamjambo. Kwa majina yangu naitwa Samuel Semengur, na wania kiti cha MCA Konyoge. Majina yangu ni hayo. Asante.
Harambe! Harambe! Mheshimiwa Rigiji na Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo na Gitungati. Mimi pia ni Gitungati, nimetoka pale Kiserian, na tumesil kila kona ili Kasongo asipate nafasi ya kupata wakilishi katika kaunti hii yetu ya Kajiado. Nyinyi mnakubaliana hivyo? Mnasema Kasongo ende nyumbani? Si atalia tukimshinda? Vile alishinda raundi hii pia yeye atashindwa, tuone akilia. Mbarikiwe sana.
Harambe! Your Excellency, our mom, na all protocol observed. Bwana asifiwe. Mimi naitwa Karo, natoka Kiserian, na mnajua bila Karo Kiserian haku. Bila Karo Kiserian haku. Mimi naomba hawa wama na gergishu. Olmagesen na Reddity, the smallest can in East Africa. Fogin Olmagesen, njogi na DCP. Njogi fogin na waomba. Njogi, karibuni. Njogi ananga ina, naona. Ananga ina, karibu kabisa, na mimi nasimama MCA or Ward. But mjue West, sini hapa mliona kulichezwa. Saizi ni mimi niko West. Si wakikuwa, idototiga deriva. Natoka deriva. Sasa mheshimiwa Konana, si unajua ni West, unajua nikisema nilikufanya hivyo. Si sahi tuko hivyo. Na hata wewe Toli, si unajua Kibiko nitacheza. Ndio hiyo. Asante sana, mbarikiwe.
Asante.
Asante sana. Our party leader Rigathi Gachagua, Mama Boys, all His Excellency. Lombaba ono mama enda soba. Ore lemurani logira shere nina keji ole Matias. Tormaraila ngang ole gore. Harambe! Harambe! Mimi nawania MCA Konyoki Award. Tunapambana na incumbent Mheshimiwa Sholoi na Mheshimiwa Rigathi. Sisi ndio waanzilishi wa DCP hapa Konyoki Award. Mheshimiwa Seki anajua. Mungu awabariki na tupee Seki kura. Thank you.
Harambe! Asante sana. Rigiji, the 6th president. Mheshimiwa wetu gavana mtarajiwa Kanali Seki Medhu, na waheshimiwa wengine wote ambao wako hapa, naona my brother Ngogoyo. Harambe! Mheshimiwa His Excellency Rigiji, nataka kuambia Mheshimiwa Rigiji, kama vile ako na masimba pale juu, kina Medhu, kina Dhangwa, hapa kwa grassroots akona kina Ibra, simba kamili.
Na mimi nataka nikuambie Mheshimiwa HE wetu wa chama cha DCP Kajiado County, usikuwe na wasiwasi. Ukiwa na Simba Mheshimiwa Kanali Seki, ukiwa na Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo, mimi hapa kijana tumetosha kukuletea Kajiado County 2027 katika chama cha DCP. Mungu awabariki sana. Ibra, nataka niwaambie hivi na munisikie vizuri. Wananchi wa Kenya wakianzishiwa na watu wa Kajiado hapa, tumaini letu kama Kenya, tumaini letu kama Kajiado County iko katika chama cha DCP. Na hapa tumehakikisha na tumemaliza ni one na Rigathi Gachagua. Mungu awabariki.
Haya, nataka kunipea rungu. Wapi makofi ya Ibra? Haya. Your Excellency, hapa tuko na chairman wetu wa chama. Ako hapa, nataka afike hapa haraka. Mheshimiwa Neil Young ambaye ndio candidate wetu. Kuja tu chairman, usikae tafadhali. Ara Neil Young rasiegu. Aya, DJ, asanti. Hapa tuko na Deputy Governor wetu, Mheshimiwa Neil Young. Wapi makofi? Asanti sana. Dakika moja tukiongea hapa na chairman.
Asanti sana Mheshimiwa Toris. Wacha niseme one term DCP Gachagua ndio president wetu wa chama cha DCP. Ningependa kukuambia karibu Kajiado West, Kajiado County, Kekonyukie Ward. Tukiwa hapa Marekera rasendai kanyoro rai lome mereka nyinyi level rara ya ashe ningependa kusema Mheshimiwa Rigiji, Mama Dorcas, Mama Boys, mimi najua tulipatana na wewe the other time tulikuwa huko Uaso. Najua tulimit sometime tulikuwa UDA, ni mimi yule nilikuwa natafuta kiti ya MCA huko Uaso. Sasa wakati huu tulipewa nafasi ya kutafuta kama mmoja wagombea wa kiti ya Deputy Governor na Mheshimiwa Seki kwa hii chama yetu. Loma asaina agra jogindai isiligia ba yogo leseki kirarke gonyeke Deputy Governor. Ashera. Na ke gonyeke rara kididene. Kagira jogindai ama ingorake anashame Rigathi Gachagua. Ama ingore le rongani ojo leseki. Tanajo Seki ni jojo Governor Seki konana ashetoling anakom nanyor yok ama ingore kulo tung'anak le DCP nakop etii sirkali ama ing'orutu lorika na ikiyiolo ajo kishori yok emintoki aisho iltung'anak elejendai lemetii eletim aitabaiki nena mayanda Enkai. Ashe oleng.
Deputy Governor wetu asanti Mheshimiwa Neil Young, namkaribisha chairman wa chama na nitakupa dakika moja utambue members wa NEC wa chama alafu kwa dakika moja tukimalizia. Karibu.
Asante Mheshimiwa Toris. Ayina yoroger Masai boge lorike onjoge. Mayoroger noro sandai. Mayoroger noro Masai lorike onjoge. Ashe oleng. Your Excellency, kabla niseme maneno mawili kwa sababu ya chama, ninatambua Mheshimiwa Seki ambaye ni governor wetu, Your Excellency Rigathi Gachagua na Mama Dorcas, Mheshimiwa Senator Medhu ambaye ni senator na ambaye pia ni Secretary General Designate wa chama yetu ya DCP, Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo MP Kajiado North na waheshimiwa wengine wote ambaye wako pamoja na sisi. Karibuni Masaini na karibuni Kajiado. Kabla niseme maneno mawili, Your Excellency, wacha ni invite NEC members ambaye wako hapa. Tuko na of course nikitambua our chief guest today ambaye ni Mheshimiwa Ann Monirei, lakini nitaongea story yako kidogo kwa ufupi. Let me just finish this one. Executive Director wetu wako hapa, Ezra Nobaga, ako wapi akuja asimame hapa. Tuko na Mheshimiwa Martin Kamwaro ambaye anatoka katika hii jamii. I'll give you a moment to say a word. Mheshimiwa Masiga Kuya, please nikikutaja ukuje karibu. Tuko na National Youth Leader wetu ambaye anaitwa Wanjiku Thiga, na tuko pia na kijana ambaye anasimamia Narok County kama youth leader ambaye anaitwa Lydia Lanoi. So sijui kama mumefika wote. Labda tu mtaje majina yenu tafadhali na tukae chini ndio tusipotezee watu muda. Masi, mheshimiwa.
Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Masi Wanjiku Gakuya, NEC member in charge of education. I'm a national secretary education. Na hapo mbele nilikuwa mbunge wa Kasarani. I'm a former MP Kasarani and incoming MP Kasarani. God bless.
National Youth Leader, vijana wa Kajiado, nataka muangalie umrembo mzuri. She's in charge of our national youth at the National Party.
Wazi sana. Tuko na majenzi. Tuko nao. Top shota. Top shota. Mimi naitwa Wanjiku Thiga. Mimi ndio kiongozi wa vijana katika chama chetu cha DCP. Na nimefurahi kuja hapa kusimama na vijana wenzangu. Your Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, vijana tuko chama na tumesimama na wewe, na niseme mimi bado niko soko. Tuhakikishe kwamba chama cha DCP na Wamasai tuko pamoja. Your Excellency, mimi unaweza niuza huku. Mimi niko sawa, napenda Wamasai, mimi mnaweza niacha hapa. Asanteni sana.
Okay. Your Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, mama yetu mpendwa Pastor Dorcas, waheshimiwa wote, Ormaasai le Kajiado West, enda super. Ore ronkan kaji Lydia Lanoi, naingwa Narok County, nikitejo yote Narok one term. Negwente josinda youth le Kajiado one term.
Kwa niaba ya Narok County na kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Martin Kamwara anatoka kwa hii jamii, wacha tuzungumzie kwa dakika moja. Taswireni.
Andaswa la Maasai. Andaswa gaigil. Andaswa rege konyogie. Nano shejo orboya olakili yola Kamwaro. Ekini ngoshi. Roro kishike nekte neke dolita ini weji. Misi siyo soleng. Nano shini ngo to radio yi. Na iwene weje irorienta elo sholor Maasai. Ajokintai ware nasiri nikiti nento ningoki narikito ola anyiti Gachagua neti oleseki na ninyosi ligilor Maasai metaba yokutu kingorienta Maasai lampoki kaomonda jigore kidiangare Narok na irwaki duo palo irorokintai poki itanga mutu kirorokino orburgo itanga mutua ekitejo orar murani opi omituta ata yoka na baraila na ele murani oji Gachagua Nyora aipngangaina etwangole lora sane shomairora nanje irora nabrangu bosi dain kage kaomoni nda ajoki lonyor nkai ebongaki yoga ele murani oji Gachagua ebongaki yoga leseki amuni nyana karolden dimama ligi ata ngoba Ormasai poki na ninyo diana siri nikiti injosho leseki ongogoyo Amado ina siri poki ni doli tata neti ola kili yorboya kenyanda osina ngajor masani kenyanda osina amela murani oji Gachagua emi yoji jola kasi karano lolta rosero kelita rosero ene ka mundo nda jogi bunga yoga la murani negi bono jogi nda bunga yoga leseki amore ti atu siri natonda Nairobi na ke yo leseki na misa na ke mitu yok na lele ngokoyo Menya tawo sina ngajora masani endu ngoya na sia na UDA ka Sonko ameto mutanga jora masani eme one time ngop amata na lor burgo kajogi keju dar ke konyoge one time anagop
Orkio malanga ke jinyo. Ejike jinyo. Sikiza ground. Nangai president lang. Kashagwa. Elekonda tene. Olegasi. Na lolta rosero. Anjo na megi mutunda amaro lesho.
Asholeng. Your Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, the 6th President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Senator Seki, Senator wa Kajiado na incoming Governor, Mheshimiwa Ngokoyo, all protocol observed in the interest of time. Mheshimiwa Ann Monirei, nataka niseme pongezi. You have demonstrated that you are a good leader that is well educated, na hii community inataka watu ambaye wamesoma. Loma asai, kaki hindi kijogindai ashet angara gini etu. Wale anachame DCP, ne njamolari, amuke ato rangi onyori, ne ibor, ana akule. Kama oshe njamor masai, ama adwe siya yorku alang, me siya yolari okule. Kaki adangai chama na adele rangi, yana ne njamor masani. Eniare, ao mono losholorge konyoke. Aipongeza Ann Monirei, eshomo sukul, engariko ni naranape nererena, pa ore terikore, ore uwakilishi ya etua bunge, ne yola rangoro yangajor masani. Ao monira jogenjo oleseki kure governor. Kaja longana ojo seki aende governor. Kaja longana ojo seki aende governor. Kaja lojo Rigathi Gachagua ndio rais wa 6. Kaja lojo wane njamana DCP. Your Excellency nikimalizia, serikali ya William Ruto, as the national chairman, nataka kuwa respond. They have been asking us that atuna agenda, atuna sera. Kabla tuwaambie maagenda mingi, our single most agenda as the Democracy for Citizen Party, led by His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, one of our only agenda that we promise to the people of Kenya is the Constitution 2010, the rule of law and bringing dignity to the people of Kenya. Kabla tuwapatia agenda ya pili, mufikirie hiyo agenda kwanza. Your Excellency, hii jamii kuanzia Samburu, kuanzia Rendile, kuanzia Jamus wa Baringo, kuanzia Narok, kuanzia Kajiado, tumeingia kwa kauli moja, chama cha DCP. Wale viongozi wengine ambayo wako pande ile, ambayo wanataka kuadaa jamii yetu, tunataka kuambia faida ya kuingia kwa serikali ni gani. If we cannot get roads, if we cannot get jobs, if we cannot get electricity, if we cannot get our land rights, we cannot join an oppressive government. Nikimalizia niseme, Your Excellency, feel at home. We shall stand with you. We shall walk with you. Na ya mwisho, loma asai, ule kiongozi ambaye ako katika meza ya kitaifa kutetea haki ya Wamasai na kuhakikisha we get our rightful share ni His Excellency Samuel Kanar Seki. Kwa mara ya kwanza, we have a principal who sits in the table to negotiate and decide for this community. Your Excellency, on a light note, Baba ya Ann Monirei amesema maneno mzuri sana, that in 2027 is the only single election that the Ma community shall not field a presidential candidate. I want to say those words are prophetic. Dad, God bless you. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asanti chair. Ore lolto nganako shojo mikiti yana shamba. Oya mana ire na leba yano jo leba sena shamba nationally. Kanyanga ini yeu. Iya. Basi ndo amkaliki na randa ni kiasi. Mheshimiwa Ann, umesema uko na jambo umesahau ama kuna jambo unataka kusema. Karibu hapa useme kwa ufupi kwa sababu muda umeenda, tukijaribu kuharakisha. Wapi makofi ya Ann? Ametoa gown, amevaa green, anataka kusema maneno ya DCP na venye watu itakuwa one term.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Toris, Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua pamoja na mama na viongozi wote. Loma sai megure rara nagare na ndiko biye nkisuma aishobiro. Aishobiro na nagare ngobiye serikali. Arashiyo ngobiye siasa. Naga uniki ngasa bwa itodol Rigathi Gachagua njere. Wore rade lera nyonyori nemeba yoko. Ne wore nala jo harambe ni jojo one time. Kage one time rado yo ndongana go inosenda. Emi inosenda. Irara boshore. Aya ntobirara argoso naa kayieu naning' osauti sapuk, osauti oitiship ele tasat oton tene. Harambee! 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 Ebu nione one time, one time, one time, one time, one time. One time. Asante sana. Mheshimiwa, nimesimama tu hapa niseme mafupi kwa sababu sasa mbele ya kuwa nimesoma na nimemaliza, pia niko katika uwanja kutafuta kiti ya Women Rep 2027. Na ninataka niseme haya, nitasema kwa madakika machache tu. Nitasoma yale ambayo ninataka kukuja kufanyia wananchi wa Kajiado County na nitaenda niyaseme kwa Kiingereza, lakini nitasema kwa tafsiri kwa madakika machache. Today is a day of gratitude, reflection and beyond purpose. I stand before you with deep appreciation for the journey, the lessons, the challenges, and above all, the responsibilities that comes with leadership and service. Allow me to reflect briefly on key issues. Education. Kajiado has talented and ambitious children, yet many still face barriers, including the long distances to school, inadequate infrastructure, water scarcity, and economic leadership. Our children do not lack potential. They lack the need opportunity. We must appreciate bursaries, scholarship, support girls to remain in school, expand vocational training, and create pathways to digital and technical skills. Women empowerment and youth. Our women and youth are among Kajiado's greatest assets. But too many remain without adequate access to equal capital, skills, market, and mentorship. We must move from empowerment in words to empowerment in practice through enterprise support, skills development, financial literacy, and meaningful economic opportunities. Our youth are not merely leaders of tomorrow, they are partners in building Kajiado County today. Persons with disabilities. A progressive society must create space for everyone. We must strengthen access to education, assertive service devices, skills, enterprise opportunities, and inclusive programs for persons with disability. No one should be excluded from opportunities because of disability. Accountability and effective leadership. Leadership is not about occupying an office. It is about carrying the hopes of the people with humility, integrity, and courage. Representation must mean learning to every community, advocating for vulnerable, connecting people to opportunities, and demanding accountabilities. The Office of Women Representative must remain a bridge between our people and opportunity, particularly in education, social development, and advocacy. What we need is leadership that listens, opportunity that includes everyone, and services that leaves lasting impact. Together we can build a Kajiado where education opens doors, women and youth prosper, persons with disability participate fully, and leadership is measured by the lives it improves. Thank you and God bless you. Kwa hayo machache, ore rare ndoropo nane na nanu ajoito enaan. Agira ajoki ntae irkeek onyokie oltung'anak le Kajiado County. Arejinga sinanu enkiwanja aing'oru olorika le Women Rep 2027. Kore duo ntae irkeek onyokie, ekinchorita ina nafasi. Kore nkaik inyi, ekigira aretu. Arejo naa ore erikore taisere naa tanakata iteru. Ore erikore nikiyieu 2027 naa tanakata. Nayieu nalo ajo ore ndorropo Mheshimiwa Seki. Kajoki karibu oleng irkeek onyokie. Nayieu nalo ajoki karibu oleng enakop ang naa ore amu etejoki nkumok. Kayieu ake naajoki nchere wou irkeek onyokie nimiata enkuretisho. Yie taa agira aanyu Mheshimiwa Seki peyie king'or. Wou irkeek onyokie nimiurisho, wou irkeek onyokie ninining'isho, yiolo ajo kara nanu entito ormolelian. Ore ng'ole 2022 nikitang'oro lelengu. Netang'ole ng'ole molelian. Mayieu nanu najo ore taisere yie nimiking'or iyie. Kagira ake ajoki karibu. nekincho yie ng'oro, neking'or iyie onoro ina kiteng niyieu taisere 2027. Kore ashwari ole seku aje king'or taisere. Ore yiok kira irmolelian kara sinanu iltung'anak lainei naa kaata olti lai. Neeku kayieu ake naajoki miata ake enkare nimiureisho ake amu eking'or iyie taisere. Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, I want to give you an assurity. What I told you when I came to your office in January, I told you I'm an asset in your party. And I want to give you that assurity even today, that I remain an asset. And tomorrow we are going to deliver seats for you. Tomorrow we are going to deliver people who are going to assist you, so that the vision you have for Kajiado County, the vision you have for this country will come to fulfillment. And it can only be if you have people who know what they want. If you have people who don't miss their words when they go to parliament. If you have people who cannot be bought. You know, Mheshimiwa Seki alisimama na wewe. Kwa hivyo tunakuambia ya kwamba mimi kama Ann, I'm an asset in your party. And I know when I get your support, we shall be able to deliver this seat. We shall be able to put you in parliament and to give you the presidency that you need. Sitaki niseme mengi, kajago loshola ya sholeng, embongai ya nkaina, ema ya usi yoke engire nga memagwa yoke. Memagwa roisi nyeki biroke, emagwa. Najora sholeng, wore ra kona no mama na iltung'anak le muruai, kalaga ishondai a second. Oldaiga yobagenda sinani ya sirara, peya shoyo program. A sholeng.
Tunakujuza Kenya saa zote daima, kutoka mtaani hadi kwenye skrini. KenLive iko fresh safi kabisa. KenLive, sauti yako, vibe yako, kituo chako.
Kajiado County. Kina mama wakiweza kumsherekea kwa kazi nzuri ya masomo ambayo ameweza. Basi kwa sasa, baada ya awamu hii tutapata aspirant maseneta.
Asante sana Sholeng Mheshimiwa Ann, nataka kupeana program kwa Mheshimiwa Seki, lakini wacha niseme moja, lakini naomba nikikupatia, naomba tu utambue Mheshimiwa MCS wako hapa na aspirant wa MPs ili waseme moja moja kwa sababu kuna elected MCS hapa. Lakini wacha niseme jambo la kwanza, wacha niseme karibuni sana Kajiado West. Kajiado ni kubwa, lakini Your Excellency tuko Kajiado West na tumesema karibu. Mimi naitwa Toris na mimi ni MCA wa jirani hapa na nilichaguliwa kwa chama cha ODM. Chama chetu cha ODM mnaona imeshika barabara ya mteremko. Kila mtu anashika kipande ya chungwa, anatafuna, anakanyanga, anafanya venye anataka nayo hata kufanya biashara. Sasa sisi tumeona refuge, mahali ambayo tunaweza kimbilia, tupate sauti, tuongee na tukae kama watu wa ODM na tupate nyumbani na tupate baba, ni hapa kwa DCP. Lo Maasai egira ya legendai ajoki mikiti DCP. Ore ele tung'ani oji Orpuya looltaarro Sero naa ninye deputy lele tung'ani oji Ole Methu. Ore chairman lempati naa Ole Parsin Oladipayian oshomo tene. Oyie nikintoki naaji aanyua apati. Kaa pati ena nikiata lelo orikan? Ekiata ninye apa te ODM? Mikiata. Neeku kajoki ntae maibung'a ena chama, neematunoto tenchama, neemaitasho tenchama, nimikincho iture iyiok, nimikiureisho, maitunyoi iltung'anak amu meya nkishu iltung'anak oyiang'iyang'. Mpaka peekintasho enaa lewa. Ore kitii Kajiado County, Mheshimiwa Ole Seki, ore ena safari nekipuo yie. Tutaenda na wewe hii safari. Lazima tuende na wewe hii safari Mheshimiwa Seki. Kaja iltung'anak ojo egira Ole Seki. Ashe. Mheshimiwa Ole Konana ntasho. Ore orbungei likigira ayau naa Ole Konana. Mheshimiwa Ole Konana orbungei likigira aikaja ayau. Egol ina tooltung'anak le Kaputiei. Kake waita larin 10. Kaitoki sinanu ayeu aso amedia na iljangen opir. Kesipa? Atejo Ole Konana kincho olorika naa ninye oya enkarasha. Ore ntarikini 10 Jumaine olapa le 2027 naa Ole Konana orbungei. Egira tenebo? Ashe oleng. Kitejo ore entomononi enkitok naya olorika loontomonok naa entomononi e DCP. Amaa dii ninye ena nikitii enaa kemakwa? Emeitosha? Keng'or enkisuma? Paamaa nai tenishori Ole Konana tendaaji nishori olikae tung'ani tenkae aji nitoni ake ayiang'iyang' aja noonkajijik. Empaka dii ake piaku enkaji teniaku iyie. Kishomo yiok empati ang' nepuo irmoruak empati enye. Negelu larikok lenye nikigelu irkulalang'. Ore Ole Seki olorgilatora ninye kitejo orgavanai. Ore Ole Konana ore entomononi kiyau na yiok kitejo orwampalang'. Ore orkulikae wampo rikito orkulikae moruak wenkae pati enye nepuo aitayu irmoruak lenye onkituak enye neisho olorikan entoki nayieu. Sawa sawa? Niaku ena pati kitii nikindurutua. Your Excellency, niko na swali moja. Wakati walikutoa ni makosa gani wewe ulifanya peke yako? Presidency is a package. Kwa nini ni wewe walikutoa? Why you? What is this unique thing you did alone? Kwa nini walikutoa? Ni nini hiyo ulifanya peke yako? Ama adele bayana boita yokito lorika. Kanyo dia petaasa openy. Ore olorika lorais naa iltung'anak aare otii. Kanyo etaasa oltung'ani obo ng'ele sari aitayu. Paa kejokini yiok oltung'ani torrono. Torrono inosa nyoo? Kanyo etu enya kuldo otii? Ketu ear iltung'anak nenya pooki toki? Ele noiba ninche kitii yiok. Nee ene yiok manya. Egira tenebo? Enako kinkaja? Enako kitii? Daktari, uko na nyumbani kwangu. Uko na nyumbani, wewe ni jirani. Unapenda Wamasai. Kila saa unaulizia. Tunaona serikali imetukaribia. Na first lady, for the first time tunapata mama ambaye anajua hawa mama anafaa shanga anakaa hapa. Methu, hii safari tunaenda na wewe. Wewe ni mtu ya rika yetu. Siku ile ulisema kwa mazishi wewe. Siku hiyo ndio ulipita mtihani ya kwanza. Siku ile ulienda ukalete hii kiti ya jamaa kwa hapa hii first born yetu. Siku ile ulienda hii constituency ukalete hii ndume ukapita mtihani ya pili. Na ndio maana tumesema wewe umefaa hiyo shuka, umetosha kwenda hata kuua simba. Na sasa tumesema tuko DCP, hatuna uoga, hii safari tutaenda. Na hatujawahi jibiwa, what did Gachagua do alone? Ni nini hii alifanya akatolewa peke yake? Ni nini alifanya? Tutawajibu tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 na itakuwa Jumanne, Jumatano watakuwa najibu. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Seki. Karibu karibu karibu, wapi makofi ya gavana? Gavana! Gavana!
KenLive kituo chako, habari muhimu, burudani ya kipekee, nyumbani kwa habari na burudani.
Your Excellency, Mheshimiwa Toris anasema hao vijana wetu lazima waseme jambo kwa sababu ndio wapya katika nyumba sasa. 1 minute tafadhali.
Arambe! Arambe! Aya, mimi sina maneno mingi kwa sababu nimeambiwa tuko na uhaba wa masaa. Ni kweli? Lakini mimi nasema le Masai po ken enda soba. Wamama wetu enda gwenya. Misisi Yesu. Muko salama wote. Mimi niko na ujumbe mbili peke yake. Si ni sawa? Ya kwanza mimi nataka niulize kabla sijapeana ujumbe. Nyinyi watu wa Kajiado West hapa Kekonyoke. Nyinyi mnasemaje? Mnasemaje? Na mimi nataka niwapatie ujumbe ya kwamba kule Kajiado North tumekata kauli mambo ni. Alafu nikimalizia ujumbe wa pili niseme ya kwamba sisi tuko na kibarua ya kudeliver Kajiado yote katika chama ya DCP. Mtatushikilia? Tutembee safari pamoja. Tukiwa na kinara wetu hapa Bwana Seki, sisi tunampigia debe ya kuwe governor wetu. Mnashikilia ndo tusonge pamoja tukiwa pamoja. Mimi nataka niambie wale viongozi ambao bado wanalala wakiwa wanaachwa na hii meli. Tuwaambie hii meli imeng'oa nanga na wakichelewa watapata tushajipanga. Kama saa hii tayari tuko na majority leader katika chama ya DCP ambaye ndio yule ametoka kuongea hapa. Wacha walale, watapata mambo imeisha. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki nyote.
Arambe! Arambe! Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Asante sana. Asante sana. Hao ndio MCs wetu, na juzi Mheshimiwa party leader ameweza kuwapokea na tunasema asante kwa hiyo nguvu. Your Excellency, Mheshimiwa wetu party leader Rigathi Gachagua pamoja na Reverend mama yetu na viongozi wote walioko hapa tukiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Anna ambaye leo tuko kwake, Secretary General wetu wa party yetu, asante sana kwa kufika. Senators wetu walioko hapa, MPs zenye wako hapa, aspirants wetu wote, emegegera na adelo kigera marigera na sieveno. Your Excellency, asante sana. Ninakumbuka mambo mawili miaka mingi iliyopita kidogo, wakati mimi nilitangaza kusimama kwa kiti ya Senate. Wakati hiyo tulikuwa pale just opposite hapa, na niliingia kwa mkutano ya Kasongo wakati alikuwa anang'ang'ana kutafuta kiti ya president. Mkutano ilikuwa kidogo kuliko hii, na akakuja boma ya mzee ilikuwa inaitwa Lapatei. Nafikiri Ngogoya anaielewa, anasikia, anajua. Na mimi nikaamuka nikasema natafuta kiti ya Senate. Na wakati hiyo tulikuwa Ruto alikuwa anatembea huku Masaini akitafuta kuungwa mkono na Wamasai. Wakati wa pili, nakumbuka Your Excellency, nilifanya launch kubwa sana kama vile leo amefanya. Na wewe ukakuja, na sijui kama wewe unakumbuka. Mkatumwa na Mheshimiwa Ruto, mkakuja na Duale, mkakuja kwangu, ukanibariki. Mimi nakumbuka siku hiyo, na mimi nikapatia wewe mbuzi, ukaenda naye nyumbani. Naona mambo mazuri leo. Nikimwambia dada yangu Ann, hii ni mwanzo ndogo, mambo makubwa yako mbele yako. So congratulations, umefanya masomo, umemaliza, na sasa hivi umeanza chapter ingine mpya. Nataka kukuambia karibu, na hii mwanzo unaweza kuona kama ni kidogo, lakini ni mwanzo ambaye itakupeleka katika ngazi ya juu sana. Congratulations, lakini sasa ile inatakikana ni kung'ang'ana, kwa sababu tuko na aspirants wa women katika kaunti yetu hii, kwenye hii party ya DCP zaidi ya 5. So ni vizuri uingie sasa katika safari hii kwa nguvu kabisa na kishindo. Wacha niseme ya kwamba tuko hapa leo kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Ann Monirei ametuita. Your Excellency, nitaenda kusema mawili alafu nikupatie ukuje useme, alafu wenzangu wetu hapa watakuja kusema baadaye. Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo atakuja kuwatambua na kuwakaribisha. Niseme mawili. Hii ni Kajiado. Na hii Kajiado, Your Excellency, tumeipanga. Nakumbuka nilisema hapo mbele, Kajiado ni DCP. Ni DCP zone. Na ule mtu ambaye hataingia DCP ataachwa nyuma. Na hizi pati zingine tutazikanyanga vile Mheshimiwa Toris amesema. Tutazikanyanga mpaka waone ya kwamba hakuna kitu watapata. Your Excellency, 2013 Jubilee TNA wakati hiyo waliweza kulete viti zote za MCAs, almost 23 of them. ODM wakapata 2. Wakalete MPs wote, ODM wakapata MP 1. This time round tutachukua wote 25 na tutachukua MPs wote 5 na women rep na senator na governor. So wacha historia isomwe leo. Nitahakikisha ya kwamba hii party ya DCP imeungwa mkono na imepata viongozi wote katika kaunti yetu ya Kajiado. That is the assurance I will give it to you, Your Excellency. Assurance ya pili, mimi ninataka kuwaambia watu hapa wa Kasongo wa hii serikali ya wanajiita broad based. Juzi, Your Excellency, waliweza kusimamisha kampuni iko hapa, maana leo tuko Kajiado West. Kampuni iko hapa ya magadi. Muliwasimamisha kazi kampuni ya kitaifa, an international company. CS wa mining akaenda kusimamisha kazi na operation ya hiyo kampuni. Tunataka kuwaambia CS, kama ni kazi huko, tutaona kama ni kazi mko. Kama ni kazi ya kwenda kunyakua hiyo kampuni, tutaona. Lakini kama mtakuwa mko kazi, mjue ya kwamba hao watu sasa hawana maji. Hao watu wa Lodokilani wanapitia magumu kwa sababu hiyo kampuni imekuwa ikisaidia katika kazi ndogo ndogo. Lakini kuna mambo nyeti ambaye tunataka kuingizwa katika hayo mazungumzo kama Wamasai. Mambo hiyo ya Magadi Soda, hamwezi kufungua hiyo kampuni kama wakazi wa Magadi Walodokilani hawajaweza kuuzishwa. Hamwezi kufungua hiyo kampuni kama county government ambayo inadai pesa mingi katika hiyo kampuni haijauzishwa. Kama mtaenda kusikizana na wao bila stakeholders ambayo ni community na county government, mnaenda kufungua, tutajua mlikuwa na nia mbaya. Na hiyo nia hatuwezi kubaliana na wewe na nyinyi mkienda kufanya mambo yenu ambaye tunajua ya kwamba labda ni mambo ya kuuza hiyo kampuni. Your Excellency, tunasema ya kwamba Kajiado imekuwa green. Na tunasimama tukisema Kajiado imefanya nini? Iko green. Sini DCP. Kajiado ni DCP. Hata hapa. Unajua mimi nilikuwa kidogo naogopa hapa watu labda hawajakuwa wa green. Kumbe mmekuwa green. Kumbe rara abalwana le DCP. Emekindo dolo norba yana ajikira adu le DCP. Nikisho yanga yana shirangara yangara yang. Andra emenija roi mailebia na anga ega ajo DCP. Wacha tuone DCP mahali hapa. Pande hii pia. Jo milebia kwa darasa na yegwa ya elebia dosi yake. Elebia darasa yegwa ya DCP. Asholeng. Ajora na nua asholeng. Kijirora roi ore letim lole segi tiatu Kajiado County na DCPAT na gei musi ole kuna na sior bunge ilai emenija retu neku kijito enjo yokura kulala shara langdor molelian cho yokura amore ndoki nalotu asagentai na kayieu na ore assignment na yedokuya na baisho sia yonka jijita na analotu anor governor toki edokuya ina. Ore ndoki yare na idol maendeleo sapuk tiatua enkiaso lesegi. Yaku kaomon ndajoki eng'uraki enoldolashe linyi enoltung'ani linyi amu kara nyana olabrand lormolelian. Ore ntomono ni ene normolelian. Yaku kainajo nija aloita alaitoomon orpayian najo naa pee kinchosho na kura. Ekipuo aisho. Nalaibung'aki ntae ena kerai naji Ann. Bas, ekipuo tada nyina kiguana toonkolong'i naaponu. Nikintoki aitoomon ene, nikiponu duo mikiata orpayian. Aname nija. Nadol naa ene yie ntae enkop. Aname nija. Bas, na nini nana duo kera pookin. Your Excellency, mimi nimemaliza. Nataka kusema ya kwamba tuko pamoja, tembea pamoja na wewe. Sitaki kusema zaidi ya hiyo. Mimi nimeongelesha hao watu, nimewaambia tuko hapa na tuko na wewe. Na hakuna wasiwasi. Kajiado County talete vitu zote ambaye ziko hapa. Na hatuna wasiwasi hata kidogo. Mama, asante sana kwa kufika. Mungu akubariki sana. Kiongozi wetu, Secretary General wetu, asante. Mheshimiwa wetu Ngogoyo ambaye umetushikilia kwa kazi. Oyego EPCL moranilo jongogoyo. Ore le rungani oji Ngogoyo meara tuna nero ya rumo orgile ku yobi gonji. Oyabi si anayoni. Yeah. Your Excellency, karibu. Kore sigolioni lorbayan. Alafu baadaye Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo atuchukulia na nafasi hii ama program hii. Mheshimiwa Ann, wazazi wako na familia yenu, waheshimiwa viongozi ambao wamefika, marafiki wa hii familia, majirani na watu wetu wote hapa, enda sobapogi, Messi Yesu. Asanteni sana watu wetu wa maa kwa makaribisho. Sisi tumefika hapa sherehe kubwa ya huyu Mheshimiwa Ann ya kufuzu kupata shahada ya masters, ambaye ni ushindi mkubwa sana katika jamii ya maa. Na ndio mimi nimefika kwa sababu mimi nashughulikia sana mambo ya masomo ya mtoto wa kike katika jamii ya maa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Ann, pongezi, umetoa kielelezo ya maana sana kwa hii jamii, ya kwamba inawezekana watoto wa kike, wasichana, the girl child, asome mpaka primary amalize, aende secondary amalize, aende university apate degree ya kwanza, arudi university apate masters, arudi apate PhD mpaka akuwe professor. Nataka niseme asante, pongezi, umetoa kielelezo ya maana sana kwa jamii. Na ndio nilipoalikwa ya kwamba mama anapata shahada ya masters hapa Kajiado, nikaambia Reverend Dorcas tufike hapa hata sisi tusherekee pamoja. Najua Reverend Dorcas anashughulika sana mambo ya boy child, na mimi tumegawana, mimi naigilia girl child. Mimi nichunge wasichana, Reverend Dorcas achunge vijana, si ndio? Sasa nikamwambia hata wewe kuja ona vile mimi nang'ang'ana hii mambo ya girl child. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Ann, pongezi. Na mimi nataka niseme nikiwa hapa Kajiado, mwaka ujao tarehe 10 mwezi wa 8 tutaenda uchaguzi kutafuta serikali. Tuna matumaini makubwa kwa mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu, kupitia kura ya Wakenya tutapata serikali ya 6. Na mimi nataka nitoe ahadi nikiwa hapa Kajiado ya kwamba mambo ya masomo tutashughulikia vilivyo. Rais Mwai Kibaki, rais wetu wa 3, alifanya mpangilio kabambe wa masomo bila malipo ya shule ya msingi. Hiyo kazi yote huyu Kasongo ameharibu. Ameharibu, hajaharibu? Si nilisema jana? Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, rais wa 4 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, akaingilia mambo ya shule ya upili ya day bila malipo. Hiyo kazi yote Kasongo ameharibu. Mimi nataka niseme nikiwa hapa, nataka kutoa ahadi. Serikali yetu ambaye tutaunda, tutatilia maanani sana mambo ya masomo Kenya nzima, hasa hapa Kajiado na hapa katika Masaini. Mimi nataka niseme pendekezo langu ni kwamba katika kila ward yetu 25 hapa Kajiado tutakuwa na shule 2 ya boarding kubwa, moja ya wasichana na moja ya vijana. Ndio saa ile wazazi wakati ya kiangazi wanaenda kutafuta maji na nyasi, watoto wetu wanaendelea kusoma. Na mimi nataka niseme watu wa maa, mnajua chama ya DCP ni yetu na wa maa. Chairman wa DCP amekuwa hapa Ole Parasina, Deputy Secretary General Oropoya Kamwaro. Hii serikali tunaenda kuunda ni yetu na Wamasai. Mutapata nafasi ya uongozi katika taifa la Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka watoto wetu wasome. Ndio watoto wetu wataingia polisi, waingie jeshi, wengine wakuwe walimu, wengine madaktari, wengine marubani ya ndege. Nataka kuambia jamii ya maa, ile mpango tumepanga ya vile tutaungana kutafuta serikali miaka ijayo,
for the next 100 years, lazima hii jamii watoto wasome sawa sawa ndio waweze kuchukua nyadhifa mbalimbali katika maendeleo ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo leo ni siku ya furaha sana. Na mheshimiwa, nipongeze kwa sababu umetoa kielelezo. Na sasa tukiongea, tukitembea katika hii county, tutapeana mfano ya kwamba pale Kajiado West iko mama naitwa mheshimiwa, amesoma, ameng'ang'ana mpaka ako na masters. Na usiwachie hapo mheshimiwa, ng'ang'ana mpaka PhD. Lakini hapana hii ya matawi kama hii ya Kasongo. Si hii ya Kasongo imetuhangaisha. Sema ako na PhD, haelewi anything in the country. Ni mtu amechanganyikiwa kabisa. He does not know what is going on in the country. Kazi yake tu ni kukaa na kudanganya watu na kuchukua mashamba ya Wamasai. Lakini hii mashamba ya Wamasai kwani iko tamu namna gani hii Kasongo na anavamia namna hii? Kama kuna pahali amevamia mashamba ya Wamasai ni Narok na hapa Kajiado. Ukiangalia hapa Kajiado West, nilikuwa naandika hapa. Shamba ya Kedong ng'ombe 4,500 acres. Kasango amechukua kupitia ile mheshimiwa ya huko Baringo anaitwa Bishop Jackson Kosgei, ambaye mtoto yake anaitwa Emma. Na tunajua ni kwa nini hiyo mpango Kasongo ametumia huyu bishop. Hiyo maneno tunaelewa, hatutaki tuongee leo iko watoto. Ndio. Huyu bishop kwa niaba ya Kasongo amenyakua hiyo mashamba. Na mwenye kupanga pia ni mtu ya Kasongo anaitwa Farida Karonoi. Pia ni mtu ya Kasongo. Wanataka kuweka plant ya geothermal energy hapo. Nataka nikwambie Kasongo vile nimekuambia jana. Hii tamaa ya mashamba ya Masai wachana naye. Na ndio yu wa Masai nitawasanya wote tukufukuze mwaka ujao. Uende nyumbani. Na hii mashamba yote nirudishe kwa Masai. Hawa watu ya Kekonyoki wameumizwa na Kasongo. Shamba ya Kibiko ya watu ya Kekonyoki. Miaka nenda miaka rudi. Ospuko Kibiko. Iko court order ya mahakama ya kusema status quo. Jamii imeenda kotini kusema Kasongo wachana na shamba ya Wamasai. Wachana naye, kesi iendelee. Huyu mtu ya Kasongo anaitwa Nixon Koril PS. Saa hii tunaongea anatoa green card ya hiyo shamba na iko court order. Hao watu ya Kasongo have no respect for court orders. Na huyu kijana na mdogo ako na tamaa ya mashamba hata kuliko Kasongo. Wanatembea na Kasongo usiku na torch kutafuta mashamba hapa Kajiado. Si Kasongo ametuhangaisha? Ulisikia juzi akisema ati anafanya kazi mpaka saa 10 usiku. Hakuna kazi ya Kenya. Giza ikiingia anachukua torch, wanaingia gari na Nixon Koril, wanazunguka kutafuta mashamba ya Wamasai wakiwa na map. Sasa wewe Nixon Koril, hizo green card unatengeneza ya Ospuko Kibiko. There is a court order. Wachana naye. Na mimi nataka kuambia Wamasai na wale watu wote wanauziwa hiyo mashamba. Ukinunua hiyo mashamba ulipe Nixon Koril pesa na Kasongo. Mwaka ujao nikichukua serikali, hiyo mashamba nitalegesha kwa Konyike. Wewe mtafuata Kasongo, mchukue pesa yenu Sugoi. Mimi nataka kutoa ilani. Mtu yeyote ambaye atanunua hii shamba ya Ospuko Kibiko, iko court order ya kusimamisha ugawaji wa hiyo shamba. Wewe Nixon Koril unatoa green card na unauza hiyo mashamba, unapelekea Kasongo pesa. Nataka kuuliza Wakenya wote, hilo shamba wasinunue ni ya Wamasai. Na iko na wenyewe. Na iko court order. Kwa hivyo mkipatia Nixon Koril pesa, apelekee Kasongo. Next year, mfuate Kasongo, Sugoi, mchukue pesa yenu. Wale iko hapa karibu, mpite Kiligoris. Shamba ya Davibi ya Masai amechukua, hiyo tutalegesha kwa Wamasai. Hiyo tutamtoa kwa hiyo shamba. Amejenga hapo, analima ngano, hiyo shamba Kasongo utarudisha. Sugoi hiyo ni yako, wewe hiyo kaa naye. Hii Kirigoris tutaongea. Ilikuwa ya Joseph Murumbi, shamba ya Wamasai. Kwa hivyo mimi nataka kuuliza Wakenya wote, hii mashamba ya Wamasai wasinunue kwa Nixon Korir na William Ruto. Kwa sababu next year hizo mashamba itarudishwa kwa wenyewe na utapoteza pesa yako. Kwa hivyo usiseme hukujua. Nimeongea mchana, ma-TV iko hapa. Ukipoteza pesa yako usikuje kulia. Oh, nilipatia Kasongo pesa yako, fuata Yesu goi. Shamba hapo 400 yards ilipangwa wakati ya Moi. Kasongo alisema atarudishia Wamasai. Anawapeleka round kuwazungusha na uongo. Shamba ya veterinary farm ambayo iko hapo Gong ya Wamasai. Huyu Nixon Korir anandanganya Wamasai ati watoe pesa, ati atawapatia. Na ni uongo. Mtu nataka kupoteza pesa yake, apoteze. Mimi siwezi zuia mtu yote kutupa pesa. Hii pesa yote mnapatia Nixon Korir na Kasongo, hiyo ni kama kuchukua kutupa baharini. Hiyo shamba ya veterinary hatutakubali. It is very prime land. Na ni mambo ilitolewa na community kwa mambo ya veterinary kwa sababu ya mfugo ya Masai. Kedong Ranch alisema atatafuta 6,000 acres. Ametoa Masai pahali iko flat, pahali wanaweza lima. Amepeleka huko milimani huko. Pahali maji inateremka ni kama vita. Hakuna kitu naweza lima kwa sababu ni mlimani na iko mawe. Sasa huyu Kasongo amedharau Wamasai. Anawasanya, anawapeleka juu ya mawe na mitaro. Asema waacha Wamasai wakakufia huko. Ile shamba nzuri pale chini ananyakua. Mimi nataka kuhakikishia kwamba hii maneno yote tutaangalia. Of course mnajua Amboseli ilikuwa ni uongo. Kudanganya jamii ya Wamasai ya Kajiado. Kama kuna watu huyu mtu anadharau ni watu ya Kajiado. Hii Kajiado tangu uhuru hakuna siku mmekosa bendera. Jomo Kenyatta hayati alipea Oloitiptip kuwa waziri hapa Kajiado. Rais Moi akapatia George Saitoti. Mwai Kibaki akapatia Parpai. Baadaye akapatia Saitoti aendelee. Uhuru Kenyatta akapatia Ole Lenku. Baadaye akapatia Keriako Tobiko. Hakuna siku tangu uhuru Kajiado imekosa waziri ako na bendera. Huyu Kasongo kwa sababu ya madharau amesema watu ya Kajiado hawaitahiri, hakuna haja ya kupewa waziri. Mimi nataka nitoe hakikisho mwaka ujao mkinipatia nafasi ya kuongoza Kenya, nitateua waziri kamili katika Kajiado aakilishe nyinyi katika baraza la mawaziri. Hiyo Amboseli ilikuwa uongo. Na huyu Seki ni rafiki yangu. Alienda ati hiyo sherehe ati ya kupokea Amboseli. Nikamuuliza Seki, wewe nilikuwa naona wewe ni mtu umechanuka. Hii Kasongo na unamjua na uongo yake. Wewe umewacha kazi ya kusaidia wananchi unaenda kusikiza uongo huko Amboseli. Alikuwa amevaa mzuri na kubeba mpaka rungu. Wakaenda huko wakakula nyama wakaimba. Kasongo akaamuka kutoka leo Amboseli ni yenu. Kuanzia tarehe 1 mwezi ya 7 mchukue Amboseli. Huyu Seki alikuwa anapiga makofi. Alikuwa anacheka mpaka hii jino ya mwisho inaonekana. Mimi nikapigia Seki nikamuuliza Seki, wewe ndio unaona unacheka pale? Na Ole Lenku walikuwa wanatingisha kichwa. Kabisa wanatingisha kichwa. Lakini Ngogoyo anajua Kasongo. Ngogoyo aliniambia wacha tukue hapa tu lakini ni uongo. Kufika tarehe 1 mwezi ya 7 hakuna Amboseli. Kasongo ametafuta watu, enda kotini simamisha hiyo kitu. Mwenye kutuma watu kotini ni Kasongo. Hakuwa na haja ya kupeana Amboseli kwa watu ya Kajiado. Na hana plan ya kupeana. Kwa hivyo ndio hii Amboseli ipatikane, lazima Kasongo aende nyumbani asubuhi na mapema. Mtu ambaye atakuja kupeana Amboseli kwa watu ya Kajiado ni huyu Rigiji, mtu ya kusema ukweli. Sasa watu wanazunguka hapa, hata rafiki yangu huyu kijana anaitwa Sunkuya. Kijana rafiki yangu sana. Na mimi nataka kutuma nyinyi kwa Sunkuya. Muulize yeye, siku ulikuwa unalia kama panya, umesukumwa na huyu Konana, ukalia kwa Rigiji na Mama Dorcas. Rigiji akakuja Kiserian, akaongea Kikuyu 20 minutes. Kura ya Wakikuyu wote ukapewa, ukashinda huyo Konana, ukakuwa mbunge. Ulipofika pale, kukipatikana nafasi ya jeshi unakimbia, kama unipati unakimbia kwa Reverend Dorcas. Walimu, kila kitu, chakula wakati ya kiangazi, sisi tulikuangalia kama mtoto yako. Siku Kasongo ameamua kunifukuza, kuniweka kwa msalaba, nikaita Sunkuya. Nikamwambia Sunkuya, kijana wangu, mimi nilikuokoa ukichaguliwa. Niliongea na Wakikuyu, wakakupigia kura, wakanyima Konana. Kama huyu Kasongo ameamua kunimaliza, kuniweka kwa msalaba, tafadhali usipigilie mimi msumali. Wewe jifiche, ujifanye wewe ni mgonjwa. Nikamuuliza, wewe Sunkuya, vile nilikusaidia kabisa, ulikuwa umesukumwa na Konana kwa kona, ulimshinda na kula 100 peke yake. Mimi ndio nilikuja Kiserian, nikaongelesha Wakikuyu kabisa, wakakupatia kula 7,000. Wewe, huyu mtu anataka kunifukuza, jamii yangu ibaki bila kiongozi. Wewe kabisa Sunkuya, nikiwekwa kwa msalaba na Ruto, utachukua msumali upigilie? Akasema wacha nifikirie. Nikatuma huyu Reverend, nikamwambia bebeleza huyu Sunkuya. Si alikuwa anakuja hapo namuombea, ongea na yeye kama mama. Mama akampembeleza. Kufika pale akaenda akanifukuza. Na huyu msichana ya Samburu, Lesuda, msichana mdogo, alisema mimi siwezi uwa ndugu yangu ambaye hajanikosea. Yeye akasima simu akatoroka. Sasa mimi natuma nyinyi kwa Sunkuya, mkimuona muulize, mbona ulikubali kuua ile mtu alikusaidia ukakuwa kiongozi? Mbona ulimsaliti Mama Dorcas ambaye alikuwa analetea watu yako chakula, ambaye alikuwa nafasi ya walimu ikipatikana anakuitia? Nataka muulize Sunkuya. Na muulize yeye, sasa Rigiji akija Kiserian aseme Konana achaguliwe, utalalamika? Si ndio? Siku nilihitaji yeye aniokoe, alinisaliti. Siku atanihitaji mimi sitakuweko. Na mimi nasema huyu Konana, hata nilipofukuzwa na mimi ndio nilimumaliza, Konana angekuwa mbunge, isipokuwa ni mimi. Isipokuwa ni mimi nilikuja Keserian nikapindua hiyo siasa. Huyu Konana ambaye nilimkataza akuwe mbunge, ndio alisanya ng'ombe na mbuzi, akakuja wa Monyoro kunipanguza machozi. Mimi naomba huyu kijana, mtu yote anajua mimi nilifanywa dhuluma na Sunkuya na Kasongo, anisaidie huyu kijana anaitwa Konana. Huyu mtamsaidia? Na mimi nataka nimwambie, mimi pia si mchache. Kura yote ya Wakikuyu pale Kiserian, yote 8,000 nitapatia huyu Konana. Kwa hivyo nyinyi, hata kama ni watu ya mlango ya Sunkuya, msipoteze kura yenu, kwa sababu ile yangu iko pale, ikiongezwa yake uchaguzi imeisha. Si alishindwa na kula 100? Sasa nikimuongeza 8,000 yako pata, si atagonga huyu Sunkuya na karibu kura 10,000. So mimi nauliza, nyinyi mnataka pande ya ushindi ama ya kwenda nyumbani? Si ushindi huko hapa? Si mimi nimesema? Na mimi sichezi. Pale Kiserian nitatoa maneno. Hapo nitaongea kilugha. Nikimaliza nitakoroga dakika 20, maneno imei. Mtamsaidia huyu kijana? Sawa konana. Mimi niseme huyu Seki mumuangalie. Mtaangalia Seki? Huyu Seki, watu ya jamii yetu ya Wakikuyu wote wako nyuma yake. Watu ya Kalonzo wote wako nyuma yake. Sasa huyu anangojea tu kuapishwa. Kwa hivyo watu wetu wa Narok, wa Kajiado West, msipoteze kura yenu kwa ile mtu ya Kasongo anaitwa Gato. Hata akija na pesa ngapi, mfanye kiolokalau. Mnajua olokalau? Mnajua olokalau? Unajua watu ya olokalau, nataka mkue kama watu ya olokalau. Watu ya olokalau walikaa kama kuku ya kienyeji. Kuku ya kienyeji inakula huko, inakula huko, inakula huko. Lakini saa ya kutaga mayai ikifika, inaenda nyumba. Mtafanya kiolokalau. Saa hii Kato atakuja na pesa na magunia. Ile imeibiwa ya SHA. Ile ya wagonjwa ya Kenyatta National Hospital. Ni pesa ambaye inalaana. Lakini kwa sababu hatuwezi kuacha pesa, tunasema hii pesa ukule sokoni. Usipeleke nyumbani, usichangaje na ile yako. Na usinunue ng'ombe au mbuzi. Na usipeleke mtoto kwa shule na hii pesa ya Kasongo. Hii ni pesa ya kukuliwa soko. Pale olokalau kulikuwa hata change hakuna. Ilikuwa tu ni giri moja. Saa hii hiyo pesa ya Kasongo haijaisha kwa sababu hakuna mtu anapeleka nyumbani. Watu walikoboa tunyumba hapo. Saa hii ndio imeanza kupungua. Na tumesema hiyo pesa mkulie sokoni. Tafadhali usipeleke nyumbani, itamaliza jamii yako. Itamaliza mifugo yako. Kwa sababu ni pesa ya wagonjwa. Ni pesa iko na laana. Si ndio? Tumekubaliana? Mtasaidia Seki? Mtamsaidia? Mimi mtanisaidia? Mtanisaidia? Najua huyu Kasongo nimemsukuma analia kama panya imeshikwa na mtego. Nini nimemuhangaisha? Ahangaishwe asihangaishwe? Asukumwe asisukumwe? Si ni mtu ya uongo? Sasa hapa alisema tulikuwa na yeye hapa Kajiado. Tukasign kitu naitwa economic charter na watu ya Kajiado. Akasema ndani ya miaka 5 ataunganisha stima kwa kila boma. Hapa iko stima? Iko stima? Ni muongo si muongo? Akasema kila boma ataweka maji. Iko maji hapa? Akasema ataweka barabara. Iko barabara? Ni muongo si muongo? Sasa nyinyi watu ya Kajiado West, Sunkuya atapatia nyinyi sababu gani ya kurudisha Kasongo aendelee? Sasa Sunkuya akija hapa ataambia hii watu nini? Ni nini Kasongo amefanya hapa? Iko kitu amefanya? Si ni uongo tu na kuchukua mashamba. So wewe Sunkuya, kwa sababu wewe ni rafiki yangu, hakuna haja ukosana na hii watu ya nyumbani. Usikuje kuambia hii watu mambo ya Kasongo. Wewe kuja ongea mambo yako. Ndio ukishindwa ukae nyumbani na ama bila aibu. Hakuna haja ukuje kudanganya hii watu atuwarudishe Kasongo na hakuna kazi amefanya. Mimi nimetembea hapa, hakuna kitu nimeona. Iko KICC ya stima hapa? Ama ni mimi sioni vizuri kama ile Oburu Odinga? Iko KICC ya stima hapa? Iko maji? Iko barabara? Kasongo ni bure si bure? Aende asiende? Ni muongo si muongo? Mimi nauliza nyinyi watu ya maa, kwa sababu nyinyi ni watu wangwana na nyinyi hamuna dhuluma na hamwezi onea mtu. Nauliza iko kazi gani Kasongo amefanya hapa Kajiado West? Simu niambie. Ni kazi gani amefanya hapa? Sasa jana nimetoa taarifa ya miaka 4 ya Kasongo. Nimeongea karibu saa 1:30. Nikakunywa maji karibu chupa 3. Nikieleza uongo ya Kasongo. Simulisikia vile nilieleza? Amedanganya watu, ameua Gen Z, amesema vijana wapigwe risasi mguu, ameiba mashamba ya Wamasai, ameharibu masomo ya Kibaki, ameharibu linda mama ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Hakuna kazi yote amefanya for 4 years. Sasa nini mkipima? Kama hakuna kazi Kasongo amefanya mwaka 4, hii mwaka moja amefanya, mnaamini kuna kitu anaweza fanya? Sasa watu yake nilipoongea wakaanza kuhara. Wakasanywa haraka haraka kwenda jibu Rigiji. Wabunge wakaitwa pale bunge. Wananitukana tu, lakini ile maneno nimesema hawana la kusema. Kwa sababu hakuna kitu imefanywa. DCI anajibu, anakwama. Haongei mambo ya Wetima, ilikuwaje? Haongei mambo ya Rachel Wadeto, haongei. Anaongea mambo 2-3. Huyu kijana anavaa saa ya milioni 1. Analia mambo ya Johana Ngeno. Mambo ingine haongei. Mimi nauliza watu ya Kasongo, simunijibu ile maneno nilisema. Nilitoa point 49. Hamuja jibu hata moja. Jibu yenu ni kutukana Rigiji. Kwani mnafikiri mkinitukana hiyo ni jawabu? Lakini nimefurahi, unajua mimi sasa Mungu amenisaidia natetea wa Kenya. Na mimi nikipatiwa maneno naitumia kusaidia wa Kenya. Pale Mount Elgon walikuwa wameua mtu hapo, anataka kiti ya ubunge. Huyu Murkomen na Amin walikuwa wanafanya cover up. Ile mtu ameua huyo mtu kuliko akamatwe, analindwa na askari. Nikatangaza. Pressure ikakuwa mingi. So jana usiku wameenda kwa mjumbe wa Mount Elgon anaitwa Kapondi. Wamepata bunduki 18 na risasi zaidi ya 3,000 na vijana 8. Na ni ya serikali, ni ya GK. Sina nataka kuuliza Murkomen. Bunduki ya serikali na risasi ya serikali ulikuwa umempatia Fred Kapondi kama nani? Bona bunduki ya serikali na risasi ya serikali Murkomen unapatia mjumbe wa Mount Elgon inatumika kuua wa Kenya. Tunasikia uchungu sana tukijua hizi bunduki imenunuliwa na pesa ya umma ya kulinda wa Kenya. Imekuwaje ile bunduki imenunuliwa na pesa ya umma inatumika kuua wa Kenya? Ni aibu, si aibu? Kwa hivyo tunataka kusema bwana DCI, hapana ficha huyu Kapondi vile umeficha wale maofisa ya Kikuyu Uganda. Usipangie hii Kapondi kutoroka Uganda. Na tunashindwa hii watu wanatoroka kwa boda, iko polisi walipitia wapi? Huyu mjumbe akamatwe, ajibu mashtaka. Na wewe Murkomen ueleze ni kwa nini ulipatia mjumbe wa Mount Elgon silaha ya serikali, risasi ya serikali ambayo inatumika kuua watu ambaye hawana hatia. Hii ni mambo ambayo tutaendelea kuzungumza kila wakati. Kwa hivyo watu ya Kajiado, mimi sitaki nipitishe hapo. Mimi nimeshukuru sana. Na mimi nitakuja tuongee na tupangane. Ile tu mimi nauliza, msipeane kura yenu kwa mtu ambaye hakuna kazi amefanya. Na mtu ya uongo. Na hajafanya kazi amefanya ni kuiba mashamba yenu. Itakuwa ni makosa kubwa sana. Mtu alichaguliwa amfanyie kazi. Hakuna kazi yoyote amefanya. Instead amechukua mashamba yenu. Alafu Sunkuya anamwambia ati muende mchague yeye tena ati 2 term. Mtaangalia hiyo maneno? Mtaangalia hii kijana Konana? Mtamwangalia? Chama yenu ni gani? Hii ya green. Si nyinyi wa Masai ni watu ya green? Si wakati ya green ndio mnafurahi? Si iko nyasi ya kutosha? Si hata macho wanafurahi? Si mnaumia wakati ya kiangazi? Kiangazi ikiisha mnaona rangi gani? Mnaona gari gani? Si ni green? Na sisi tukiunda hii chama tuliuliza wa Masai, hii chama ni yenu, mnataka rangi gani? Wa Masai wakatuambia sisi siku tunafurahi na kujivunia na ng'ombe zetu zinanona na mbuzi na maziwa inapatikana, akina mama wanafurahi ni siku dunia iko green, ndio wakachagua kala ya green. Kwa hivyo tuketi hapo, kwa sababu green ni maendeleo, green ni manufaa, green ni baraka, na mimi naomba tuketi hapo. Hii ya yellow ni ile ya kukauka, si ndio? Si matawi ikifika yellow zinaendelea kukauka. Lakini hata mimi nauliza Wamasai, nyinyi mlikuwa mnajua hata kuliko mimi, because niliangalia kura nikaona kura mingi mlipigia Raila Odinga. Kweli ama uongo? Kumbe mlikuwa mnajua hii Kasongo ni mwizi. Mbona hamkuniibia siri? Lakini hata saa nyingine mimi najilaumu. Mimi Rigijina ni mtu nimesoma kama huyu yangu haijafika kwa Ann hapo juu yangu kwa masomo. Lakini mimi najiuliza, mtu kama mimi nimesoma, kwani nilifikiriaje ati Ruto ameniambia ati anaweza kuniweka kwa wheelbarrow anipeleke pahali popote? Mimi nasikia mbaya sana saa nyingine. Ati tuliamini ati wheelbarrow unaweza wekwa ikupeleke pahali yote. Bana. Hapo tulianguka. Nikimalizia, nimeona hii vijana ya ODM wanalia huko kwa TV. Hatutaki akina Rigiji, tuwezi fanya kazi na ODM. ODM gani? ODM iliisha. ODM mliuzia Ruto ile shell. ODM ile yenyewe ilienda na Sifuna, Babu Wino na Orengo. Na ile ODM ya Masaini Rigiji ameenda naye. Si nimeenda naye? Ma MCA yote ya ODM wamekuja. Wanachama wa ODM Narok, Kajiado wako DCP. Sasa usiposema ati sisi hatuwezi fanya na ODM. ODM imeisha. Kasongo alimaliza. Alimaliza kitambo. Na huyu Junet ndio waliuzia Kasongo ODM. Siku Raila amekufa India. Kuliko Junet na Wanga na Oburu waingie ndege waende walete mwili, walibaki. Kama mwili haijafika, wamepidua ODM, wamepatia Oburu. Katika mila na desturi ya Wajaluo wa Afrika, huwezi gawa mtu kama hajazikwa. Kweli ama uongo? Hii ODM imebadilishwa kabla mwili ya Raila kufika hapa. Na mwenye kuuza ni Junet na Wanga na Oburu. Lakini pia wamegonga Kasongo. Lakini Kasongo ataumia. Alikuwa mtu yangu zamani, lakini ameumia. Ameuziwa kitu hakuna. Because ile ODM yenyewe ameuziwa kitu hakuna. Na sasa hii watu juzi wamekuwa hapo Naivasha. Huyu mtu ya kwetu anaitwa Soprano. Ameketi hapo. Hii Kasongo wako na madharau. Ameketi hapo ati ndio deputy president. Hata kama ni Bonoko lakini ndio yako, si ndio? Si ni Bonoko? Lakini hata kama ni Bonoko si ni yako. Si anakula mshahara. Soprano ameketi hapo. Kasongo amepanga kumwaibisha. Anaambia Simba Arati wewe amuka. Simba Arati anaamuka anasema hii kiti ya deputy president hii ni yetu, watu ya ODM. Na kama huyu Kindiki anataka atoke huko akuje ODM. Na Kindiki amekaa hapo. Anaangalia chini. Unajua ni mfupi sasa kuangalia chini, hapana iko kasi mingi. Simwili yake karibu kwa sakafu. Anainama. Sasa wewe Kasongo, hata kama umeamua kufukuza hii Soprano kwa sababu hana watu, hana wafuasi, amekataliwa Mlimani, amekataliwa Kenya kwa sababu ni Bonoko. Hata kama umeamua kumfukuza, iko haja gani kumwaibisha? Ati kiti yake inaongelelewa kama ameketi hapo. Hata kama yeye ni buri, si ni bwana ya mtu? Si ni baba ya mtoto? Hata kama hana wananchi, hana wafuasi kwa sababu at least ni bwana ya mtu. Iko kumwaibisha hapo. Na niliona alimfanya vile alikuwa ananifanya. Akitembea kwa mkeka nyekundu, anatembea na hiyo buru. Kindiki anatembea kwa nyasi. Unajua Kasongo akitaka kukufukuza kuambia uende. Na hii Soprano hajaelewa. Mimi alijaribu kunifanya namna hiyo. Mtu alijaribu kuingia kwa mkeka mimi na mgonga. Iko hii kijana yake hii ya standard 2 alijaribu kuingia kwa mkeka, nikitembea na Kasongo nikamsukuma anaanguka huko. Iko hapo, nilikuwa Naivasha siku nyingine, hii mtu anaitwa David D akajaribu kuja kwa mkeka, tunatembea na Kasongo nikamsukuma nje. Na hiyo ni madharau ya Kasongo. Alikuwa ananifanyia vile vile anafanyia huyo Kindiki. So wewe Soprano, Kasongo akitaka kufukuza hakuambii uondoke. Ni hiyo njia. Hiyo ya kutoa wewe kwa nyasi, anaweka hii mzee anaitwa Oburu. Alafu anatafuta watu ya ODM kutukana wewe. Na ndivyo alikuwa ananifanya mimi. Lakini mimi kwa sababu nilikuwa nimemchaguliwa, mimi namwambia wewe Kasongo, wacha hiyo maneno. Wacha kuleta madharau. Sasa hii ni mtu ya kupewa kazi, ni mfanyikazi, hawezi ongea. Yes sir. Ni fire si fire. Ni noma si noma. Ni soprano si soprano. Ni aibu si aibu. Mtu hata kama si mtu mzuri, jana kama mzazi, kama Mkristo, nimemwonea huruma. Kama Mkristo, I felt for him. You don't have to embarrass another man. Even if you don't want him, even if you are through with him, why do you embarrass him in front of other men? Sasa akienda nyumbani kwake, iko heshima kwa boma yake. Huyu Kasongo hapana mtu mzuri. Si mtu mzuri. Vile amefanyia Soprano jana, it's very humiliating to humiliate another man. Hata kama hana wafuasi, hata kama umemalizana na yeye, umemtumia kama tissue paper na umemalizana na yeye, hakuna haja to humiliate another man. Ungemwambia tu kwa heshima, Soprano, tuachane. Ama usiite hii watu ya ODM kutukana yeye. Na hii watu wanatukana ya ODM is a shell, they have nothing. Lakini haidhuru, wacha wapelekane. Waswahili wanajuana na nini? Waswahili wanajuana na nini? Sasa hii Soprano ni mtu ya Kasongo, wacha wagangane na hali yao. Wacha sisi tukangane na hii hali ya maisha. Vile bei ya mambo iko juu, mambo ya kodi, wacha tukangane na ile maneno iko juu. Kwa hivyo mimi nimeshukuru sana. Thank you very much watu wetu, tumeshukuru. Asante, pongezi. Mimi kwa hii kiti ya women rep, anataka na hako na wenzake. Chama yetu ya DCP tuko na watu 5. Wote ni sawa kwangu. Siwezi sema kwa sababu nimekuja kwa ati ndio mtu yangu. Hapana. Wote ni watoto wa nyinyi, ndio mtaamu. Munipatie mtu moja. Na kama itawezekana, Governor Seki na wazee, kama mnaweza ongea na wao mama, msikizane, mtoe mtu moja, sawa. Kama hawezi elewana, waende kwa debe. Wananchi waamue. Alafu yule ambaye atakubalika, mimi nitakuja nimshike mkono na nimtafutie kura. Si ndio? Lakini kiti ya mama county lazima irudi kwa DCP. Hatuwezi patia ile mama ya UDA, huyo wataenda nyumbani na Kasongo. Si ndio? Si ndio? Tumekubaliana? Mimi nimeshukuru sana. Asanteni sana. Mtakuja kunitembelea wa Munyoro? Mtakuja? Mtakuja siku gani? Mngetaka musalimiwe na Mama Boys? Mama Boys, kuja usalimie hawa mashemeji wetu. Come and say hi to them.
Bwana asifiwe tena. Mheshimiwa People's Deputy President, kanisa na mama wetu wazee wa jamii na wale wote ambao umekuja kwa hafla hii. Nafurahiwa sana kuja na kupewa hii nafasi ndio niweze kucongratulate au
kusema Mama Ann, I'm really proud of you. Kuna mambo mawili ambapo nimesoma leo. Katika kwa hii jamii yetu ya Kimasai, mama kusimama, kusoma na kufika kwa ile hali huyu mama wetu amefika ni jambo ambaye community au jamii imeshikilia. Ni kweli si kweli? Kwa hivyo mama ni muhimu na masomo ni bora. Na mimi nikiangalia yote yako sawa sawa. Pia niseme nilipokutana na Mama Ann, kuna kitu ambayo ilinihuzunisha. Kwa sababu Mama Ann kama mjane, ujue yeye sasa ni baba wa boma na yeye ni mama wa boma, ameongezea kona kazi na ameenda kusoma. Kwa hivyo wasichana wengine na wavulana pia, kwa sababu mimi ni mama boys, sioni kwa nini tusiende shule tuweze kuhitimu kama jamii, kwa sababu masomo usawazisha kila mtu. Na kwa jamii hii yetu ndio tuendelee na tuweze kuenda kwa ngazi ambazo mnaweza kuhitimu kwenda kwa hizo wizara ambayo wanasema lazima tusomeshe wasichana na pia tusomeshe vijana. Na niseme mimi ni moja wa watu wa Kajiado. Na nilipokuwa nikitembea hapa nikiletea watu chakula siku za COVID, nilikutana na wazee wengi sana. Na tungetaka mambo ambayo inaendelea kama hii serikali ikiwa mbaya, ikiwa na uongozi mbaya, watu wakianza na mambo ya vifo za wanaume, mimi nasikia mbaya sana, kwa sababu mimi huwa na miradi ya wajane. Na nikiona Mama Ann hapa, ninajua one of my boy children amekufa na alikufa kwa ajali. Kwa hivyo tungetaka watu waishi, Mungu awajalie na maisha marefu, waweze kukaa na jamii zao, kama ni wanaume, kama ni wazee, wawe viongozi ambao wataongoza boma zao na wakae maisha marefu. Kwa hivyo nimekuja tu kwa company mzee na kuja kusema kwa Ann, congratulations. Na kwa familia ambaye imemshikilia pia pongezi kwenu. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa tukija na kusema mambo mengine kama kanisa. Sisi tunasema lazima mambo yabadilishwe ndio watu waweze kupata maji. Watu wengi wanasemaga siasa haifanywi na watu wa kanisa. Lakini ningeulizia tu mambo matatu. Je, Mkristo au Muislamu au Muhindu anaendaga mbinguni, analala huko, anarudi hapa duniani asubuhi? Anatembea kwa barabara? Kama barabara haziko, je, kwa nini reverend au bishop asiseme barabara zijengwe? Kama ni Mkristo na ako na mifugo yake maji yake hutoka wapi? Si ni kwa hii dunia? Na ile miradi ambayo serikali inafanya miradi mizuri. Kwa hivyo ni lazima tujifikirie na tusimame wima, na tukienda kufanya mambo ya kuchagua watu, mchague watu ambao wako na huruma na nyinyi. Kama hapa sasa, kama tungekuwa na borehole mingi, tungekuwa na green hiyo mmevaa juu. Ni kweli? Mungu asaidie, na Mungu mkienda kuchaguana, mchague viongozi ambao wanawajali. Mungu awafanye vyema na awabariki. Asante.
Sasa kwa mwaka ingine moja atakuwa MP wako. Huyu kijana anaitwa Kunana alishindwa na kura 100 na Sunguya. Only 100. This time round huyu kijana amechukua. Si amechukua? Bas, hebu wacha tumkaribia Shumwe Kunana. Karibu sana.
Emairo gnoro sie misi aloriani misi siangai jode robbi ya anashoto diagara jode robbi ya anagetu dunya nyanda. Your Excellency pamoja na mama yetu Reverend, all leaders present, ormaasai poke enda suba. Your Excellency, kwa niaba hii jamii wacha niseme asanti. Sauti yako kwa shamba la Kibiko, shamba la Kidong na shamba la Kidong ng'ombe imekuwa sauti na ngao kwetu kama jamii ya Kekonyoki. Tunapolia ukiongea, the dark forces zinapotea. Na kuomba kumbuka hii jamii, kwa sababu hii jamii wanakupenda. Baba yana kitoka ina agus. Ya. Ore ramuke buo lomon. Enjaoga nanu mairerie irmaraita wari. An kajo kipongezi entomononi ai. Ore bi ya degree ne ya masters nikiponu aoshai tene najoki entomononi ai ashe. Ore idipa atiaki ashe. Ore ngole pejokini yok keponuni ya nangole moyaki nikije kiponu. Natodua najo oltasat oji Paul. Natiaka Paul mishopio ngopiye DCP nitaini. Ekitoningo? Kateja mishopio ngopiye DCP nitaini. Neme ekitoningote. Amadi amita la sujak loltung'anak larin 25. Nelotu Enkai ayau ormalaika an nejing atua yiok nintoki kiaosh kona enkang ole monirei enole moyaki niyieu yiok oleseki niking'or. Piking'or tiaji. Ekijoki ntai toonkipa ekinap an tenkoriong otorgou omaitabaki enkona poi. Ekitoningote? Kake kona miwoshiwosho. Etoningo? Nimikira tingin tormareita liking'ua kake eewuo ena kerai ajing yiok nkilani nimiking'ua. Ekitoningote? Meetai kona naoshi nimikiata serikali nikijing. Serikali oleseki naa serikali Gachagua ninye nanyor yiok. Ekitoningote? Nemeeta nikijoki irmarua likiara. Mheshimiwa Rais wetu, the 6th president, hatuwezi sikizana na hawa wanaume na hatuwezi shindana peke yetu. Wacha wasimame laini yetu, tusimame yetu. Na wala meki wala rabal orkulikai. Nereresho larabal. Meetai papa topiu ekipuo wala rabal orkulikai. Ekitoningote? Na tonkipa sii kiomonu. Ore tena ward Kekonyoki ende Wuaso natorikuo ng'ole toonkeek 11 atormoruo laari are taisere aigil ake ariku. Ekitoningote? Neking'or iyie, nekinyor iyie, nekintabaiki iyie. Mara naitabaikine ainyalaki? Amu keeta orkitok haraka. Enjooki maitabaikine najo metamayiana ntaa laitoriani.
Aya, asante sana. Sasa Your Excellency, mimi nalete Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo, karibu sana. Aseme mawili. Na Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo akija, tuko na aspirants wetu wa MPs kutoka different constituency Olowasa Owene. Mheshimiwa Keton kuja hapa. Kuna aspirant mwingine tuko naye. Mheshimiwa Kanchori kuja hapa, senator wetu. Wewe senator lang. Huyu kijana anaitwa Kanchori, wakili, daktari. MCA katika county assembly hapo wa miaka 20, na yeye sasa anaenda kutafuta MP Kajiado East. Tutaenda kwake hivi karibuni. Huyu ndugu yangu anaitwa Douglas Keton, yeye ni pia ni MP aspirant wetu katika Kajiado East. Yeye ni kiongozi na ni professional wetu, na yeye ametafuta pia hiyo kiti. Huyu kijana yangu anaitwa Saruni, yeye anatafuta kiti ya MP Kajiado South. Asante sana kijana yetu. Asante sana. Wacha tupatie Your Excellency kwa ruhusa yako tu huyu ndugu yangu daktari wakili aseme jambo. Ni senator wa
Asante sana. Arambe. Hebu nione mkono ya DCP. Hapa ni Kipeto. Hapa ni Kajiado West. Hapa tunasema namna gani? President wetu ni nani? Governor ni nani? Senator ni nani? Mbunge wetu ni nani? Asante sana. Your Excellency, our party leader,
Seneta wa vijana.
God bless you. Asante sana. Mama boys, itifati zote zikitambulika, mimi naitwa daktari wakili Daniel Kanchori, Senator wa 4 wa kaunti ya Kajiado. Your Excellency, tarehe 20 mwezi wa kwanza 2025, sisi tulikuja pale wa Munyoro tukiwa viongozi wa maa. Na tulipokuja pale ilikuwa inakaa kama tumefanya dhambi. Ilikuwa inakaa kama tumekosea mtu. Na baada ya hiyo serikali ya Kasongo ikaita Wamasai pale kwa Kindiki. Na ikawapea ahadi kwamba italete barabara, italete maji na itafanya maendeleo. Mimi nataka kusimama hapa kusema sisi ndio tulikuwa tumesema kweli, kwa sababu yale yaliahidi hawajatimiza mpaka tunapozungumza sasa. Na hii slogan yetu ya kusema one term sio ya hasira. It is a scorecard against the government of Ruto. When we say one term, hatuna hasira, hatuna chuki na mtu yeyote. We are giving him a scorecard kwa ile ambayo wameshindwa kufanya. Your Excellency, mimi nataka tu kusema mambo matatu. Mambo ya elimu, watoto wengi wa university saa hii wameingia kwa mihadarati kwa sababu ya the wrong funding model. Walianza na CBE, wakaenda CBC, na sasa tuko na challenge. Hiyo inatosha sisi kusema one term. Ya mwisho, TNA ilikuja 2013 na ilikuwa na Uhuru Kenyatta, na Uhuru alikuwa Kikuyu, hakuwa Mjaluo. Sisi wote tukaingia. Jubilee ikakuja, sisi wote tukaingia. Je, DCP tukiingia tuko na makosa? Si tuko ndani ya DCP? God bless you. Mimi naomba kuwa senator. Kwa mapenzi ya Mwenyezi Mungu, muniunge mkono na nitawatetea. God bless you. Asante sana.
Pigie Kanchori makofi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Kanchori. Basi kwa heshima ya masaa, Your Excellency the Second Deputy President pamoja na Mama Dorcas, kama nimehifadhi itikadi, ndasema mambo mawili. Ya kwanza, Ann Monirei, pongezi sana kwa kupata shahada yako ya masters. Na niseme mimi nimekuja kwa hii boma si kama mgeni. Hii boma ya Moyaki mimi niko na marafiki wengi, na hata mzee wake Ann alikuwa rafiki yangu binafsi na alikuwa kijana ya rika yetu. Kwa hivyo Ann ni mwanamke ya rika yangu. Huyu hata nikikaa hapa mimi siwezi ulizwa swali na mtu yoyote. Ya pili, niseme ni boma inajulikana na watu kama Paul Moyaki, tumefanya siasa na wao kwa muda. Kwa hivyo mimi ninajua Ni watu wakisema wako mahali wanafika mpaka mwisho. Na niseme hata kuna wale tukitofautiana kama commissioner tunajuana kwa vilemba. Kwa hivyo sisi tukikuja hapa tumekuja kwa marafiki na ni boma ambaye tunaifahamu vizuri. Kwa Ann, pongezi sana, na niseme tukiendelea mbele, wale wanakuamini, wale wako na wewe, tunawaambia tieni bidii, chagueni Ann. Chama yetu tutakuwa huru na haki, hakuna mtu atutapatia nafasi yake. Tofauti na vile ilikuwa pale UDA, sisi tutafanya free and fair nomination. Ile mahali hatutaweza kuelewana. Jambo la pili na la mwisho ndio nikaribishe viongozi. Nataka niseme tumekuja hii Kipeto mara mingi sana. Mimi nimekuja hapa tukiwa kwa TNA, tukiwa kwa Jubilee, na tumekuwa na watu fulani tukifanya siasa. Leo hatujakuja na wao. Na hatujakuja na wao kwa sababu hatuko na wao, na hatutapiga kura pamoja na wao. Leo siasa tutapiga tofauti. Your Excellency, kwa ahadi zile ulisoma jana, William Ruto alisema kuanzia pale Irmasin, Kona Baridi, Irmasin, hapa Kipeto, kwenda Loyangalani, kwenda kama mpaka Kajiado, hii barabara ya kuteremka mpaka Birika yenye tumepitia, si alisema ataweka lami? Hiyo lami imewekwa ama haijawekwa? Mimi nawauliza, si alisema kutoka Irmasin? Kwanza alitaja jina Irmasin, akasema Kipeto, akasema Loyangalani, akasema mpaka Kajia. Hiyo barabara imewekwa lami ama haijawekwa? Sasa nani hapa atasema ati Ruto 2 term kama hawezi kufanya kazi? Jambo la pili, mimi last time hatukuwa na huyu ndugu yangu Konana. Hatukuwa na Konana. Konana alikuwa mtu ya ODM, sisi tulikuwa watu ya UDA. Sasa Sirigathi amesema vile kutaenda. Sasa kama kuna mtu wako Kiserian, ule tunaweza ongelesha usiku ama mchana, sisi tutakuwa tukitetea Ole Konana kuwa mbunge wa Kajiado West. Na pili, hakuna cha kusema ati hii kura ni ya mtu fulani, hapana. Hata kura ya Armole Lian tutaomba yote. Tutafikia marafiki zetu wote. Konana mpaka akuwe mbunge wa Kajiado West. Na mimi nataka nikushukuru Toris. Hii kijana anaitwa Toris alichaguliwa MCA ya Ewaso Kidong. Na mnajua Toris pia ni mtu ya rika yangu. Yeye alichaguliwa kwa ODM. Leo si ameingia kwa DCP. Wale wako kule tukutane chini Ewaso Kidong. Tuone vile mambo itakaa huko. Na mimi nakubali. Chama tunakuza. Kila mtu aingie ndani. Nikimalizia, nataka niseme kama Kajiado County tuko na shida kubwa na William Ruto. Ile mambo yote tulikubaliana pale Caucus, hakuna ile ametimiza. Alisema tutaweka kiwanda ya ng'ombe na kutengeneza mambo ya ngozi. Na alikuwa amesema tutahifadhi ili makampuni ziweze kuja. One of the commitments that was made to this community, meat processing and the issue of hide and skins, has not been met. Restocking ambayo tulisema tuongezee mbuzi na ng'ombe kwa sababu ya vile kiangazi ilikuwa, haikufanyika. Na ndio kwa maana sisi mpaka saa hii tunasema Kasongo ni one. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, kwa sababu kila kitu na wakati wake. Na by the way, niulize ile ya ukweli. Wangapi hapa wanasema ni one term? Wangapi hapa wanasema ni one term? Kasongo aende asiende? Aende asiende? Kwa heshima ya viongozi wetu, nitaomba Your Excellency, si ukuje tu ukaribisha wale viongozi, umeambatana pamoja na wao kwa sababu najua ametoka sehemu tofauti.
Haya. Nafikiri waheshimiwa karibia hapa tu msikike sauti, hata kama muongee you can just say jambo. Karibuni members of parliament and senate. Bring another microphone. Wapi microphone ingine? Leta microphone ingine hapo. Haya, sasa wacha nimjulishe wabunge waseme tu jambo. Si ndio msikie sauti yao? Huyu kijana huyu anatoka jiji la Nairobi, anaitwa Amos Mwago, ni mjumbe wa Starehe. Pigia makofi. Sema jambo.
Kajiado West oye. Kajiado West oye. Vijana mpo? Vijana fire. Majina naitwa Mwago Amos Maina, mbunge wa Nairobi CBD. Naambiwa pale Nairobi ni jina ya Kimasai. Na sisi pale Nairobi katikati tunasema one term. Na vijana nawaomba, mnaona venye watu walikala walifanya? Tunapiga kura na tunachunga hadi hesabiwe, si ndio? Hakuna kuogopa Kasongo, ni mtu mwoga sana, sawa? Harambe! Harambe!
Asante.
Asante sana.
Huyu anaitwa Mheshimiwa Meja Dong. Mnajua Kayole? Mnajua Kayole Nairobi? Huyo ndio mjumbe wa Kayole Embakasi Central.
Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Major Donk Benjamin Gadiro, mbunge wa Embakasi Central. Mimi nikuje hapa niseme shukran na asanti sana and congratulations. Tumekuja tukiandamana na mdosi wetu, tukuje tumzidikishe. Niseme jambo moja tu. Jana niliona Your Excellency address the nation. You addressed all the problems that Kenyans are facing. Ni aibu kubwa sana ukiona the leader of government business kwa bunge wakishikana na yule anafaa kumkosea Bwana Junet Mohamed, wanatokelezea kwa media kukutusi badala ya yule kiongozi wa government business kujibu kwa nini hiyo vitu haijafanyika. Kwa hivyo sisi Kimani Ichung'wah, tafadhali fanya kazi yako, wachana na kiongozi wetu. To Junet Mohamed. Junet Mohamed, nasikia mkiwa na wanga. Una shida ukisema ati hamwezi fanya kazi na Rigathi Gachagua. Siku gani wewe wanga, wewe Junet, uliona Rigathi amekuuliza mfanye kazi pamoja? Siku gani? Rigathi anataka kufanya kazi na Wakenya wote wenye wanataka kwenda barabara moja. Sio na wale wezi wenye wanakula pesa ya SHA. Sio wale wezi wenye wanakula pesa ya masomo. Kwa hivyo pia sisi, wewe Gladys Wanga na wewe Junet, kaeni. Tutafanya kazi na Wakenya wengine. Asanteni.
Huyu anaitwa John Kagushia, mjumbe ya Mokoroni. Juzi alikuwa amekamatwa, mliona? Akalala huko Kamukuji siku moja. Nikamwambia usijali, hii masela ni ya wanawake na wanaume. Unalala asubuhi unaenda nyumba. Sasa tangu watoke amekuwa mkali sana. Salimia.
Arambe. Sasa congratulations Ann kwa your graduation. Tumefurahia sana msichana kama wewe kusoma akapita mpaka vile umepita. Mimi ningependa tu kuongelesha huyu jamaa anaitwa Junet. Junet, wewe unasema ya kwamba hutafanya kazi na Rigathi Gachagua, hamwezi fanya kazi na sisi. Nyinyi ni kama wale watu walikuwa wameshika ng'ombe, lakini ng'ombe kule nyuma akatolewa akaenda, ile mkanda mlikuwa mmeshika ikafungiwa kwa mti. Bado mnafikiria kuna kitu mmeshika huko, lakini ng'ombe ashaenda. Nataka nyinyi mgeuke kule nyuma muone ng'ombe alishaenda na wengine. Sasa nyinyi mmeshika kamba peke yake, hakuna ng'ombe hapo. Na kwa hivyo sasa hiyo kamba yenu mnaringa nayo, na hiyo ni shell imeisha. ODM imeisha. Ile UDA watu wanahama kila siku. Wabunge jana wamehama, magavana wanahama. Ile ODA imebomoka, imebomoka, imebomoka. Harambe!
Niko na huyu mrembo mama county wa Kirinyaga, anaitwa Jerry Maina. Huyu haja achukuliwa. Vijana mko? Mtanipatia ng'ombe niwachie nyinyi msichana? Wangapi vijana mko tayari? Mimi nataka ng'ombe nimwachie hii msichana. Haya, Jerry Maina, mheshimiwa Kirinyaga.
Harambe. Mwanzo mimi nimpongeze dada yangu Ann. Manake tunasema kwa jamii, ukielimisha msichana ama mtoto wa kike, umesaidia jamii kujifadhili kimaisha. Mimi nataka niseme tu mambo mawili. La kwanza, kama hivi leo sasa ukiokoka na unataka kwenda mbinguni, hauwezi kumfuata shetani. Kwa hivyo Junet Mohamed, Gladys Wanga na wale ambao wako mrengo wa tutam, nyinyi ni kama kumfuata shetani. Sisi hatutaki kufanya kazi na nyinyi. Rigathi Gachagua hana haja kufanya kazi na nyinyi. Maanake yeye ni truthful man, yeye anataka aongoze wa Kenya, wakomboe hii nchi yetu, tuende tupeleke Kasongo nyumbani. La pili, nimemsikia rais leo akisema ya kwamba anataka kubadilisha katiba. Yaani eti we need a new constitution. Nikuambie ya kwamba wewe William Samoei Ruto, tunajua hata hii katiba ambayo tuko nayo haukuisupport. Ulizunguka Kenya nzima ukipinga hii constitution ambayo tuko nayo. Na ndio maana kama rais hauwezi kuiheshimu. Na nikuambie manake mimi ni wakili wa mahakama kuu ya Kenya. We will not allow you to govern Kenya extra constitutional. Kama sisi tutahitaji kubadilisha katiba, Wakenya wenyewe watasema sio wewe, manake wewe ni mwizi, ni muongo na pia umeua vijana wetu. Asanteni sana.
Haya. Mumeshasikia Olokalau? Huyu ndio mjumbe mpya wa Olokalau. Anaitwa Douglas Kamau.
Asante. His Excellency party leader wetu na president wa 6 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua. Mama Ann ambaye ametuita hapa, tunaleta pongezi. Congratulations to you on your graduation. Mimi nataka kusema hivi Ann, na nieleze watu wote. Ni kweli masomo ni muhimu. Na tunataka watoto wetu wasome. But as much as we want educated children, tuombe Mungu atupatie more of wisdom na pia kutosheka. Tunaye president ambaye ni daktari, a whole doctor, anaitwa Dr. William Ruto. Yeye ameharibu hii nchi, economy ya Kenya imeharibika. Leo, Mr. President, I want to remind you of the Constitution of Kenya. Chapter 1 states that the sovereign power belongs to the people. Umesema ya kwamba mnataka kugeuza katiba without consulting the people. Mr. President, we know what you are trying. Unataka kuongeza limit yako ya service to 7 years. We are telling you this as Kenyans. Tukiwa hapa kwa ma people. Wewe wakati wako umebaki ni siku 363. 363 days, President Ruto, you will be home to Sugoi. Wapili, wewe Junet Mohamed, unaongea na chakula kwa mdomo. It is bad manners to speak with food in the mouth. Unakula pesa ya umma wewe. Umepewa pesa ya SHA. Ni umekula Linda Mama. Wewe hiyo pesa ndio unaongea uko na mzaha. We want to tell you, you are suffering from selective amnesia. When Raila was working with President Moi, alirealize anabeba ujinga. Akatoka na NDP yake, akaenda akaungana na Kibaki. Wewe unakaa pale, mnabeba ujinga na President Ruto, mnabado mnakaa hapo. Lakini tunajua kwa nini. You don't have the mandate of the people. Watu wa Luo Nyanza walitoka huko. Wamefuata Orengo, wamefuata Sifuna. Sisi tunaambia watu wa Western, watu wa Nyanza, let's come together. Come together, we send this man called William Ruto home. Finally, wewe Murkomen wewe. When the gods want to destroy you, they first make you mad. You are a madman. Ulisoma ukasikia the issues that were highlighted by the party leader. Insecurity issues, ranging from Gunism, political assassination,